Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Female Deku Becomes Zombie. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. You know, if you really want to be a hero that badly, there might be another way. Just pray you'll be born with a quirk in the next life and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. So no, I honestly don't think you can become a hero without a quirk. Izuku stood at the railing, red shoes tied together as an awkward bola. With a quick throw, the shoes flew from her hand and were caught on a power line. Next, Izuku slips on a pair of old shoes. She doesn't say anything, instead just going over to the edge and looking down. Something had exploded and now everyone was either going towards it or away from it. The rooftop she was on overlooked the space in between, a street no one had stayed on. She leaned forward and fell, and everything went dark. Katsuki couldn't breathe. No matter what he did with his quirk, he wasn't making progress getting out of slime trying to force its way into his body. He kept trying though. Heroes win, therefore he would win because he was going to be a hero. It was that simple. He lets off a particularly large explosion, well over his usual limit in desperation. The blast shot through a wall and ruined the support of the rest of the building. He heard screams as bricks entered his view, then a bright light as the gas lines leading to the building were exposed to fire. The blast forced the slime off him and launched him to the wall. His head slammed into the bricks, and everything went dark. Toshinori's eyes widened as the alley exploded, then widened even further as he realized the agonizing pain in his left side. He looked down as the people around him screamed and backed away from him, rebar right in his old wound. He dropped to his knees as blood pooled in his mouth, spilling through his teeth and dripping down his chin. He opened his mouth and let the blood out before he started to drown in it. He pulled out his phone and hit the button to speed dial Recovery Girl. He hoped she'd make it in time as he fell to his side, and everything went dark. Izuku opened her eyes and saw the sky, as well as the buildings around her. She didn't feel anything though. At first, she wondered if she messed up, if she was really so useless as to screw up committing suicide despite jumping from a 5-story building. She forced herself up and noticed the sheer amount of blood around her. Why wasn't she dead? Her hands seemed pale, and she felt cold. She grabbed her wrist and didn't feel her pulse. Her hand shot to her chest. No heartbeat. She died, but she came back. She got up and ran over to a window. She was pale. Her face had red, fleshy-looking stitches where it must have split open. She looked over her arms and legs, finding more stitches where she figured bone had broken and ripped through her skin. A scream ripped through her throat and past her lips. After all the pain, all the insults, she finally found her quirk. Katsuki woke up in the remains of the alley, just in time for people to pull him from the debris of his explosion. He shook his head and looked around, not sure what had happened, who set off the second explosion. His eyes widened as he saw the damage. There were bodies everywhere. The various heroes tried to find survivors, to help them stay awake until emergency heroes and ambulances could arrive. People were burnt, impaled, missing parts or chunks of flesh or a mix of all three and worse. The heroes who pulled him from the rubble dragged him to the rest of the survivors and headed back into the alley to find others. He wasn't stupid. His eyes found where he'd been trapped, where his blast would have gone, remembered the fires and how there had been screaming before the blast, how one building was more destroyed than the rest and right in the path of where his explosion would have gone. It took him a moment to realize it was him screaming. The cool feeling on his cheeks was his tears, as he realized the consequences of his quirk. Toshinori gasped as he woke up. Recovery Girl kneeling over him, he was honestly surprised. He sat up with her assistance and nearly passed out again. The devastation around him. All because he couldn't save people anymore. He'd failed. He heard the boy scream as he realized what his quirk had done. But it was just as much his own fault. He had stood there wallowing in his own weakness rather than risking it all to save lives. He thought about his power, how it had given him the strength to stand above everything as a symbol of peace. Of course he didn't risk anything. He's never known risk. What risk is he taking going up against villains? Himself having enough power even now to completely rearrange the country's weather patterns with just a single punch. His own scream ripped through him. What kind of a hero was he if he couldn't even use his quirk? Chapter 1. Look Mom, I'm dead. Isn't it amazing? Izuku ran with everything she had and found. She wasn't getting tired. She could just keep going without stopping. She didn't even need to breathe, she realized. She didn't have super strength though, or anything like that. She just didn't need to breathe or rest. It was kind of weird and amazing. She couldn't wait to tell her mother. Maybe leave out the suicide part. Claimed to have been near that explosion. That could work. She stopped by a furniture store though, to really get a good look at herself. A little girl, please sit down. You're cold. Jim. Maybe she shouldn't have just barged in, still being bloody and all. Still, she found what she was looking for, a full-body mirror. Her skin wasn't just pale, it was translucent. She could see the roots of her hair and all the blood veins. Her sclera were pink, but her eyes were still dark green, and her hair was still green too. She pulled at her hair and it wasn't about to fall out. She gave it a rather hard tug and her stitches broke. She pulled off most of her scalp. But then she saw a string's muscle came out from under her skin, sticking out of the wound and piercing her scalp again, pulling it back down and stitching the wound closed again. She grinned and ran out of the store despite people screaming for her to stay and wait for the ambulance. She kept running through alleyways to try and get home as fast as possible. She had a quirk. She could be a hero. She's still bloody and at her house, still bloody and probably going to give her mother a heart attack. Usually she thinks this stuff through, a side effect of the quirk or sheer joy of having one. Questions for later. She looked through her things. Where was her key? Oh, it stabbed through her pocket and into her leg. She can't feel pain. Oh my god, she can't feel pain. This quirk is the best. She pulled her key from her leg and, wiping off the blood, unlocked the door and walked in. Mom, I have a quirk. Sweetie, you oh my god. Her mother said, clutching her chest with one hand and steadying herself with the other by grabbing the back of the couch. It wasn't enough and she fell over. What happened? Why are you covered in blood? Are those stitches? Izuku laughed and ran over to her mother, pulling her up. I died and I came back. I finally found my quirk, Mom. Her mother fainted. Right, she died. She just told her mother she died. She should probably calm down and think through what to do when her mom wakes up. First, she drags her mother to the front of the couch and lifts her onto it, then makes her way to the shower to clean the blood from her body. She undresses and quickly rinses the blood from her body and hair. While she feels the water, it doesn't feel the same. It's very dull in comparison to how it usually felt. Dulled nerves, she guessed. Considering she's kind of dead, she's surprised she feels it at all, especially when she didn't notice the keys or didn't really feel her scalp ripping from her skull before that. Once she cleaned up and went over to her bedroom and pulled on a basic blue t-shirt with All Might on it as well as a pair of dark green cargo shorts. Her old clothes she'd probably end up throwing away after she explained everything. She heard a gasp as her mother woke up and then rapid footfalls, doing a few breathing exercises to calm herself down. Then her mother burst into the room and pulled her into a hug, holding her for a moment then letting her go and taking a step back. You're cold. Why are you so cold? She smiled to try and ease her mother's worries. Mom, I got caught in a villain attack on the way home. It caused an explosion and I died, she said. She felt bad about lying, but she didn't need a suicide on her record in her attempts to become a hero. Her mother started to hyperventilate, her skin going pale as tears poured from wide eyes. But then I got back up, and all my wounds were closed with these stitches. I learned by accident those are strings of muscle. That much was true. She hadn't meant to rip her own scalp off. Total accident. Izuku, her mother sighed, reaching and grabbing her wrists, tears pouring down her cheeks faster as she realized there was no pulse. Then her mother put a hand on her chest, looking for a heartbeat. Then she started sobbing and pulled her into a hug. Izuku, I'm so sorry. Mom, you don't need to be sorry. I have a quirk now, Mom. I'm not quirkless anymore. Katsuki stared out of his mother's car as they drove to the nearest hospital. He'd been fixed up by one of the emergency heroes, but she wanted to get him checked out in case the healing quirk missed anything. Suddenly they stopped and his mother started screaming obscenities and hitting the car horn. He rolled down his window and started looking around. There were people crowding what looked like yellow police tape. He rolled his eyes, just one problem after another. He noticed something red and looked up again. There was a pair of shoes with the laces tied together, red sneakers just like Deku's. His mother's car started to move again as the police made a gap through the crowd for cars to go through. A blood splatter and a vague image, maybe a body. Take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Mom, stop the car, he said as his eyes went wide. Mom, stop. She did, and before she could ask why, he'd pulled off his seatbelt and gotten out of the car. Please let him be wrong. Please let him be wrong. He got himself clear of any bystanders and blasted himself up into the air, towards the shoes, and pulled them from the power line. They looked exactly like Deku's shoes. Same size, same shade, same burn marks near the top where he'd grabbed Deku by her ankle when he and another student tossed her in the trash can. They were Deku's shoes. He dropped to his knees. This can't be right. No, someone just has the same kind of shoes. The burns might be from their own quirk. He looked in the shoes and saw a note. He pulled it out as police closed around him, realizing he'd found evidence and moving to take it. He opened the note before they could pull it from his hands, his mother arriving before they did. Goodbye, Kaken, he screamed as the police pulled the shoes and note from his grasp as his mother had him close, having seen what the note said and realizing whose blood was on the street. Once her mother stopped crying and realized, odd as it might be, she had a quirk. Her mother had decided to call Mitsuki and let her know. So with her mother occupied, Izuku decided to prepare some sort of dinner. Aunt Mitsuki would probably be coming to celebrate her having a quirk. Big portions. With that in mind, Izuku went over to the kitchenette and pulled her apron from its hook. She slipped her head through the loop and tied the straps around her midsection as she thought about what to make. Katsuki and Masuro both enjoyed spicy food. while his mother preferred sweet things. Her mother liked starchy foods and she herself liked savory things, such as pork. She wondered if that taste for pork was a side effect of her quirk, just dormant. As she grabbed a few vegetables from the fridge, she put them on a cutting board before going back into the fridge and pulling out some ham. Her mother was starting to get frantic, but she couldn't make out the words. Probably just her mother realizing she just told her best friend her daughter died and now trying to explain everything's okay. She went into the pantry, grabbing a bag of rice and bringing back to the counter. She started to hum to herself as she cut open the bag and poured the rice into a serving bowl. Once it looked like there would be enough rice, she began to chop the vegetables, getting the pieces nice and small. As she chopped, she smiled, already thinking about what kind of hero costume she'd have. One comic style that survived the appearance of quirks was zombie horrors, girls with rather gifted chests, and lucky boys fighting through schoolyards and cities against hordes of their former classmates. She could probably do a play on that for her outfit. She pushed the cut celery aside and shook her head, focusing on cutting the vegetables. It wasn't safe to daydream with a knife, especially not with her mother coming into the room. Izuku, are you sure it wasn't explode your finger? She blinked and held her hand up, looking at her now half-sized pinky. Before she could say anything, pink threads shot from the cut and moved rapidly the other part of her finger. She watched as the strands pierced through the edges of the wound and pulled it back up to her hand, stitching the finger back into one piece. Her eyes widened and shone with excitement. She might not have realized the cut, but when the strands touched her pinky, she felt it reconnect. She looked around, ignoring her mother's concerned questions, and saw the TV remote. She pulled the cleaver from the knife block. Izuku, what are you? Izuku, no. She brought the cleaver down on her left wrist, grabbed her severed hand and threw it at the remote, landing just a bit too far. Her mother screamed as the strands shot out and reconnected with her hand and tried to grab the remote as the muscle strings pulled her hand back. Her mother, pale as a sheet, stared in horror as she grinned and turned on the TV. This had potential. She turned off the TV and looked over the cutting board. Not really much blood to speak of, probably because her heart isn't beating anymore. She shrugged and continued preparing the vegetables and meat as her mom stood there making little, horrified squeaks. Maybe she should make it starch heavy, help her feel better. Cooking had been relaxing, and she hadn't felt the urge to go after raw meat yet, so no zombie side effects, she guessed. Once she was done, she guided her still horrified mother over to the table and given her a bowl of stir-fry before running to her room with the cleaver to start analyzing her own quirk. She bit her lip to contain a squeal of excitement. She never thought she'd get to do this. She pulled a fresh notebook from her bookshelf and began writing. She decided to call it Patchwork Zombie, and figured it was probably a mutant type. Muscle fibers now serve a secondary purpose, able to twist and form sutures to reconnect nerve endings and body parts, activated permanently by death, she said to herself as she jotted what she knew down. Once done, she started to work on her own costume design. She'd probably need someone crazy to be willing to help her. She began drawing a blank character resembling her own body type and was about to create the costume when she heard a crash from the front door, followed by her mother screaming. Izuku shot up and ran out of her room to find Mitsuki and Masaru checking on her mother, who had yet to take a bite of the food she made and was now standing, looking at wall opposite of the door. As they fussed over her mother, she looked at the front door frame. The door was not in the frame. She followed her mother's gaze and found the door, in two pieces, sticking out of the wall. She blinked and looked into the kitchen, where Kaken was staring at her in some mix of horror and shock. So, I take it you're not here to celebrate me finding my quirk, Izuku said, causing Mitsuki and Masaru to freeze and slowly turn to where she was standing. They didn't say anything, just staring, so she waved nervously. Hi, Auntie Mitsuki, Uncle Masaru. Mitsuki then rushed over and hugged her tightly. Oh God, I thought you were dead. There was so much blood, and there was a pair of shoes just like yours with a note and that cute pet name you have, Katsuki, Mitsuki said as she swung her around. Have you been eating right? You're kind of pale and cold, dear. You saw that, she said, looking a bit sheepish. Oh, in fact, you're actually very cold. Come on, let's get you wrapped up. Katsuki, go find an electric blanket, would you? She's as cold as a... Mitsuki said as she grabbed Izuku's wrist, then started to trail off and stare at her. After a moment of this, she let go of her and put a hand down Izuku's shirt, pressing against her chest. Auntie, Mom, honey, why can't I feel your heartbeat? Mitsuki said as she started to pale, her eyes darting and finding all the stitches Izuku's quirk generate. Don't have one anymore, Izuku said, then smiled sheepishly. I call it Patchwork Zombie. What do you think? Mitsuki turned even more pale as she put her hands on Izuku's shoulders. Patchwork ZZ Zombie. Izuku nodded as Masaru collapsed backwards into a chair while Katsuki put his hands on the counter, barely able to keep himself from falling as the blood drained from his face at record speeds. She stepped back from Mitsuki and did a little twirl. You don't need to look like that. I have a quirk now, isn't it amazing? You effing jumped from a 5-story building, you idiot. How could you do that and smile? Katsuki said from across the room. You died and there was blood everywhere. You took off your shoes and put a note and everything. You tried to kill yourself. And then I came back with a quirk. Isn't it amazing? Izuku said, grinning, making Mitsuki take a horrified step back while Katsuki flinched as if he'd been struck with a baseball bat. Now I can be a hero. I even have cool tricks now. She put her wrist against her bedroom door and, after pulling the cleaver from her apron, chopped her hand off again. They all screamed and she threw her hand to the arm of the couch. The muscle strings shot out again and once they connected she grabbed the couch and found herself reeled towards it, sliding across the ground. The strings once again stitched her back together and she stood up, hands in the air. Tada! Masaru fell out of the chair, as did Inko, having fainted from the scene of a small 15-year-old girl being dragged across the floor by strings made from her own muscles, erupting from a stump of an arm and stitching her hand back onto said stump. Katsuki fell backwards onto his backside while Mitsuki dropped to her knees, tears welling in her eyes. She could hear Katsuki muttering to himself, asking what he had done, that it wasn't supposed to be like this. Mitsuki crawled over to her and looked over her wrist, and then pulled her in close and started crying. I'm so sorry, sweetie. Everything's going to be okay. We'll find out what's happened to you. Izuku was confused. But it's just my quirk. I have a quirk now. Why are you so sad, Auntie? Katsuki looked in horror as his mother picked herself up and carried Izuku out the door, stopping only to tell him to get his father onto the couch and Inko into a bed. He'd nodded, his mind spinning and barely keeping himself together. First, he moved Aunt Inko to her bed, then his father to the couch. The smell of blood filled his nostrils. Today had gone wrong in so many ways he couldn't keep up. It had started as a normal day. Walk to school, accidentally bump into Izuku and bully her about being useless. Once he'd said a few things to keep her from thinking he liked her around. He'd walk away then continue walking to school while keeping her in view. Once at school he'd fire off his quirk, remind the extras they were worthless seeing as their quirks couldn't do shit and they weren't exactly geniuses while making sure the teachers gave him that extra lesson, that extra tip in hopes of riding on his fame. Before making his way home he'd remind Izuku that she's quirkless, that she can't be a hero without a quirk. Then he'd pretend to leave her alone but instead just take back alleys to watch her from the shadows, make sure the alleys were clear of the sort of filth that might make her disappear. It was all working out. Izuku was walking away from being a heroine. He was keeping her safe, and he was getting free tutoring to use his quirk more effectively. Then he learned from his teacher that Izuku was still going the hero route, applying for UA, so he pushed harder, told her to jump from a building, burned her shoulder. He tried to scare her off, turn himself into something scary enough that she'd be afraid of going to UA because he'd be there. Then he'd graduate. Playoff UA reformed him and not say he'd practically tortured himself mistreating her to keep her safe. He'd get his own agency, put her in charge of analyzing quirks, making sure his sidekicks got the best training and the best tactics for countering the quirks used by villains. He'd seen her notebooks. She'd reform any agency to number 1 by analysis alone. The only reason he blew up her notebook is that it had notes on him and if some villain got a hold of her notes on his quirk, he was as good as dead. Then, he gets caught by a villain, who starts trying to kill him and use his body to wreak havoc. He couldn't escape. He could barely think from the lack of air. When he finally powers his way free it damn near kills him and when he wakes up he learns the worst part. He'd killed people. His escape blast collapsed the building a hero had been using to evacuate people from the fires caused by his previous attempts to escape. Not to mention the gas line explosion. Suddenly he thought about those extras at school. How many of them just didn't say anything for fear of him causing worse damage after he blasted them? How many kids had he bullied went home with much more severe damage than they let on for fear of him? As those thoughts plagued him he realized how much damage he did to them, in the form of Izuku's blood on the street and her shoes up in a power line with a effing goodbye letter to him. He'd told her to jump and she did. He pushed too hard and might as well have thrown her from the rooftop himself. How many students were pulled from his school and how many had followed her example? He had no way of knowing, but she was hardly the first person he made that comment to, and not all of them went to his school anymore. Then his mother gets a call from Aunt Inko saying that Izuku is home. For fear of losing her his mother spun the car around and drove straight to Inko's home. The moment he came into the room he saw Inko pale as a sheet, barely moving with stir-fry in front of her. He smelt blood. One teacher had told him to get used to identifying the smell, train his nose to look for it, and he had. Made sense to him. If you can smell blood either someone's hurt or someone's dead, both of which are important. He bolted to the kitchen and found a mess of blood, as if body parts had been chopped off and flung around. He put his hand in his pocket to call the police when she appeared out of her room, pale and wearing a bloodied apron with a cleaver in the pocket like some demented butcher. Her lips were blue and her eyes bloodshot. She had stitches crisscrossing her head and arms. She looked so confused, but also happy to see them. I made you jump off a building. Why are you smiling and laughing like it's your birthday? She said she had a quirk now, that she could be a hero and even figured out a new trick. Then she cut her hand off using her bedroom door like a effing cutting board, with blood oozing from her stump of an arm and dismembered hand, throws her hand to the couch. He watched in utter horror as strings of muscle burst from the edges of the wound and dragged her to her hand, using her own damn blood to slip across the floor and stitch her back together. She was so proud, unflinching to the fact she just mutilated herself on a damn whim. Katsuki fell back onto the tile and curled up, sobbing into his knees, his sweat searing his jeans and legs as he held them against his chest. What had he done? Naomasa Tsukachi wasn't one to take a detour on the way to the station. He'd been in the area of a suicide and was roped into investigating it. He'd done his investigation and now he needed to report his findings. So when the station he's driving to calls him and tells him to take a detour to the local hospital, he's curious as to why. They tell him they found the jumper and they need his quirk to verify. That just confuses him more, but he doesn't question it yet. Instead, he goes to the local hospital and finds himself led to a room with a blonde woman and a little greenette. "Hello, I am Detective Tsukachi. Do you two know something about the jumper on Minamoto Street?" he says, and the blonde pales and points at the little girl, who looks sheepish. "That was me." Why is his quirk telling him she's telling the truth? "I'm sorry, do you mean it was you who saw the jumper?" "No, I jumped from the roof and discovered my quirk. Want to see it?" "No," the blonde said, grabbing the girl's wrists before she can reach for a nearby scalpel. No lies, the atmosphere of the room was suddenly very uncomfortable for everyone but the girl. He looks at her again and starts to notice a few key features backing her up. Her lips are blue and her chest isn't moving. On top of that, she has a number of oddly colored stitches where bones would have broken and likely torn out of her body. One set in particular around her scalp and face, as if she'd split her head open. He sighs and sits down in one of the chairs, then looks at the blonde woman. "I'm sorry, could I get your names?" he said, pulling out a notebook and noting what's happened so far. "My name is Mitsuki Bakugo, and this is Izuku Midoriya. Her mother is a close friend of mine, and after she called saying her daughter was home, bloody and telling her about dying and discovering her quirk, she said, then looks away. Not lying, just hard to talk about. We came to check on her and she cut off her hand to demonstrate her new quirk. The way she's been acting is frankly terrifying, and I wanted to know if maybe the fall did more than create a quirk. Is she not my friend's daughter anymore?" went unsaid. He started a conversation with the girl, letting his quirk catch anything that might be a lie, something she might be saying just to get what she wants. The results were disconcerting, but not unexpected. "Mrs. Bakugo, if you'd step outside with me." She nods and they walk out of the room. Once the door was closed, he sighed heavily. "Mrs. Bakugo, what can you tell me about Izuku before all this happened?" he said. "She was a sweet, selfless, little thing, shy and bullied rather heavily, but always dreaming of being the sort of woman that saves people with a smile on her face," she said. "All Might was her role model in a lot of ways." He nodded, then pointed at the hospital room door. "Mrs. Bakugo, as I'm sure you're aware, quirks are a part of us. They affect our minds. Whether we like it or not, our quirks change us in ways that make us able to use them with the same amount of thought as walking or breathing," he said, then rubbed his temples. "In extreme cases, we classify this mental change as quirk instability, in which a quirk causes a drastic change in personality that makes the user okay with actions that only the unhinged would do." She nodded and paled even further as she realized what exactly that meant. So, she can't understand what's wrong with having jumped to her death or cutting off her limbs. Her mind is wired in such a way by her quirk, he said. "The best we can do is encourage her to be a hero and use her power for good, in the hopes that her inability to fear death and dismemberment will be curbed by her desire not to terrify the people she's saving." Izuku grinned as Mitsuki drove her back home. She had a quirk and the nice man said he'd arrange for someone to help her learn how to best use her quirk. She already had ideas, but professional help would only make her into a better hero. Auntie Mitsuki still wouldn't let her near the cleaver though. When they got home, Katsuki looked at her. His pants were burnt at the sides and his eyes were red. He walked over to her and reached out. She flinched and he froze, fresh tears escaping his eyes. His hands hovered around her, as if afraid to touch her, to break her. After a bit, she stepped forward into his arms. He held her gently, his face buried in her collarbone. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," he said. "I won't do it again, I promise. Please don't do it again, please." "It's okay, Kaken, we're going to be heroes," Izuku said as she hugged him back. "I promise." Masaru and Inko had woken up by now, and Mitsuki took them into another room to explain what both the doctors and the detective had discovered about Izuku's mental state. Meanwhile, happy to have her friend back, and not as a bully, Izuku dragged Katsuki to her room to share all her notebooks and merchandise with him. Things she'd discovered other heroes doing that she bet Katsuki could use, as well as her new posters and All Might memorabilia. She showed him the different moves she'd created for him, measuring his blasts from years after years of being hit by them. She gave him ways to kick with equal force to Mount Lady's Canyon Cannon. came up with ideas for costume gear that could focus his explosions behind him to make him hit harder. After everything he'd done, she only ever wanted to help him. He remembered attacking her, elbow slamming her ear, slamming an open palm into the side of her midsection and blasting her, grabbing her hair and backhanding her with a closed fist. He remembered joining in groups, circling her and kicking her while she curled up on the ground, destroying her belongings and attacking her dreams. All the while she just took it, used it to further study him and now help him. He broke. He couldn't stay here. He couldn't be near her. He didn't deserve to be near her. He ran, ignoring her sudden cries for him to come back. He ran down the complex and got to his family's apartment and locked himself in his room. He cried. He lashed out. He cursed himself and his quirk for ever having hurt her. He ripped down his All Might posters and moved to attack his desk when he stopped. There, sitting innocently, was an All Might figurine. Silver Age costume, the same one Izuku had. Kaken, look, Hada, is that? Yeah, 2 All Might. They were the last ones at the store. He'd spent all his allowance getting both of them so they'd both have one. He wasn't able to buy the comic he wanted, but he couldn't just buy one with his best friend next to him. He picked it up carefully as the tears came back anew. He clasped the figurine in both hands and cried. Izuku, I'm so sorry, he said, clenching the figurine. But I promise, when we get to UA, no one will ever hurt you again. He stood up and started drawing on a notebook of his own, creating the image he wanted for himself, and adding in the specs and tricks Izuku had mentioned. He'd keep her safe as he should have from the beginning. Izuku didn't understand why he ran off like that. Masaru and Mitsuki following behind him, she figured she'd find out in school, eventually. She shrugged and made sure her apron was on straight. She needed to train for the exams. Mom, I'm heading out, she said as she left through the doorframe, a chef knife in her apron. She grinned and began to run. The beach should be a good place to start. Last she heard one section was used as a dump. Maybe she could find some weights. As before, she noticed her legs wasn't getting tired, and she didn't need to breathe so she wasn't getting winded either. She decided to see just how much she could take and started running as fast as she could push herself, and it didn't change anything. Before the fall she could maybe run this fast for a few seconds before she got tired, but now she could just keep going. She couldn't go faster than her old limit though. Try as she might, despite there being no pain, it was like there was a wall. Her legs just wouldn't move faster. She still had to train, and that made her smile a bit. If she trained and got better, that meant she wasn't going to rot. If she didn't, maybe suspended existence, unable to grow but unable to rot, or she'll rot. Lost in her thoughts and running at her top speed, she made it to the beach but missed the stairs. She flew forward and smashed her face into a refrigerator. She peeled herself off of the junk and found she couldn't see or smell anything. There were some pops and she felt her face reconstruct itself. Before she knew it, she was good as new as far as she could feel. She checked her reflecting in the chef knife. A few new stitches over her face, but other than that, good as new. She pulled off her shoes again and looked around at the junkyard. This would make a perfect place to test her quirk. She looked at her fingers. And the chef knife, time to get to work. Okay, so I can grab things once the muscle threads reconnect with my dismembered hand, but cutting my wrist off right now is hard. I can't do it on the fly, she said as she climbed the refrigerator. So, maybe I could bite a finger, no, two. She opened her mouth and bit off her middle and index fingers from her right hand and spat them and the blood into her left hand. She looked across the trash, saw another fridge, and through her fingers. Soon the threads shot out to reconnect her fingers to her body, and she got lucky enough that when they reconnected, she could hook her fingers to hold onto the fridge. She lurched forward as she was reeled in towards the fridge again and immediately noticed a problem. All the trash between her and the other fridge was disorganized, uneven, and a mix of hard, sharp, and blunt. She went from sliding on her feet to stubbing her toes and sliding headfirst into a microwave, which caused her to vault upward and lose her grip. Her fingers flew back to her and were stitched back onto her hand just in time for her to faceplant into, thankfully, a spot of sand that wasn't covered in trash. And then her knife, which had been flung out of her apron, fell down and stabbed into her shoulder. She really needs to stop being so excited about her quirk she doesn't think first. Izuku shook her head and looked around, then pulled the knife out of her shoulder and smeared the blood from her knife onto a whiteboard someone had thrown out. If she moved the trash a bit, measured and stacked it, maybe took some to the actual dump. She smiled and put the knife back in her apron, grabbing the whiteboard and standing it up. Time to make a training plan. Taking the knife out of her apron again, she cut her left palm, letting the blood pool before dipping her finger in it and writing on the board. First, clean up to build muscle and see if she can still get stronger. Second, use the good pieces to create an obstacle course so she can get used to using the patchwork side of her quirk to move around, grab objects, and see said side's limits. It was a simple plan, but with a body that doesn't get tired moving around trash should need too much planning. She smiled at her work and turned around. Time to clean things up. Naomasa Tsukachi briefly wondered if it would be wrong to walk up to the chief and ask for the scotch he hides in the lower left drawer. in the flask hidden inside the fake cigar case. Quirks had to be registered for a multitude of reasons. In the event of a crime, the first thing to check was the quirk registry. However, another reason, the one putting the rather large pile of paperwork in front of him, was quirk instability, a fact that he'd been reminded of with UndeadIzuku Midoriya. It had been 2 weeks since the event at the hospital, and he'd found some local psychics with blood-based quirks who could occasionally help teach her. She needed to go to UA or some other hero school. It might not seem right, but with a quirk like hers, if she went villain, he wasn't sure what would stop her. She hadn't let anything stop her so far, and death proved fruitless at keeping her down even when she had originally wanted it to do so. She'd lived life registered as quirkless, with x-rays of a double-jointed pinky toe, which just brought more problems. He'd called Chiyo Suzenji about it. They two were acquaintances through Toshinori. Come to think of it, the man was remarkably quiet of late. He should check on him. Anyway, the woman had explained to him if those were her x-rays, then she should have been quirkless. So he'd asked the chief if they could investigate the rest of the patients that location had seen. That was a week ago. The chief had agreed and had given one of the other officers the files needed to set up a permanent monitor to watch over Izuku and assist with her training. The monitor clause was a rarely used part of the quirk laws, coming into play after the second generation following the discovery of quirks. A short version, it stated if someone had an extreme case of quirk instability, local hero agencies would be called to check on the affected person every few days. If a hero took a liking to the person, they could apply to act as a permanent monitor, rather than help with finding that right hero. He was now going through file after file trying to see just how many people this doctor had screwed over. Still, Naomasa couldn't say he'd been wrong, just regretted not wording it in a way to have someone else stuck with the job. The hospital that ran the quirk testing was still active, and, luckily, the doctor involved was still working there. His quirk had gone off within the first few sentences with the doctor who had misdiagnosed Izuku, and after going over the files, she was far from the only one. While he doubted the man knew what Izuku's quirk would be, she showed a number of traits in the testing showing a dormant quirk, as did many others. By listing them as quirkless, the parents wouldn't know what to fix or what their child might need to keep their quirk instability from causing psychosis, much to the doctor's chagrin. Other members of the staff were in charge of the initial testing. Izuku had shown a heavy preference for certain foods, pork and cocoa especially, as her self-preservation even prior to when he'd met her was minuscule. Further digging showed he'd misdiagnosed at least a dozen different children, all of which showed signs of very dangerous dormant quirks, one of which who was already on the run from the authorities, one Himiko Toga, whose appetite for blood had shown very quickly in the initial tests. He shook his head. The only reason he'd managed to make people believe their children were actually quirkless was with various fake x-rays of quirkless feet. What he didn't understand was why. Why would he lie about these patients? He'd ruled out fear of the quirks. Quirk instability was a well-researched topic, and he could think of a few candy shops that could handle a taste for blood. He rubbed his temples and picked up his findings. He'd drop them off with the chief, then go find Toshinori. Maybe he could get into contact with Sir Night-Eye. His agency might be useful in finding the other children. Paperwork dropped off, coat on, and he made his way out before pulling out his phone and dialing Toshinori. A couple of rings and the man picked up. "Detective Tsukachi, how can I help you today?" Toshinori said from the other line. He sounded tired. Must be in his civilian form. "I understand you've been investigating a doctor linked to false quirk diagnosis crimes. Good to know you're still keeping up with the news. I was hoping you could get me into Sir Night-Eye's agency," he said as he made his way to his car. "Also, I wanted your opinion on who might be a good hero to monitor a quirk instability case linked to the investigation. Sir Night-Eye and I don't get along as much as we used to. Still, I'm sure he'd understand the importance of the case. I'll let him know you're interested in a team-up," Toshinori said. Then there was a muffled, wet cough. "As for the instability case, tell me about it." Girl committed suicide only to learn she had a dormant self-reanimation quirk, one that puts her body back together after it's damaged. She decided to call it Patchwork Zombie. "It's registered as a mutant type," he said, leaning back on the side of the car. No reason to get in and tempt himself to drive distracted. It had been dormant before and she was listed as quirkless. Once it activated, she lost all sense of self-preservation because she can't die. "I imagine it gets worse. She doesn't really notice pain, so she doesn't realize it's an issue when people hurt her and doesn't have any issue getting herself severely hurt," Naomasa said, getting a shocked cough, followed by choking. "You okay?" "Yeah, just a bit of blood down the wrong pipe." Naomasa rolled his eyes. "You say that so calmly. You realize most people see coughing up enough blood to choke on it as bad," he said. "You don't get the quirk instability excuse like Izuku." "Is that the girl's name?" Naomasa raised an eyebrow. He sounded sick now. "Yeah, Izuku. Why?" "Izuku Midoriya. You know her," Naomasa said. "Well, this might turn out okay. If he knew the girl, then he'd definitely know who to send." "Yeah, green hair, sweet kid, wants to be a hero." doesn't seem to realize her own mortality. Granted, we're not sure she's not immortal now. The phone went silent. Then he heard a clatter as if Toshinori had dropped the phone. Toshinori. He waited for a moment, but Toshinori wasn't responding. Naomasa hung up and opened the door to his car, turning the car on and slowly driving out of the parking lot. After a few minutes, he was well on his way to check on his friend. He wondered briefly how Toshinori knew the girl. She didn't seem like she'd be in this situation if she was close friends with All Might of all people. Toshinori's new apartment wasn't hard to get to. He lived fairly humble for a man who made himself into a symbol. He slowed as he came to the parking lot and once parked, got out and made his way to the hero's apartment. Naomasa wasn't sure when he started to run. Toshinori wasn't the sort to go non-responsive, and his link to Izuku was still in question. He came up to the door and pulled out his key. The man had long since given him the spare just in case. He threw open the door and immediately saw Toshinori, head in his hands, sitting on the couch. Naomasa calmed himself down and walked over to the man, putting a hand on his shoulder. "Toshinori, you all right?" The man shook his head and took a few shaky breaths. "You said Izuku Midoriya committed suicide," he said, looking up from his hands, letting them rest on his lap. "I met the girl before she did. I'd saved her from a villain and she asked me if she could be a hero without a quirk." Naomasa sat down on the couch next to Toshinori. "Sounds like something she'd ask from the profile we've built on her," Naomasa said, feeling some relief. Of course, that's how he met her. Still, he had a bad feeling, not sure what about. "I was thinking calling up Tiger from the Wild Pussycats. There haven't been any recent environmental disasters recently and his stretching might give her some ideas with her little trick." Toshinori didn't respond, and Naomasa sighed. "All right, so you saved her and she died anyway, but why is this hitting you so hard?" Naomasa said, putting an arm around Toshinori's shoulders. "There's no way you could have known what was going on." "I told her no," Toshinori said. "I said that with no power, she could never be a hero." Naomasa held back a wince, probably not the best thing he could have said. Toshinori stood up, his movements agitated. "When I found her, she was being attacked by a sludge villain. I hit the bastard hard enough for force him off the girl and then pushed on her stomach a bit to induce her to cough the rest out," he said, pacing back and forth, his arms moving as he spoke, the movement erratic and annoyed. "I stuffed the main part of the villain into a soda bottle, signed a burnt book, and jumped to leave." He was breathing heavily. He looked terrified. "She grabbed onto my leg and we landed on the highest building I could find. She asked if a person could become a hero without a quirk and I told her no, that she'd be better off becoming a police officer or a nurse," he said. "She could still save lives and it would be safer, but I didn't say that. No, I just said she couldn't become a police officer and give up on unrealistic dreams." Part of Naomasa wondered if he should petition for heroes to get some sort of public relations training, already seeing where this was going and why he felt sick. He pulled out his phone as Toshinori went on about how he had dropped the villain and the result of that. Small world really. To know just how interconnected the events were, scary even. He wanted to look into it. He brought up his phone's map and entered the address for the Genton building on Minamoto Street, the site of the attempted suicide. Sure enough, right next to it is the Shoshin Corporation headquarters, and Naomasa was a bit grateful she hadn't jumped off of that building. The mess had been big enough with just a 5-story fall. Toshinori sat back down on the couch, having ran himself ragged going over the events. "Naomasa, how bad is it?" he said. "Her quirk instability." He thought about it for a moment and shook his head. "Honestly, it's the worst I've seen and at the same time it's not," he said before getting up and looking through Toshinori's fridge. He had beer, good, they'd both need one. He pulled 2 of them out and walked back, handing his friend one. On one hand, the girl doesn't seem to care or realize when she's hurt, and will purposely dismember herself to use her quirk in odd ways. Toshinori nearly choked on his beer at that. "Dismember, with a cleaver or by biting," he said as he opened his own beer. "She also has lost the ability to understand why killing herself is wrong. Because her quirk wired her brain to realize she doesn't die when she's killed, she just loses consciousness and puts herself back together, and to her, that's okay. It doesn't seem to give her any violent urges, though her palate seems to lean towards pork in all cases," he said, and he'd listened to more than enough people talk about the similarities between pork and human flesh for ballistic testing. Aside from just a sheer lack of self-preservation because her quirk negates any possibility of death in a normal sense, she's actually a pretty sweet kid. Granted, that just made it all the more disturbing to deal with her. How do you deal with a little girl in an apron, asking you what sort of tea you prefer as she chops off her hand and half of her forearm and just tosses it across the damn kitchenette to grab the teapot? Hearing about it was one thing. Watching her do it with the purest, most innocent face he'd ever seen was a very different matter. Still, he guessed he should be thankful. If anything ever fazed him after this, he'd eat his coat, plus it helped with his poker face. She's at least aware that other people aren't the same, possibly due to how late her quirk came into play, so she knows saving people quickly is important. She's been training herself pretty heavily of late according to the monitors, Naomasa said before taking a drink. Kashinori felt himself nod. He'd received one for all much later than people usually got their quirks, and its effects were minor at best. At the moment we have a couple agencies coordinating to keep her monitored, or someone from the office visits her. Right, you asked if I had any ideas on that, Toshinori said. Honestly, the hero wasn't sure who would be a good match. There weren't a lot of heroes or psychics with disturbing quirks anymore. They either went underground or they took desk positions with agencies. His method was much more in the spotlight anyway, so even if they were common they'd avoid him. Unfortunately, I have any ideas on it. Heroes with darker quirks tend to avoid me so they don't get stuck in the spotlight. Have you contacted UA? I'm sure Nezu would have an idea or two. Toshinori stood up and finished off his beer, tossing the can into the trash. I'll call Sir Night-Eye. He says he might have someone who might make a good successor for one for also I need to talk to him anyway, he said as he went over to his fallen phone. He'll probably want your opinion on the girl, so make yourself at home. Naomasa nodded, throwing a quick text to the chief mentioning what he learned from Toshinori. True man, prior to suicide, Midoriya was attacked by a villain that caused the incident at Bunky Ave. Saved by passing hero but escaped. Why create a new scene and get self-captured if they had already succeeded in escaping? Woof, good find, we'll find out. We have a possible monitor for Midoriya. Make sure to visit her tomorrow and check if he made a good impression. Inko Midoriya wasn't sure what to make of the person towering in front of her. She had met quite a few heroes of late, all of them slightly intimidating in some way or another. This one, however, was a full foot taller than her and had his rather muscular physique on full display. His face was hidden by a white mask with 4 holes, 3 of which had short gun barrel stems, but his long, gray hair was on full display, spiking behind him reminiscent of an explosion. His shoulders and the sides of his neck were protected with a dark gray guard, which connected to his mask and his vest, said vest doing nothing to hide his rather solid-looking pecs. Brown pants tucked into black boots, underneath some sort of gray high pants that thankfully covered the man's abs. His arms had a pair of shoulder-high, fingerless gloves in a matching shade of gray as well as massive revolver chambers for arm guards. Hi, I'm Pro-Hero Gunhead. I'm here for Izuku Midoriya, he said, waving rather cheerfully. And Inko relaxed a bit. Am I at the right apartment? At least the man didn't sound intimidating. Yes, come on in, you're just in time for lunch, she said and stood aside to give the man room to come in. He bowed slightly and took off his boots and slipped on a pair of tatami slippers she'd learned to keep at the door for random visitors. Izuku, your monitor for the day is here. She watched as Izuku looked up from the stove she had been braising some pork on, and smiled at her daughter's face lit up with excitement. Oh my god, you're Gunhead, she said, and Inko sighed as the girl nearly forgot she had the stove on, taking 2 steps to come fangirl only to stop and rush back to the stove. You have time to stay for lunch. I could eat, Gunhead said as he walked into the apartment, then looked at Inko. You don't mind if I take her to the agency, do you? Give her some training, see how she's doing. I think she'd love that. She's quite the hero fan, though you might want to call ahead so everyone has a pen, Inko said. He seemed like an okay sort. She's going to want autographs. Oh, he said, his hands going up to his mask, right where his mouth would be. Izuku smiled and put a serving plate on the table. Blueberry glazed pork tenderloin, as well as 3 empty plates. She'd found she had a taste for blueberries after Katsuki had brought a bag of them one day at school to share, though he'd been a bit upset when she devoured them all. Katsuki had turned out to actually want to be friends again, though he was also kind of different about it, like he wanted her all to himself. Izuku-chan, I brought you. F off weird brows. Izuku-chan, want to go hang out at the die? Will you be my? Boom. She sat down and waited for Gunhead and her mother to do that same at Adakamasu. They all said before they all started taking portions for themselves. So, I understand you're hoping to get into UndeadIzuku, Gunhead said, pulling off his mask so he'd be able to eat. Izuku looked at his face for a moment. His eyes were a similar shade of gray as his arm guards, and he had a few wrinkles, not enough to be old but enough to put him in his mid-50s. His lips were thin and his hairline seemed further back than some of the other people who came to check on her. They don't usually allow agencies to get more than 1 intern from them a season, preferring to spread their classes out. Still, they earn their best hero school title. When I do get an intern from them, they show a lot of promise. You've taught UA students, Izuku said, finding the temptation to talk with her mouth full. Ever since her quirk activated, she's found herself even more fond of pork. Katsuki said she should call people she doesn't like little piggas after watching her eat katsudon last week. He didn't explain why. Do you have to coordinate what you teach them with their teachers, or do they just let you do whatever? Gunhead tilted his head and pointed at the ceiling, smiling widely and closing his eyes. A bit of both. Usually I get a profile from their teacher or from the principal as well as an overview of where they think the student is lacking, he said, then lowered his hand. Most of the time I ask for students who look like they're lacking in combat skill but have the potential for it, give them some self-defense pointers. Support heroes don't always remember to keep up on that, and it doesn't end well. Izuku nodded as Gunhead continued, listening as he described how he taught with a hands-on approach, encouraging his students to attack him so he could show them how to disable an attacker, then attacking back in the same way until they could do it too. She continued to eat her pork while she listened, occasionally stopping to ask questions which he happily answered. Soon they were done eating and he decided to help out with the dishes. You know, I'm told your quirk is pretty unique. Your monitor from last week said you use your body's regeneration to fight, he said as he put the clean plates on the rack to dry. Said it was hard to watch but that you do well in our agency, and that I should come to see you. He held out his hands, and she noticed a small hole in his third knuckles. My quirk's a bit on the odd side itself. My hands' muscle and bone structures are much more complicated than the average person, resembling the inner workings of a gun intermingled with normal hands, he said, then grabbed his right arm with his left hand and made a gesture of cocking his arm like it was a shock. It lets me product sharp, bullet-like pieces of keratin and shoot them out. They pack a punch and if need be I can fire them out at rates equal to common assault rifles set to full auto. End up needing a protein-heavy meal or two after those fights though. Izuku's eyes shined with excitement, and Gunhead reminded himself about the permanent monitor job. Having his own agency would make it difficult, but at the same time he could just bring her to said agency. The mother could come too. The little girl was just too cute, despite the pale skin and blue lips. Those were a bit scary. Same with the bloodshot eyes, but he could overlook that. He saw her grab the cleaver from the knife block and stuff it in her apron. The police agency in charge of the monitor setup for her also warned him about that. He still needed to show a few of his employees how to deal with improvised knife fights. Having someone with a cleaver would be a nice twist on today's training. I'm ready, she said, and Gunhead looked her over once more. White short-sleeve shirt, dark green knee-length skirt, black pants, and a pair of red shoes. He loaded his knuckles, put on his mask, and led her outside, both of them waving goodbye to her mother. A taste of a hero patrol should be a good way to get things started. Plus he did still need to call his agency and let them know to get a notebook and start autographing the thing. Should make a nice present for the girl in a few weeks. So, we're going to be taking a specific route to the agency. There are a few buildings between us and my agency that have been considered at risk, he said as they left the apartment complex and got onto the sidewalk. He held a finger up as he spoke, drawing a small circle towards the sky. Hero agencies set up their patrols through a number of different ways. The first thing my agency looks into is our own database. What places have been hit? Where have we been catching people? He glanced over at her and grinned at what he saw. She had a notebook out and was writing down what he was telling her in the prettiest handwriting he'd ever seen. Present Mike would love this kid. He raised his other hand and put another finger into the air. Next, we look over the police reports we get. As my agency generally puts emphasis on fighting and disabling armed combatants, we get those reports twice a week, he said, then clapping his hands together. I can't talk much about how we set up our patrols here, can't risk someone overhearing and making people's lives harder, but there's a veteran sidekick of mine whose patrol should be leading him somewhere close. He watches as she got even more excited and reached out to tussle her hair. We'll join him for a part of his patrol, at least until we get to my agency's dojo in the area. From there you'll join us for some training, he said. From what the police station said, you don't have much formal training, but they said you're doing something at a beach park. She nodded. Dagaba Municipal Beach. The currents and tides a few years back brought a bunch of trash to the beach, and after that people just started dumping stuff there, she said, and he knew where she was talking about. It used to be a nice place. People would go out on moonlight beach dates there, and he's pretty sure there are more than a dozen rumors about what goes on in the shack on the pier. I've been moving the trash around as strength training, and using some of it as obstacles to figure out tricks with my quirk. He nodded. For self-training that was actually pretty dedicated. Clean up the trash and make an obstacle course at the same time. Clever. Once it's finished I should take a look, see if we can't make a more professional one for the more mobile members of the agency, he said. He was overdue to expand his agency building, and an indoor obstacle course and gym would be beneficial. So, how do you use your quirk? She grinned and held up her arm. There was stitching around her wrist and the middle of her forearm. For a half second, he saw red. Who dare hurt this precious pale child? When I get hurt, my body stitches itself back together, she says, then puts her thumb in her mouth. He had a split second to think it looked cute before he heard her bite her thumb off. She held her hand out to prove. Yes, she actually bit the thing off right at her base knuckle before spitting her thumb out. The moment her finger was out of her mouth, he watched as muscle-like strings shot out of the stump on her hand, caught her thumb, and reeled it back to her hand and stitched it back on. So long as I can keep my grip, I can drag things to me or drag myself to things with it, though it activates really fast, so I need line up my target fast and throw hard to make sure my hand reaches it before the threads catch it. Gunhead's mind was spinning. Not in horror though. The man had seen worse things dealing with villains. No, he was spinning at a mile a minute thinking about how she could use this. That didn't hurt, he said, and she shook her head. So you grabbed the cleaver too. Used my quirk by cutting my hands off. Despite his experience, he paled under his mask for a moment at how cheerfully she said that, then went back to thinking. That seemed easy for you, and you went through bone. Did that take much effort? He said, then shook his head. Never mind, we'll figure out more at the agency. For now, let's get back to patrol, and give me the cleaver, we shouldn't need it today. She nodded, handed him the knife, and cleaned her lips on a handkerchief she pulled from her apron, and they met up with one of his sidekicks. Oi, Masquerade, we'll be joining you for a bit, okay? His sidekick nodded as they fell in line with him, Izuku almost immediately asking about his sidekick's quirk. This should be a fun day. The patrol went without incident, and they soon found themselves at a dojo he used as a check-in point and secondary assignment building. Here rookies could train, get assigned to patrols, and get some experience while making sure there was still a hero presence in safer areas. It also doubled as a secondary source of income, as either one of his more experienced sidekicks or he would teach self-defense classes. It might not stop a villain unleashing some of the more extreme quirks, but not every villain opened with a quirk or had a useful one, so they'd use weapons. He brought her into the dojo and motioned for her to stand between a pair of his sidekicks. This is Izuku Midoriya. She discovered her quirk just recently, and the local police station is advocating for her to become a hero, so she'll be joining us today, he said, answering the unasked questions of the civilians as well as letting the sidekicks know who she was. She's the monitored case, and they're her big brothers in case someone tries to instigate something. It wouldn't be the first time a visible mutant quirk like hers got some whispered taunts. Once everyone was in place, he began simple. At first they started punches and kicks, 20 repetitions each. He noticed as the reps ended she looked at her hand for a bit as if figuring something out. After that, Masquerade came in and took over while he led Izuku to one of the side rooms so he could do some one-on-one training with her. Saw you look at your hand, did you have an idea? She looked at him and nodded. Sort of. What if I had a bracelet that could cut my hand off? Then I could punch and throw my fist at someone, she said, putting her left hand around her right wrist. Then when it bounces off and the strings attach to my hand and start to reel it back, I could grab them and reel them in two. He looked at her for a moment. You want a guillotine for your wrist, he said, rubbing his chin. You know, I think a few support companies could do that, and with Power Loader's luck, at least one student will be crazy enough to make it. She grinned and took a step back. So, now what? She said, and Gunhead took out a knife and tossed it between his hands, then shook his head, putting it back in the rack. We're going to do some physical testing, see what you can do after a couple weeks self-training on that beach, he said, pulling out a remote and pressing a button. Izuku looked down, hearing a sound from the floor. A pair of tiles flipped open and a thick rod shot up, covered in leather. Go ahead and give this a few punches so we can test your strength. She nodded and stood in front of the rod, and he looked at the wall, pointing the remote at it and pressing a button. The wall opened up and showed a screen just in time for her first punch. He blinked and looked at Izuku. While he'd expected a hard hit, he didn't think it'd be that loud. He looked at the screen again, whistled. Good hit, do it again, he said. She'd slammed the sensor with nearly 300 pounds of force. She kept punching, and he watched the new numbers come up on the screen, peaking about 316 pounds of force. Not bad. You sure you've only been training for a couple weeks? She nodded and Gunhead hummed. Maybe a side effect of your quirk then, now, since you seem to have zombie powers, he said, and he took out a bite force tester, a pork chop-shaped device with a digital display. The devices had originally been made for dogs and had no real shape, but as quirks came into play, more human-friendly ones were made and shaped like food. Bite this. He watched her take the fake pork chop, then at him, then at the fake pork chop. It's to test your bite strength, he said, and he realized she might find it odd or didn't want to bite something that looked human. He did have other ones for people who felt like that, like the T-bone steak one, but then she went to bite it and he pulled out his cell for a picture. As he expected, she managed a picture-perfect scene. The girl's cheeks puffed as she fit the side of the pork chop-shaped test into her mouth, her lips still covering her teeth as her eyes stared at the test with determination. Click. Izuku looked up, the test still in her mouth, eyes brimming with confusion when his phone's camera clicked in response to him taking a picture of her. Her mother would probably love that pic for teasing purposes. She was still looking at him in confusion. Gunhead looked at Izuku, then the camera app on his cell, back at her. Click. Her face went red. Click, and he looked at the digital display, putting his cell away. He whistled at the 200-pound reading. Okay, so, your jaw is definitely stronger than average, he said as he grabbed the test device. She let go of it easily and looked down at her feet. Oh, don't look like that. The pictures were cute. Your mother will love these. Gunhead hummed to himself, hit the button on the remove to retract the screen and punching gauge, and patted Izuku's head. Anyway, those were all good readings for your age, real good. We'll keep up on your training and UA will be begging for you, he said as he led her back to the main room. Hey Masquerade, could you take Izuku home during your next patrol? I've got a phone call to make and some paperwork to fill out. The sidekick nodded and gestured for Izuku to follow, and Gunhead went into the small office the dojo had. He grabbed Izuku's file and dialed the number on the main page. Hey Chief, Gunhead calling. Send the paperwork for me to request monitoring be left to my agency. She's going to be a blast here, he said as he sat down at the desk and pulled up a registry of local quirk assessment clinics. Thanks. Let me know if my agency can be of any help investigating the events being the misdiagnosis clinic. He hung up the phone and pulled up his work email as well as the dojo's roster. From his little test he could see her quirk was more than reanimation and stitching. She needed a proper examination. After picking out a few of sidekicks, he sent out an email message to do a quick investigation of a few of the assessment clinics. If one got a good grade, he'd bring the idea up with the girl's mother. Oh, that reminded him. He pulled out his cell phone and with a quick check of the files to make sure he was texting the right number. Gunhead, hey, Mrs. Midoriya. Gunhead letting you know one of my sidekicks will be bringing your daughter back to you. On a side note, she's adorable. I took pictures. He hit the attach file button and attached all 3 pictures before sending. Inko M, thank you for the heads up, and for the adorable pictures. They'll be perfect for the snapbook. Gunhead grinned behind his mask and put the cell away once more. Katsuki Bakugo wasn't usually a quiet kid. His verbal fights with his mother were legendary in the complex. That had changed over the course of 2 weeks. His mother had gotten counseling for him after the explosion and everything that happened with Izuku. He'd only been to a couple sessions so far, but when it came down it, he felt keeping Izuku safe from the freaks and leeches at school helped him more, made him happy. Her first day back after discovering her quirk had been an eye-opener just like everything else recently. Watching everyone go from bullying her to jumping to try and befriend her and ride her coattails, it made him sick. He knew that's what had happened back when he discovered his quirk. And he also knew that he'd been taking advantage of it but seeing it from the outside. Where he once saw poor saps, now he saw slime balls he couldn't bring himself to associate with. He rubbed his eyes as he looked through another webpage, looking up foods he could reintroduce her to know that her quirk was active and had practically rewritten her mind. The day at the cafeteria reintroducing herself to pork. No, don't think about that day. Down that path lies madness. Blueberries had been a good choice, so he went back to the same nutrition site, looking for other foods that had what the brain needed. Zombies eat brains, so the stuff that has what keeps brains healthy would be good for her, right? After his explosion quirk activated, he found could barely get enough spicy food and had the biggest sweet tooth he knew. From his research, pork was similar to human flesh in a ballistic test and was compared to it by cannibal, though some also compared it to veal. Now he needed brain food, preferably something he could have an excuse for having, so she wouldn't question him having it and people wouldn't realize she wasn't just being nice about the gift. Chocolate might work. Just say his mother got the wrong percentage and give her a bar of 90%, see how she reacts to it. He already planned on how to introduce her to salmon. They were going to UA and when they'd pass he'd ask her out, take her to a nice sushi bar. If she said yes. What if she didn't say yes? She had every reason to say no to a date. But if it's not a date but the two of them having a celebratory lunch as friends, less reason to say no. He could do that. Besides, veal might be a better first date introduction. Generally, places with veal were a bit fancier. Maybe after the first year at UA, when they get their provisional licenses, that'd be perfect. He'd just need to keep all of his classmates off of her. Shouldn't be too hard. He was getting a lot of practice with the extras at school. And there was still another 10 months to work with. Sure, UA would have better quirks than his current classmates, but better quirks or not, no one wanted an explosion to the face, except for Izuku that one time. Wanting to test her quirk's limits, probably the only thing he's said no to her about recently. Someone's knocking on his door. He turned off his computer monitor. Door's open, he said as he stood up and turned around. Izuku had opened his door a crack and was poking her head in. Izuku, what's up? He was not flustered. Izuku had been in his room before. He was not flustered. She walked in fully and he noticed some stitching on her thumb. Must have demonstrated her quirk recently and that means she's already away from her monitor. She was giddy and he had to prevent himself from showing any anger. He wasn't mad at her. No, he couldn't do that anymore. Anytime he got angry at her he felt sick. What right did he have to be angry at her? No, he was mad at the police and the heroes that listed her under the monitor clause, listing her as a high-risk civilian, saying she needed a constant hand to prevent her from becoming a villain. The day she became a villain he'd eat his All Might posters. I got to meet Battle Hero Gunhead. He took me to a dojo nearby that he owns and we tested some stuff," she said, punching the air in front of her. "He had me punch a dummy rod and said I'm really strong for my size. I don't think I have super strength, but the training on the beach is working out." "Beach training? What beach training?" "She was going out and training on her own." "Calm down. It might not be too extreme." "Beach training, like running in the sand or swimming," he said. Surely she was smart enough not to do something too big on her own. Granted, she might chop or bite parts of herself off, but still she wasn't too. "I've been cleaning up the Dagaba Municipal Beach, pushing around refrigerators, vending machines, sheet metal, all the really heavy stuff," she said, looking at her hands and listing the stuff off on her fingers. "Oh, and I'm making an obstacle course from the more solid trash so I can practice using my quirk for maneuver." "Kakin, is everything okay?" He stared at her, eyes wide and his jaw just hanging open as a tiny, barely audible noise escaped his throat. No, nothing was okay. What was she thinking, moving around that kind of stuff on her own? He has dumbbells and weights. She could just ask him, or she could go to a gym. Why is she doing this? He's had enough heart attacks this month. "You idiot," he said, feeling guilty for getting mad at her, for this was for her own safety. He grabbed her shoulders and started shaking her back and forth. "If you want to do heavy weight training, you need someone keeping an eye on her. Do you want to get smashed into a paste, you damn idiot?" "Wah, I'm sorry, Kakin, I'm sorry. I'll take you with me next time." "Damn right you will. If not me, then one of the adults." "I pro-omi I see. I'm sorry or ori why. Mitsuki came into the room and he stopped shaking Izuku around. She leveled a glare at him. "What are you doing?" He looked at his mother with as flat an expression as he could manage. "She's been playing with the heavy appliances at Dagaba Beach." Mitsuki's eyes went wide with horror before she ripped Izuku out from his hands, lifted her into the air and started shaking her. "You idiot, stop doing such dangerous things." "I am so ori why? Worrying us like this? Just wait until I tell your mother. You'll be on a no-pork diet for a year." Katsuki sighed as his mother berated Izuku, who resembled a green blur with how hard his mother was shaking her. He walked out of the room into the kitchenette, only stopping for a moment to listen as his mother suddenly jumped in volume. Something told him he didn't want to know what Izuku said. He opened up the fridge and looked around. He was sure he'd told his mother about what he'd studied, so she hopefully got something he could give her to calm her down once. Katsuki smiled and pulled out a pair of Greek yogurt cups, reminding himself to thank his mother later as he grabbed a pair of spoons and headed to his room. "He is SS Ketabu out my YY Quir RRRK. I don't care if he asked. Stop hurting yourself needlessly." Katsuki felt himself sigh again. Hopefully, her hero suit wouldn't turn out too weird. "Don't shake her too hard, Mom. What if her sutures break open somewhere again and mess up my room?" he said as he walked into his room again, Mitsuki turning pale at the memory of that incident. Izuku was pulling the remote to herself by chop and toss when his mother went to visit her. The hand was still stitching itself together when his mother started shaking her, and it came back off, getting blood all over the both of them. Mitsuki gently put Izuku down, who started wobbling dizzily as Mitsuki patted her head and left the room. "Heh, old hag. So, want some yogurt?" Izuku shook the dizziness away. "Sure, thank you," she said, grabbing a cup and spoon from his hands. He chuckled and walked back over to his desk, turning the chair to face the rest of the room and sitting down. By now she'd peeled the yogurt cup open and was about to eat a spoonful. He focused on her face to see how she responded to it. Greek yogurt was good for muscle gain, and her sutures were strands of muscle from what they could tell, plus she's trying to get stronger. Her lips closed around the spoon and her eyes lit up. He blinked, and in the time it took to do so she went from calmly scooping to licking the inside of the plastic cup. He snorted and peeled the foil lid off his own yogurt. Her head jerked towards his yogurt cup so fast her hair spazzed, whipping up into the side and then falling back to its original position. He couldn't help it that time. He threw his head back and barked out a laugh, then shook his head in amusement before going to scoop up some for himself, only to feel his spoon hit his inner thumb. He looked down and saw his yogurt cup was missing, and then back at Izuku, who was shoveling his yogurt into her mouth. "Hey, that was mine," he said, and she jumped, looked at him, the cup, and then back at him. She bolted for the door while he shot out of his chair. "Come back here." Masaru sighed as he watched the kids run out of the apartment, Izuku blushing with embarrassment and Katsuki with half-hearted annoyance. He stroked his wife's side as she lied down on the couch, head in his lap. It was the blueberry incident all over again. Izuku ran as fast as she could and noticed she felt a bit faster with each day. Granted, this wasn't a get-to-the-beach run, it was a getaway from an angry Katsuki run. She hadn't meant to eat his yogurt, but it was just so good. It was creamy and tart, and it made her spine shiver just like the blueberries did. When he opened the one in his hand, her brain just went eat, and she did. She was regretting that. "Izuku, get back here," Katsuki said, alternating between running after her and using his quirk to rapidly hover after her when his legs needed a break. If there was one thing her quirk gave her that he was jealous about, it was that she never got tired. ever. He wasn't even sure if she still slept. He reminded himself to ask her about that. Physically she might not, but sleep was good for the brain as well. Did zombie brains need rest? He shook his head and blasted after her. He wasn't actually mad, but if he didn't pretend now, he wouldn't get to tease her about it later, and it was good exercise. I can't believe you ate my yogurt. They were getting pretty close to the beach, so he figured he'd reveal he wasn't actually mad, and then the two of them could get to training. She'll take a left in a moment down the slope leading to the main entrance area for the beach, and that's when he'd catch her. She ignored the left. Why isn't she going down the slope? There's a fence there for a reason. It was a straight drop. Izuku, don't you dare. He said a few decibels higher as he upped the strength of the blasts he was using to propel him faster. Izuku jumped the fence, only for Katsuki to tackle her from behind, arms around her midsection, causing her to squeal in terror as they both shot over the fence. She felt him move her to his right shoulder, her face looking down at the ground, her chin on his back. She watched an explosion go off beneath them and slow down their fall. Then he hit the ground feet first. Wow, I didn't know you co. What the hell were you thinking? Katsuki said as he flipped her off his shoulder and onto her butt, causing her to squawk from the sudden movement. You could have broken something. Izuku rubbed her arm and stood up. I would have gotten better, she said, putting at her thumb stitches. See, I get hurt and then I get better. Katsuki's hands went up into his hair, grabbing fistfuls and pulling in frustration. It doesn't matter that you'll get better, it's painful to watch you get hurt. For all of us, don't you get it? He said, letting go of his hair and grabbing her arms. When I saw that blood splatter, when you chop off your body parts, it hurts. It hurts worse than anything else I've ever experienced. He breathed a few times before letting go of her. Look, I'm sorry if I scared you. I was just messing around to tease you a bit. I don't care that you ate the yogurt, he said, running his fingers through his hair to try and calm down. Plus I figured you'd run to where you were training, thinking you'd outpace me since you don't get tired anymore. And you'd start training. Instead, we're both here, so you're not in danger of going missing under a vending machine. Izuku stared at Katsuki as he spoke, looking down when she realized she was probably causing a lot of stress to everyone by using her quirk like that. She was also very relieved to hear he wasn't mad about the yogurt, but chalked that up to him not knowing how good it had tasted. Looking around, she noted he was right. She'd ran to Dagaba Beach, and they'd landed a few yards away from the main dump area. Sorry, Kaken, she said once he'd finished. And he nodded. Right, so, now that that's all cleared up, you said you had a plan for an obstacle course. She nodded and grabbed his wrist, running to the whiteboard she'd written her plans on. Yeah, come on, the plan's over here. He relaxed and let her lead him to what looked like a whiteboard with red writing on it. He pulled out his cell with his free hand and sent a quick text to his mother, wondering where exactly Izuku had found a functioning dry erase marker in this literal dump. Ground Zero. Izuku and I are training at the beach. On a side note, Greek yogurt might be Izuku's new favorite thing. This is Bakugo. Keep her safe, and I'll make sure we get another box for when she visits. He turned off his phone and looked up at the whiteboard, and he realized she hadn't used a dry erase marker. Why is this written in blood? All I had was a knife, so I cut my hand and used the blood, she said, looking rather pleased with herself. Izuku, you could have just gone home and gotten a pen. Stop cutting yourself open for minor things, he said, grabbing her arms and shaking her again. I'm sore why please stow opus. I'll stop when it gets through your thick skull, you idiot. I want to it aga ain't I promise. Katsuki stopped shaking her and nodded. Good, now, what should we do first? He said, letting her go once she was stable again. Then looking at the dump pile, he could see vending machines, refrigerators, shelves, cabinets, all sorts of stuff. Izuku pointed at a pile of scrap that she'd separated from the rest, and Katsuki focused on it. There was a washer, a dryer, 2 refrigerators, multiple small appliances, a bunch of flat metal sheets, and a vending machine. That's where I'm putting the usable stuff for now. The small appliances and sheet metal is to make ramps and obstacles for the course, while the washer, dryer, and refrigerator didn't have any sharp spots, so I kept them as stuff to grab and propel myself through the course once it's made, she said. Then she focused her finger on the vending machine. That I grabbed cause it was the heaviest thing I could find. So I was using it as a measure of how much stronger I'm getting, but after punching the punching machine at Gunhead's dojo, I think I want to nail some mattresses to it for a punching bag. Think we could do it with some rebar. Katsuki grinned. Should be good control practice. Just enough explosion to make the rebar in the tube go through the mattress without shooting it clear through the vending machine, he said. Already imagine Izuku holding a tube like a bazooka with one of his hands clamped around the back end, and still sticking out enough that we can bend it to keep the mattress from falling. He wondered if there'd be someone at UA crazy enough to build him something like that. Store his sweat to be used to fire off ammunition when actual explosions might cause incidents like with that sludge bastard. His fist clenched. He wouldn't make that mistake again. Not if he could help it. Heroes didn't cause mass casualties. They saved lives, and like hell he was going to be anything other than a hero. Come on, I think I see a foam mattress over there. Maybe there aren't any rats in it. There are rats in this dump. Izuku slapped her hands together and put them on her hips, admiring her handiwork. She and Katsuki had found 3 lengths of rebar, a spool of metal wire, a pair of safes the size of Katsuki's chest, and a bunch of leather jackets. They'd bent the rebar by having Katsuki hold onto the spots they wanted bent and left of the smallest explosions he could, focus more on heat rather than blast. Then he'd let go, step back, and she'd drop one of the safes on the heated spot. It took a while, but eventually the ends of the rebar formed large safe-shaped hooks, which they could arrange into a cage around the safes. Then they wrapped the center rods with strips of the leather jacket to protect their hands, as well as the safes to help keep them secure. Finally, they wrapped the metal wires around the ends of the leather grip, and Katsuki used the same trick as before to heat the metal to keep the leather from falling off. She squatted down, arms holding the makeshift barbell, and started to lift, bringing it up to her chest as she stood up from the squat. Once she was standing, she lifted it from her chest and over her head. Then she brought it down to her chest, squatted down, and then slowly brought the barbell down before repeating the process. Katsuki called it a clean and jerk. Meanwhile, Katsuki stood 6 feet in front of her, looking at her as he used his own makeshift weights. His weights were more fun in his opinion to make and took a lot less effort to make as well. He found a few sets of old, thick metal fences with some twisting, heating with his explosion at a low setting, and he had 4 sharp metal spikes. He then put those metal stakes in a tube, aimed the tube at the top of a microwave, and set off a powerful explosion with the hand covering the back of the tube. It took a few tries, but he managed to get the metal spikes clean through the microwaves. A quick bend on the bottom to keep the spikes from sliding back out. Twist the other ends into handles and voila, he had kettlebells. He needed shoulder muscle, not just for strength but to help deal with his quirk's recoil. So with the back of his hands facing forward, he picked up the makeshift weights and lifted them by bringing his arms parallel with the ground, palms still facing forward. When he first did it, Izuku had to keep herself from laughing. It kind of looked like he was slowly flapping his arms in an attempt to fly. Then she imagined him doing it really fast with an angry face, screaming at some guy who was doing the same in a sudden need to be better. She had to stop repetitions for a bit so she wouldn't hurt herself while Katsuki looked at her in confusion. Today was the 3rd day they'd started training together, 6th since she'd started. Not much work had gone into the obstacle course yet, but they did turn the vending machine into a punching bag of sorts. They eventually found a decent foam mattress without rats making nests in it, but it was only big enough to cover only one side of the vending machine. With some of the extra metal from the fence and some careful work, they put holes on the corners of the mattress, the face of the vending machine, and the sides of the vending machine so they could slip a bent piece of metal through the holes and twist them into loops. That held the mattress up to keep their hands from breaking when they practiced their punches, and the weight kept the punching target from tipping over or falling so they could hit as hard as they wanted. Not everything they had found was trash either, such as when she'd found a black bag filled with golf balls, probably from someone annoyed at the nearby golf course knocking balls into his yard and just throwing them all out rather than return them. They would stand a good 12 yards. One of them would be in charge of throwing golf balls and the other would have to dodge them. Katsuki would throw them with his quirk, turning them terrifyingly fast, and she would throw them normally. At first, Katsuki didn't think it'd be so bad, but then he got hit. As it turned out, since her muscles were involved in stitching her back together, her muscular system was capable of very rapid growth and recovery to keep up, combined with her never getting tired, and so long as she ate as much as she worked, she'd see results within hours of her efforts. Katsuki jokingly said she should see how much stronger she'd get sticking her arm in a wood chipper. Then he had to explain it was a joke and not to do it when the gardeners that kept their complex from looking overgrown came by. Another thing they learned was she didn't develop scar tissue, but one set of stitches would never leave. The set that went along the top of her head, starting just behind her left ear and trailing across her forehead before going down her jawline. According to his mother, it was probably the wound that killed her, a permanent reminder. She'd touch it sometimes, smiling to herself, the wound that gave her her quirk. Katsuki hated it but was also glad it was there. It kept him grounded in a way. You caused that. You were her personal villain for 11 years and it cost her her life. It was a painful reminder, one he knew he needed. It kept him from falling into old habits. Izuku decided to do the motions as slowly as she could while keeping her balance, so each motion was caused by her muscles working, not by momentum. She would do the repetitions just as long as Katsuki did his. Once he was tired, they would break for lunch. Once they ate, they'd quiz each other for an hour based on the UA mock exam. Once the hour was over, they'd start clearing out the trash they couldn't use, carrying it to a large wheeled wooden slab. They'd made it using some rope, a wooden pallet that thankfully wasn't smashed, and the wheels from some chairs. They'd load it up until they had difficulty moving it despite the wheels. And then they'd walk to the local drop-off to give it to be taken to the dump. 3 trips of that and they'd head home for dinner. While Izuku's undead body could take constant punishment due to its capacity to rebuild rapidly, Katsuki still needed rest days to make sure he didn't ruin his own body. Thankfully, Gunhead's agency had been accepted as her permanent monitor, so when she was taken to the Musutafu dojo for training and verifying her mental health, Katsuki would rest. While he rested, he would also plan out the obstacle course, adding pieces and listing what they'd need to find amongst the trash to make it work. Hopefully, before the UA entrance exams, they'd be able to use it as practice. He'd also, unknown to Izuku, studied zombies and nutrition to find foods that might parallel. As far as he could tell, the food she liked most now either boosted brain health, muscle growth, or blood production. When he tried different foods with benefits aimed at other parts of her, digestive health, kidney health, the effect wasn't the same. She'd eat it, sure, but if it affected one of the three things before she'd become, well, a zombie and start eating all of whatever it was in sight. He had gotten to the point of making a cookbook of the best foods he could find that had all three of those benefits. He figured it would make a good birthday present. Thankfully, she decided against celebrating the day she died. Gunhead had convinced her by reminding her the quirk came from a mutation that she was born with, rather than the fall. "Okay, I'm done," Katsuki said, dropping both of his microwave weights and panting. Izuku nodded and brought her weight down softly. Not wanting to risk damaging the barbell they made, Katsuki went over to the cooler they'd put their lunches in before making their way here. Catch. Katsuki tossed her All Might lunch bag, which she caught, before bringing out his own and plopping back into the sand. He closed the cooler and set his lunch bag on one side of it, using it as a small table. "So, did your mom make your food this time or you?" he said. Another reason he was making the cookbook is that, to his surprise, she'd apparently been started cooking with her mom as soon as she could reach the counter, and once she was 12 she was occasionally cooking for the both of them. Remembering how she was before her quirk activated, he guessed it was her trying to be useful after all of his taunts, the one good result of those actions. And not nearly good enough to make up for what he'd done. She sat next to him and opened her lunch bag on the cooler as well. "I did my own lunch this morning, and made enough to leave Mom some," she said as she pulled out a plastic bag with an egg salad BLT. When she opened it, Katsuki noted he could smell yogurt, and figured she used Greek yogurt instead of mayonnaise. Once her sandwich was out, she reached back in for a bottle of pineapple juice. As for Katsuki, he'd made a spicy shrimp slaw pita sandwich and brought a bottle of orange juice. No words were exchanged, though Katsuki had to look away to keep from laughing and choking on his food once Izuku started to eat. She tried to eat with proper manners, but the moment her taste buds registered what she was eating, she would always lose control and start stuffing her mouth. Inko had set Mitsuki a dozen pictures when Gunhead had come by to let them know he'd been approved as her monitor. He'd brought an apple pie, and as it turned out, apples were good for helping muscle growth. She took one bite and then shoved the whole slice in her mouth, her cheeks puffing up as she held her own face and just sat there chewing with a dazed look in her eyes. Katsuki might have gotten the picture from his mother with a text from his mother with the picture, demanding he keeps her safe from all the freaks in the world. He was already doing that, but it was nice to have a new wallpaper for his phone. Plus, it was great for teasing her. He'd comment she eats every meal like it's her last. She'd defend herself saying she's not all that bad. And then he'd hold up his phone and she'd turn bright red and pout at him. Izuku watched as Katsuki finished off his sandwich and proceeded to drink his entire bottle of orange juice at once to wash it down. She had finished just a bit quicker than him. "So, what do you think the entrance exam will be like?" she said, putting her empty bottle and plastic bag in her lunch bag and zipping it back up. "I mean, you took the mock exam, but there's supposed to be a practical, right? Probably something to do with combat. Regardless of how smart you are, if you can't fight, you're not much of a hero," Katsuki said, leaning his head side to side to pop the joints, then rotating his shoulders a bit. "There are way too many villains nowadays with serious combat potential, like Muscular and Stain, so they'll probably focus on that to help counter the trend." She nodded and stood up, making her way to the junk pile to start loading up their pallet with trash, Katsuki following suit. Toshinori was in a bad place, and he supposed he probably had it coming. Here's acting as the symbol of peace, taking on any threat with a smile, only to nearly lose it all in a fight against All for One. If he had to pick the moment he started to go downhill, it wasn't the fight, but the recovery process. Learning the great power he had been given was beyond his ability to physically use was the part that broke his spirit. Still, the symbol he'd created was needed, so he put on a brave smile and kept doing hero work. The time he fought after All for One had nearly destroyed him. Sure, he took out the villain with ease, but once he was alone he realized his own power had reopened all of his wounds. That was the day he'd put Recovery Girl on speed dial. At her demand, really, she knew a symbol was needed to keep times from turning dark. The day of the explosion was hardly the first time he'd failed, but it was the first time he'd failed to even try. After he'd received one for all, trying wasn't exactly something he needed to do. His physical power was so beyond everything else, he just decided to do things and then they were done. villain terrorizing others with hostages. Burst in and knock them out so fast they can't hurt the hostages. Building on fire. Run in, pull everyone out, then punch the sky to get some rainfall so the fire wouldn't spread. Tsunami. Run across the water to the wave and punch it every foot or so until the wave was 2 separate ones with a Japan-sized gap. Even the battle against All for One. He didn't try for most of the fight. His wound had come in the middle of the final punch. Now it wasn't just effort to keep up his All Might persona, but also a risk to the continued existence of All Might. So he limited himself. 3 hours, enough to make a difference and keep from disappearing, not enough to push his limits and force himself into retirement. He could go longer, but if he did, he'd cripple his ability to go as long as he can now, and if he did that, then All Might would be less of a threat to villains and they'd start popping out of the woodwork. He couldn't allow that, not on his watch. The sludge villain from that day was a perfect example, however, that it wasn't enough. He might not be losing time, but he was losing strength and speed. The villain had been able to outpace him and get into the sewers, where he outpaced him even further. In his prime, the villain wouldn't have made it off the street he snatched that purse on in the first place. Then he meets Izuku by saving her from the villain and bottling said villain up. She thanked him with a look on her face so cheerful he almost forgot she'd nearly died because he was getting too slow. Then she looked like she had something urgent to say, a question for him, but he could feel his wound throbbing. He needed to release his powered-up state and return his true form. He pretended to ignore her and jumped only for the girl to grab his leg. She ended up seeing his true form, but she didn't laugh or try to use it. She just stood there waiting for his answer to her question. Could she become a hero? She looked at him with hope and apprehension. For the first time in a long time, right in front of him was an example of why he'd become a hero. A bright light that only wanted to make the world a better place. But she was quirkless, unable to defend herself, let alone others. Hero society would tear her apart, snuff out the light in her heart and fill it with hate just like it did Chisholm. He told her she couldn't be a hero, then listed off other professions where she could still do a lot of good. He'd leafed through her journal, burned as it was, and the information in it was quite amazing for someone her age. With the right schooling, she'd be a powerful asset to any company or agency. And on the police force, she could reform them into a power just as capable as hero agencies. Then he realized his pants had been baggy on him, but too tight on All Might. The pockets he'd shoved the villain into must have been squeezed the bottles back out when he tensed to leap. They then fell during flight and now he couldn't feel them. Upon this realization, something exploded. He didn't bother to look at the girl. Instead, he moved to chase the villain again without thinking, only stopping to reiterate what he said. If only he'd looked back at her, saw her face, maybe he could have been more comforting. He could have gotten her into contact with someone who could show her that nurses and police were heroes in their own right, if not by name. Maybe he could have stopped her from making the decision to jump. He knew from Naomasa that the girl was technically still alive, working with Gunhead as her monitor and proving that she was still very much an example of what people should aspire to be. But it still hurt more than anything to know he'd driven her to such a dark place. He needed to get his old attitude back, to go back to who he used to be, that hope-filled hero that truly believed. He consulted Sir Night-Eye on it after meeting with the sidekick his former protege thought would be perfect to receive one for all, a hero student named Lemillion, real name Mirio. The boy had been quite exceptional and Sir Night-Eye, as always, was not wrong about him. He was showing All Might each and every day that he was a worthy successor. Sir Night-Eye had recommended he do some community service, take a moment to do something other than run around as All Might and instead do some good as himself, as Toshinori. Mirio, who had been listening in, had burst in agreeing with the idea, so Toshinori decided to give it a shot on the condition Mirio join him. He wanted to see how the boy interacted with others and take the time to speak with him in a more personal setting, not an interview. Mirio had agreed to it, and they looked for places near Toshinori's home that could use someone coming in and just helping out. Dagaba Municipal Beach was what they found. So, if anyone asks, "What's your background?" Mirio said as they pulled into the beach's parking lot. The two of them got out of the car and began to make their way to where the trash was supposed to be. Keep stuff straight. Usually I just say I'm All Might's secretary, so we'll keep that. Say I'm doing community service because I got tired of doing paperwork and wanted to do a bit of good for the city the way my boss does, Toshinori said. The garbage pile was pretty big and he wasn't sure he'd ever seen such a varied mess. What do you think, Izuku? How much more can we add to the pallet? Oh, is someone already here? Mirio said. Walking up to the pile as part of it moved slightly as if someone was trying to move it and failed. Toshinori, on the other hand, was frozen. Izuku. Was it the same Izuku that he'd unintentionally convinced to commit suicide? The bright light he'd snuffed out only for it to reignite himself in a way he wished he could manage. I think we could probably get that refrigerator too, after that anymore, and we'd need a third person to pull it. That voice rang through Toshinori's mind. It was the same Izuku. He couldn't forget the voice of that hopeful soul after hearing what happened to her, what he caused. Hi, can I help? Mirio said as he left Toshinori's field of vision. Stranger danger. Die. He watched as an explosion ripped through the air right where Mirio was probably standing and proceeded to rush over. Toshinori turned the corner to see Izuku and a blonde boy who was slightly familiar, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Mirio, however, was behind a vending machine, laughing in relief that he'd managed to send himself behind something after he'd used his quirk to avoid the explosion. He didn't want to flash 2 kids by accident. Mr. Yagi, could you toss my clothes over here? If they survived. Toshinori nodded and watched as Izuku's face went from terrified of Mirio to pure joy at seeing him. Why was she happy to see him after what he did? Hey, sorry about him. I'm Toshinori, All Might's secretary, and that's Mirio, one of UAS third-year students he's taken an interest in, he said, and watched as Izuku went from cheerful to confused. God, he hoped she didn't call him out on his lie. I decided to take a break on my paperwork and come do some good for the town, and Mirio decided to join me. The blonde kid scoffed and looked to the side. Toshinori followed his eyes to see a wooden pallet with some rope tied to it, loaded with the worst-looking trash in the area around it. Whatever, Izuku, come help me with this refrigerator, he said, and the girl nodded and followed after him while he found Mirio's clothes, with some slight burns, and brought them over to the man. This just got complicated. Oh, I think it's great. With their help we're sure to clean this place up, and the green-haired girl seems innocent enough, little sickly though, Mirio said as he got dressed and came back out from behind the vending machine. Toshinori noted the beat-up mattress attached to the front. Or maybe she's just naturally pale. It's her quirk. She's Izuku, the one I hurt, Toshinori said, and Mirio gaped and looked at her again, before grinning at Toshinori like he'd just won the lottery. Why are you looking at me like that? Toshinori suddenly found Mirio wrapping his arms around his shoulder, Mirio's other arm gesturing to the 2 kids who were working together to lift a refrigerator onto the pallet. Don't you see? This is completely perfect. You need to get your light back, and you even said she was a perfect example of the sort of light people should aspire to have, Mirio said, then was in front of Toshinori, hands on his shoulders and staring him in the eyes. You can get to know her, be reminded of the light that made you a hero, and at the same time make up for what you did by helping her become a hero too. Don't you see it? It's destiny that put us all here at this exact moment. Toshinori blinked at Mirio's excitement, and he continued. That she didn't call you out proves it. She still thinks you're a hero despite what you said. She could have ruined you when you came over by calling you out and telling her friend what you did. But she didn't. She still idolizes you, Mirio said, this time behind Toshinori, hands still on his shoulders, pointing him at Izuku. Think about it. You're her greatest hero. You hurt her, but only because you were hurt too. Now you're both here on the road to recovery. She has the heart of a hero, but people have always hidden the path from her. You know the path but have lost your heart. Together she can help you find your heart, and you can lead her down the path. Toshinori understood what Mirio was saying. It made sense for the most part. Granted, she had gunhead to take her down the path of a hero, so she didn't really need him. But he knew this year's entrance exam. He could leave her ideas to take off with on her own. This could work. Where do we begin? Mirio looked like the cat that caught the canary before walking over to the kids. Hey, how about we work together to clean this dump up? Mirio said, with Toshinori following behind him. He kept his eyes off Izuku. Looking at her was difficult, but he took a deep breath to calm his nerves and steel himself. He could do this. My name's Mirio Tagata, and this is Toshinori Yagi. The blonde kid didn't seem to like the idea of it, but looked thoughtful as well, while Izuku was already running over to a whiteboard. Compared to another whiteboard he saw in the pile they'd placed on the pallet, it had been cleaned recently, and they'd used a black marker to write up some sort of plan. Damn it, fine, but don't just start throwing everything away. We're using some of this stuff to train with, the blonde kid said. He looked conflicted about it. I'm Katsuki, she's Izuku. Hurt or mess with her and I swear to God they won't find your body because I'll have blasted it into nothing. Mirio laughed the threat off and helped the boy continue moving the refrigerator to the pallet while Izuku dragged the whiteboard to Toshinori. He could smell a hint of bleach. They must have sterilized the whiteboard for some reason. Better safe than sorry, he supposed. Looking at the whiteboard, he realized why there was a mattress attached to a vending machine now. They were turning the dump into a makeshift gym to prepare for UA. He looked over the plans as Izuku explained them. With my quirk, my body will recover from workouts and damage at a high pace, so long as I give it the materials to work with, so we need stuff that can push our limits, she said, then pointed at what looked like a barbell, but rather than disc-shaped weights it was a pair of leather jackets wrapped around some rectangular boxes. We made that with safes. Safes are probably the heaviest thing we'll find here, so we want lots of those. And rebar, we have enough jackets for grips. Toshinori nodded. And this obstacle course, Kakin can fly and maneuver mid-flight with his explosions, and I use my quirk to get around pretty quickly too, she said, then pointed at a pile of trash with some rather nice-looking pieces, probably not broken as much as people got the wrong kind. So we're going to make a course to race through, so we can get as good at it as possible. Doesn't matter if you're strong if you can't get where the trouble is. He had to agree with that. Though remembering what Naomasa said about her quirk and seeing how she was planning to set up the obstacle course, she planned on making dismemberment a weapon. If he had a stomach, he was sure he'd feel the need to vomit, but it wasn't a bad plan. They just needed to find the materials. So, each day we train with the weights until Kaken gets tired. What about you? He said, wondering why the limit for the day was attached to the boy. Maybe it was for his feelings. In that case, he could come up with a plan to help her hit her limit at around the same time. I don't get tired, and I recover too fast to need rest days, she said, looking up at him. Then she looked confused for a moment. You didn't know? Toshinori shook his head. That was quite a useful quirk. Actually, if it made training that easy, she could build up a lot of power. Toshinori's eyes widened as a thought crossed his mind. What if she had one for all? She'd be able to stockpile power at an absurd rate, and her ability to recover would help her body adjust to the level of strength his quirk would give her. She had the heart he had been missing since his injury. Mirio, however, was also a good choice. Even as he had immense power and was already coming up to his physical peak, as he had been when he inherited One for All. The thought of his powers, augmented with One for All's physical strength, left little to be desired. And much like Izuku, Mirio had the heart and spirit of a true hero. This was a dilemma. He couldn't give it to them both, but they both had the potential to go beyond anything he'd ever managed. He'd have to wait for now. Watch them both at work and make a decision from there. Izuku grinned up at him. Her joy at his presence confused him, but he wouldn't ask yet. There was work to be done. All right, let's see how much we can load on the pallet, he said as they walked over to where Mirio and Katsuki were just finishing loading the refrigerator onto the pallet. I'm a bit on the weak side, unfortunately, so I don't know how much help I'll be at this stage. Kaken says it's important to have a spotter when moving heavy stuff. You could do that, she said. Usually Kaken and I take turns doing that. If you did that, we could both focus on moving stuff and maybe get more loads done. He nodded and she ran off to the junk pile, grabbing a metal shelving unit 3 times her height, as wide as she was tall, for the pallet. He could do this. He could help her. You two are pretty amazing. I never thought to do stuff like this when I was training for UA, Mirio said as he ran over to help Izuku with the shelving unit. He was grinning from ear to ear. It's a workout and a public service at the same time. I'm so going to ask my homeroom teacher why we don't do stuff like this. Izuku laughed a bit sheepishly. She hadn't actually thought about the public service part. She just knew people didn't come often, so she wouldn't bother anyone using her quirk openly here. Katsuki was the one that recommended they remove the useless junk so they could find the still good stuff for the obstacle course. She felt a bit happier realizing the good they were doing, though. So, what's your quirk? I call mine Patchwork Zombie, she said as they started to lift the shelf high so they could fit it over a few appliances and use them to keep the shelf from sliding off. It's called permeation. It lets me pass through anything, though I can't stop myself from falling through the ground, Mirio said as they lowered the shelf, getting it caught between 2 dryers. He rubbed the back of his neck as they walked over to Katsuki to help pull the next thing out of the main junk pile. It took a lot of practice to learn how to use it effectively, and to only affect certain parts of my body. Izuku listened carefully, her eyes lighting up as he explained his quirk. Mirio had to say it was nice to get that reaction. Most people in his first year had laughed, calling his quirk speed stripping, until he figured out how to use his quirk to maximum effect. You said your quirk is called Patchwork Zombie. Kind of a neat name. What's it do? He said. He noticed some stitches on her head and figured it had something to do with them. She was also pretty pale and had blue lips, so it was probably a mutant-type quirk. My muscles stitch me back together when I get hurt, like when I cut off my hand, muscles shoot out of my arm and reattach it, she said as they got to Katsuki. He'd found a big piece of sheet metal for the obstacle course, but it was underneath a bunch of different stuff. I can throw it at things I want to grab but are too far away, or at ledges and heavy objects like a grappling hook. Mirio had to admit. That was a little terrifying to think about, and she said it so casually he wasn't sure what to make of it. Then a lesson for his first time interning at Sir Night-Eye's agency came to mind. He explained some villains only went bad because of badly handled quirk instability. Her quirk must be why she doesn't care. It wired her to not care so she wouldn't traumatize herself using her own abilities. That explains the patchwork part. Why zombie though? It was dormant until I jumped off a building. That made Mirio recoil. Sure, All Might had mentioned it when talking with Sir Night-Eye, but to hear her say it like she was happy she'd jumped. He noticed Katsuki was gripping extra tight on the junk he was trying to tug from the pile. He blamed himself for part of what happened. Mirio's eyes gleamed as he looked between the two of them, causing Izuku to stare at him in confusion. Is something wrong? She said, and Mirio laughed before shaking his head. No, just a bit surprised. You seem pretty cheerful and he's a bit more aggressive, Mirio said, inciting a growl from Katsuki. It was like looking at a Caucasian shepherd guarding a Burman. He could even see Izuku carrying around a kitten with Katsuki teaching the dog if anything comes close to her, it is to growl as loudly as possible, teeth at full bare. Do you get along well or just working together for UA? He figured they were friends given Katsuki's reaction to him wanting to help. But he wanted to see a bit more first. As he expected, she nodded with a bright smile. Kaken and I have been friends since we were kids. Our apartments are right next to each other, she said as she grabbed onto the same piece of junk as Katsuki. Mirio looked at her arms and his eyes widened slightly, then looked at his own arm. He looked between their arms a few times before feeling that minor confidence boost from her interest in his quirk poof away. Sure, his arms were bigger, but hers were a lot more defined. If she only recently got her quirk, how was she that strong? You could sharpen swords on those, Mirio said, feeling a bit dazed and somewhat lazy in comparison to how hard she must be working. Izuku turned cherry red and Katsuki burst out laughing, having to let go of the sheet metal he was trying to get. Mirio looked between the two of them in confusion before chuckling. I said that out loud, didn't I? Yes, you did, Katsuki said as he bent forward laughing, propping his left hand against a nearby fridge, his other arm over his stomach. Mirio turned to Izuku and bowed his head in apology, which she waved off while looking away. Katsuki eventually calmed down and the three of them tugged on the piece of sheet metal together. Izuku took a look at the piece and her eyes twinkled with ideas. Seeing that look in her eyes, Mirio let go. Apparently, the right move as Katsuki did the same thing while she dragged it over to the pile of good trash. She lifted it up and set it on the rest of the sheet metal before running to the dry erase board. So, why are you two really here? Mirio looked at Katsuki with a raised eyebrow, and Katsuki scoffed. What, this place has been a dump for years on end. And now when two UA hopefuls arrive, one recently getting a permanent monitor, a secretary from the #1 hero and someone he's interested in appears, Katsuki said, turning towards Mirio, his hands at his side but palms facing forward. Mirio guessed from the glimpse he got of the boy's quirk before that was equal to him baring his teeth. Mirio hadn't known about the monitor bit, but if she committed suicide he could see why she might be on that list. I don't effing buy it. So why are you two really here? Izuku might trust anything, but Izuku sees the good in everything that happens even when she really shouldn't. Mirio sighed and shook his head. We really did come here to do some community service. That guy over there, he said, pointing at Toshinori as he watched Izuku. Had a pretty rough time recently. Works for a hero agency but is getting disillusioned. All Might went to the agency I'm interning at, Sir Night Eyes, and he said to do some community service. Do a bit of good yourself so you can feel that feeling of helping someone directly, not just through a hero. I came along to help since he didn't want to be alone. Katsuki wasn't convinced, but he couldn't exactly refute the excuse. Plus Izuku was heading back and he didn't want to cause a fight in front of her. He put his hands in his pockets. Whatever, hey, let's get this to the junk drop off. We're going to be late, he said as Izuku ran up. The three of them grabbed the rope and started pulling the pallet. At first, it was difficult as the wheels didn't help as much in the sand, but once they got to the sidewalk it was fairly easy. Toshinori joining in from behind by putting his hands on one of the pieces of junk and pushing. Gunhead bowed his head in thanks as Inko poured him a cup of tea, his mask on the table next to him. It wasn't time for a check-in, but with what he had planned for the next one he felt speaking with Izuku's mother was needed. Thank you, and I apologize for arriving unannounced, he said, and Inko shook her head, waving it off. She sat down across from him and poured herself a cup of tea. She took a sip and waited for him to speak. He nodded and pulled a small file from his vest. I wanted your permission for what I had in mind with the next monitoring. I was thinking of taking her to a quirk assessment clinic. Inko looked apprehensive once he finished speaking. How exactly would they assess a quirk like hers? I'm not sending her to a butcher. She's too relaxed about hurting herself now. She doesn't need it to something she does whenever she wants to find out something new about herself, she said, and Gunhead admitted even that reaction. Things were going a bit better than he expected. After she'd been misdiagnosed in the first place, he'd thought he'd have to fight about how this clinic wasn't complete bogus. He slid the file over to her to look over, and she opened it up. I don't want her to get hurt either, believe me. She's a good kid with perhaps the best heart I've seen in a long time, he said as she looked over the files. The clinic he'd chosen was a standalone practice. No heroes involved scouting for certain quirks, and none of the employees had strange, half-assedly explained increases in wealth. He sipped the tea in front of him while she read the file. It was good tea. He needed to start coming up with excuses to come here, maybe set up a patrol. Probably would be too obvious. Her eyes flicked up to him, and he took it as a sign to present case. Quirk assessment clinics are different from a quirk diagnosis program. Rather than look over traits to see what her quirk might be, they would be putting her through a set of tests over the course of a few days. Day 1 would be an extreme workout. They'd test how long she'd be able to do basic exercises, speed run, endurance run, work every possible muscle with breaks for meals. The meals would be tailored to hit a wide palette as well as diverse in what nutrients they give to see what her quirk has her prioritized subconsciously. he said. It was a bit rehearsed but not a script. He figured a script would get him in trouble with Inko. She seemed the sort to put her foot down, and with what happened to her daughter she wouldn't hesitate. He respected it. She was a proper parent, better than some he could name. Day 2 would be looking over how quickly her body recovers, how efficiently it uses what she's eaten. Depending on her recovery rate, they might check for a regenerative effect. Sometimes this step is skipped on the wishes of the tester. They'd expose the back of her arm to a cut, a burn, and blunt force, then watch under a slow-motion camera and microscope so they can see how her body regenerates. He gave Inko a moment to process what he'd said so far. Once she nodded, he kept going. The third day is when they would start troubleshooting her quirk, coming up with ways to use it that might not be the way the work is directly used. For example, her friend Katsuki can create explosions with his palm sweat. On day 3, they'd test his ability to explode his sweat without touching it, see how he could maneuver or fly, see if it could be used to launch objects similar to a gun or cannon, and how big and how small his explosions could be. They'd give her an idea of how to use her abilities to be a hero. Inko said, and nodded. All right, but I'm coming along. I want to see the people doing this before I leave her in their care. Gunhead nodded. Fair enough. I'll be by on Friday to take you both to the clinic, he said, glad this had worked out. With a proper exam, he could make sure she was a shoo-in for UA, possibly even get her in by recommendation. He'd never seen a more driven kid before, and he wanted to see it bloom, even if he was certain she wouldn't be his sidekick for long, if at all. He definitely planned on picking her up right out of UA. If he got any internships, she'd definitely be his first pick. She was fun to be around, and a consistent training regimen would only help her out. After that, they made small talk, and soon it came time for Inko to start focusing on making dinner. She invited him to stay, but he shook his head, finished his tea, and put his mask back on. Not today. I think I'm going to take a look at the beach she's been working out at, see if I can find out what sort of stuff they're doing, he said as he headed to the door. In case the clinic asks what she usually does as a workout. He headed out and saw Izuku down the street, as well as 2 other blondes he didn't recognize. He tapped his mask and the left lens in the mask zoomed in. Katsuki was right behind them, his palms facing forward in preparation to attack. Gunhead closed the door to the apartment and reset his lens before pulling out his cell. He pulled up his patrol app and found which patrols were active, picking out 2 in the area that could easily take the detour. Gunhead. 2 possible recruiters making a move on Izuku, intercepting, take positions in front of the complex, triangle formation, keep it quiet. He put away his cell after sending out the text and then slid down the stairway railing to get to ground as soon as possible. He let a clip of bullets form in his hands, .40 caliber hollow point rounds, and clenched his hands to make sure they were ready to fly at a moment's notice. He made his way to Izuku and Katsuki. Hey, there you are. I was afraid I'd miss you, little Izuku, he said loudly. Her head spun from the muscular blonde to him and filled with excitement. She broke into a run and he squatted down, arms outstretched to catch her. As predicted, she jumped and he pulled her into a quick hug, spinning her around before putting her back down. I don't think I've met these 2. Are they friends of yours? Izuku started nodding and Katsuki pushed past the 2. He was relaxed now but still looked annoyed. Gunhead nodded to him as he came over, holding his hand out for Katsuki to shake, which he did. We met them at the beach. They showed up after the 2 of us finished loading up the pallet with trash. The skinny one says his name's Toshinori. He's All Might's secretary. The big one says he's Mirio, a student at UA, Katsuki said before letting go of Gunhead's hand. 2 things that were perfect to attract Izuku, and last he worked with All Might he was pretty sure the man didn't have a secretary. Not since Sir Night Eye set up his own agency. He nodded and patted Katsuki's shoulder while ruffling Izuku's hair. Why don't you 2 get home? When I left it looked like your mother was making katsudon, Izuku, and I'm pretty sure I smelt something spicy on the way out, Katsuki. The 2 grinned at each other before running towards the complex while he walked towards Toshinori and Mirio. So, you've met Izuku. Only fair you met the hero sponsoring her to be your junior. I'm the battle hero, Gunhead, he said once Izuku was out of earshot, his usually playful and kind tone stowed away. He saw something shine from one of the alleyways. Then twice more. His backup is in place. So, how is All Might doing? He didn't mention a secretary last time we met. Mirio looked at Toshinori, who sighed as he rubbed his temples. He didn't like his secret getting out, but he didn't another option. Plus, he might be able to skirt around the truth a bit. Can we speak somewhere without prying eyes? I can explain, Toshinori said, and Gunhead made a show of looking around. He saw another shine from the top of a building. They'd have sightlines on the alleyway his other sidekick was in. Head to the alley over there. Should be good enough. Toshinori nodded and Mirio pouted. Maybe this hadn't been so perfect. The 3 of them headed into the alleyway and Toshinori held his hands up while Gunhead moved to the side of the alley, making sure both his guys had clear shots. Please don't jump and attack. Right now I'm in my civilian form so I don't attract attention, he said before flipping the switch on One for All. Gunhead's eyes widened and he tapped a spot on his mask to activate his radio comm. He heard his boys freaking out and sighed. Either they had a good illusionist or this was actually All Might. My apologizes for lying to your proteges. However, I did have my reasons for being on that beach and Ms. Midoriya's attitude was quite inspiring. I thought I'd keep an eye on her. Of course she manages to get the eye of the #1 hero, Gunhead said while shaking his head, wishing he could rub his temples but his mask was in the way. His sidekicks were quieting down. He couldn't blame them for breaking silence on this one. All Might left his powered form and Mirio looked between the two of them. So, you're actually with UA, I take it? Mirio nodded, realizing this might be a lot more complicated than he was prepared for and decided to defer to the veteran heroes. I am. Hero name Lemillion. I'm interning with Sir Night-Eye. He thinks I might make a good sidekick for All Might, Mirio said, leaving out the part that All Might can pass his powers down. He decided to give me a trial run. Gunhead sighed through his nose. On one hand, All Might taking an interest in Izuku was definitely a good sign. On the other, something wasn't right. He wasn't sure what, but something was missing. Why suddenly feel like doing community service? He'd stopped that sort of work about 5 years ago. And why Dagobah Beach? Gunhead scoffed. All right, sorry about that. And you've got the wrong idea. I'm Izuku's monitor. I thought you might be recruiters, he said, getting a wince out of the both of them as he leaned against the alley wall. He gestured his left hand towards them. While he had some power as her monitor, he wasn't able to tell other heroes they couldn't be near her. You can keep interacting with her, I guess. Katsuki might be a bit less likely to blast your heads off next time he sees you since I'm not running you in. That said, he clenched his left hand into a fist and all 4 knuckles fired, flying between their heads and cracking the alley wall behind them. You heard her and it won't matter if you're the #1. She's a damn good person and will be the hero every hero should live up to, he said, then made his way out of the alleyway. Did he just threaten All Might? Never thought he'd do that. Still, if All Might is getting interested, he definitely needed to see what she was doing at that beach. He could probably spare a few fresh rookies to keep an eye on her training regimen. A workout that impresses All Might should be good for his sidekicks. Mirio sighed in relief as he realized they weren't getting into a fight with a pro hero like Gunhead. Toshinori patted his shoulder and sighed. Good improv, he said as the two of them came out of the alleyway and headed back to the beach to get Toshinori's car. Gunhead was good at keeping quiet, but his methods meant they probably had at least 2 other people who saw that. Hopefully Gunhead told them to keep quiet. Izuku hugged her mother as she put 2 bowls of katsudon in front of her. Inko hugged her back before heading back into the kitchen to get her own bowl. Once they both had their food at the table, they clasped their hands and bowed their heads. Itadakamasu. Katsuki grinned like a madman as he sat down with his mother and father. Each of them had a bowl of curry in front of them. Much like the Midoriyas, they clasped their hands and bowed their heads. Itadakamasu. Toshinori and Mirio climbed into the car. Toshinori in the driver's seat as Mirio relaxed in the passenger seat, pulling out his cell and opening the group chat with Nejire and Tamaki. That Izuku girl had both Gunhead and All Might interested in her training. He needed an edge if he wanted to keep up. Who better than the current best in UA? Sir Tintin. Hey, I found a kid. He's a UA hopeful and super protective of his childhood friend. We should mentor him. Do the twist. Mirio, tell me you didn't kidnap a kid. Nom. Nejire, this is Mirio we're talking about. Don't ask him to lie, he doesn't know how. Sir Tintin, so little faith. I didn't kidnap a kid this time, I promise. While he texted his friends, Toshinori drove towards Sir Night-Eye's agency to drop him off. He needed to contact some people for advice. Mirio and Izuku would both make good options for One for All. Mirio's skill and power were already amongst the best in UA. He had the right heart, spirit, and with Sir Night-Eye's experience, the right teacher. However, Mirio's skill and power, while a plus, were trained attributes, training that One for All could completely invalidate and set the boy back years. Nana, bless her soul, had warned him of that when she first explained the process of giving and receiving the quirk, saying it had taken her over a year to figure out how to control the output accurately, and then even longer to freely use its full power. Meanwhile, various, highly dangerous elements were stirring, such as the Yakuza group that Sir Night-Eye was investigating, as well as solo acts like Muscular and the Hero Killer. Izuku, on the other hand, had the heart and soul of a hero just like Mirio, was being monitored and trained by Gunhead, a hero who earned his agency not just by strength of quirk but by his tactical skill and ability to teach others that skill. She closer to the age he was when he received the quirk from Nana, and her quirk, from what he understood, could repair damage done to her, making learning how to use One for All less risky. But how could he ask her to be his successor after what he's done? First he drives her to her death, and then when her quirk activates he goes up and tells her to stop training with it and focus on his quirk, that she still isn't good enough. Not to mention the fact she was monitored would mean if he did give her his quirk, that would be recorded and sent to the station. The secret would be out in no time flat. He sighed as he pulled up the Sir Night-Eye's agency, Mirio climbing out and waving goodbye as he headed in to give his report for the day. He was a good kid. Toshinori could admit to that much, probably better than he had been at that age. He made his way back home. He had to do some research, and he had the feeling that none of the people he wanted the input of would get a bit annoyed at him if he called this late. Sir Night-Eye looked out of the window from his office, watching as his former mentor drove away. Soon Mirio would be walking in. He'd seen this scene when he'd check on whether or not Mirio would actually be able to help Toshinori. He wasn't sure if Toshinori simply forgot about his quirk or simply didn't care, but it was too easy to look into the man's future. All he had to do was hold his hand out for a handshake, and the man took it without hesitation. Mirio knocked on the door twice, waiting the space of a breath, and let himself in. He didn't give me one for all, but I think we found just what he needed to get his spirit back, Mirio said, coming up to Sir Night-Eye's desk, sitting down in the chair in front of it. Sir Night-Eye nodded and turned around, sitting in the seat in front of him. We met up with a girl named Izuku and her friend Katsuki when we went to Dagaba Beach. Turns out they were using the beach trash to make workout equipment, and any trash that wasn't part of their planned out equipment they were taking to one of those dumping stations. You know, the ones set up for people to dump their trash legally without having to head all the way out to the actual dump outside of city limits. Sir Night-Eye nodded. He knew about them. He sat down at his desk and mulled over what Mirio said, and the girl's name stuck out. Izuku, as in the girl who he hurt, they have the same name. He said he hadn't gone too deep into it, just looking far enough to see if Mirio himself stuck out as a good successor. For the most part it was going well, but there was something preventing him from passing it on. Sir Night-Eye had gone against seeing Wei because it would give him something work out, a brain teaser to keep himself from getting too dependent on his quirk. No, the very same Izuku, green hair and cheerful attitude, Mirio said, and Sir Night-Eye's eyes widened. Mirio gave himself a pat on the back. He didn't manage to make his boss do that often. He gave Sir Night-Eye a moment to process what he'd said and waited for his cue to continue. Sir Night-Eye brought his hand up to his chin and thought about what his intern just told him. Was this the factor that was keeping Toshinori from giving Mirio one for all? Possibly. He lowered his hand and refocused on Mirio, who took it as his cue. So, turns out her quirk is a dormant mutant type. It needed a certain condition to activate. She had to, well, die so she could come back. She calls it patchwork zombie. I thought she was kidding about the zombie part, but then she grabbed my hand and put it against her wrist where her radial pulse should be cause it wasn't there. Sir Night-Eye rubbed his temples. So she truly had a quirk that made her undead. He wondered if perhaps it was a hybrid quirk, a mutation that set off a constant emitter pulse through her body, allowing it to function without reactivating the internal organs. He blinked. She could be a powerful hero or terrible villain if death wasn't a threat. She needed to be monitored. She must be, especially if she had an attempted suicide on record. Who's her monitor? He said, pulling open a drawer to get a pad of paper. He needed to map this out. Where was his pen? Talk me through what happened. Where is it? Mirio looked a bit surprised and reached up to Sir Night-Eye's pen, which was propped behind his ear. The man blinked at it and then nodded and took it from his hand. So, when we got to the beach, I asked All Might what I should say he is if I'm asked, since he wasn't in his All Might form. He said to pretend he's his own secretary, coming out to do some good deeds because he wants to do some good, just All Might, Mirio said, and Sir Night-Eye made a mental note to give the man a list of aliases and backstories that actually worked. Surely the man realized him not having a secretary made that story easy to see through in the hero community. He began to write what he was hearing, mouthing the words as he heard them, sealing the information in his head. That's when we heard someone calling out to UndeadIzuku about whether or not they could put more to a pallet, and Izuku saying they could probably add a refrigerator to it. I then went to see if I could help but accidentally startled them, Mirio said, then looked a bit embarrassed. Izuku's mother must have taught her well because she screamed stranger danger, and her friend, Katsuki, threw his hands together with palms facing me and screamed die before unleashing his quirk, which is the ability to create explosion. I had to use my quirk to dodge and put myself behind a broken vending machine they'd picked out so I wouldn't flash them and make things worse. As Mirio continued, Sir Night-Eye realized that Mirio had taken the chance to save Toshinori's spirit over trying to stay close to the man and prove himself. Probably for the best. A hero doesn't focus on themselves, and he was sure Toshinori would see it too, but it also brought in a problem. It gave Izuku a chance to get close to Toshinori. Do you think he might be considering Izuku as a successor? Sir Night-Eye said, interrupting Mirio as he started to stumble over his sentences. Must be getting to an embarrassing part. And what exactly did you do? In reverse order, I saw her arms and said you can sharpen swords on those when I meant to just think it, he said, getting an amused snort from Sir Night-Eye. And, maybe, he seemed to feel like he owed her something to make up for what he'd done to her, wanted to help her. At the same time, he wasn't sure how to go about it. I think he doesn't want to insult her saying she needs it to be a hero. Sir Night-Eye closed his eyes and thought, that was it. Mirio was perfect, but if he remembered Toshinori's recounting of how he got his quirk, Toshinori always admitted that he'd been afraid he wouldn't be able to use One for All in time because it took his predecessor time to figure the quirk out. He knew One for All would put Mirio back a bit, but the result would be worth it. But now he had an untrained, just as young as he was girl with, possibly as much heart as Mirio, and a regenerative quirk to help her out, but he felt guilty and wasn't sure if it would be right after what he'd done. To be fair, until he met Izuku, he wouldn't know either, and his best bet at meeting her was through Mirio. Keep an eye on her, and keep doing what you're doing with Toshinori. One for All needs a successor. We need to make sure whoever it is, they're perfect. Izuku sat up in her bed and yawned, stretching her arms as she did. She didn't know she'd needed sleep at first, but after she passed out at the end of her first week, while her body didn't tire, her mind did. She slid her legs over the side of her bed and put on her slippers. She could hear her mother showering, so she decided to eat first. She opened her bedroom door and made her way to the kitchenette. It was Friday, her second monitor checkup of the week, which meant she was going to train with Gunhead today. The thought put a smile on her face. He was always happy, acted cute around people, and he showed her more than just how to use the strength and speed she was building up between her runs to the beach and working on the junk pile. Though he did make it clear she wasn't to just wait for her sparring partners to stab her and then disarm them. She opened the refrigerator and pulled out 2 plastic cups of Greek yogurt, 4 apricots, and a slab of bacon. Putting the yogurt and apricots on the counter, went under the counter and grabbed both a cutting board and a frying pan. She put the frying pan on the stove and turned it on. As it heated up, she pulled out a pair of knives, setting one aside before using the other to open the packaging around the bacon slab and slice 10 strips of bacon from it. She rewrapped the slab and put it back in the fridge before placing the strips on the pan and pushing the cutting board into the sink. She went to the cupboard and pulled out a plate, then a fork from the drawer beneath it. She placed the plate in next to the stove, put a paper towel on it, then flipped the bacon. At that point, she heard the shower turn off. Her mother was done and would be out soon. She took the knife she'd put aside before and cut the apricots, pulled them into halves with her hands, and used the knife to remove the pits. She put them next to the plate along with the yogurt before using the fork to lift the bacon from the pan and onto the paper towel to soak up the grease. Her mother came out of the bathroom at that moment, dressed in a white collared shirt, a dark red buttoned sweater, and a beige skirt coming down to the middle of her shins, and slippers. Izuku smiled and got a pair of plates and forks, splitting the bacon, apricot halves, and yogurt between them before bringing them to the table. "Thank you, sweetie. Are you excited for today?" Inko said as she sat down as Izuku put a plate in front of her, waiting for Izuku to sit down as well. Izuku nodded enthusiastically as she sat down with her plate. "That's good. Gunhead seems to care quite a bit about your growth as a hero." They clapped their hands together and bowed their heads. "Itadakimasu," they both said before they started to eat. Izuku ate rather quickly, causing Inko to frown slightly. She knew Izuku tried to be calm when she ate, but her quirk seemed to take control with certain foods. She wasn't mad at Izuku, far from it, but her quirk was just painful to her. How she formed such a quirk from fire breathing and minor telekinesis Inko didn't understand. And the trigger, once everything had calmed down that night. That she had such a terrifying quirk and that it had rewired her brain to such an extreme had sunk in. Another fact followed. Her baby, her precious Izuku, had willingly killed herself. She had felt dying would be the best option before her quirk rewired her not to care. She had failed as a mother and it nearly took her child from her. Izuku wanted to be a hero and Inko would support her dreams. Help drive her higher, let her know when she went too far, and be there to hold her when things went wrong, offering not apologizes for failure but promises of success. Izuku finished her plate and took it to the sink before heading back to her room to get her clothes while Inko watched her with determined eyes. She would see her little girl become number one, just as Izuku had always dreamed. As Izuku ran with her clothes for the day into the bathroom, Inko pulled out a cell, dialing the number Gunhead gave her. It rang twice, then he picked up. "Gunhead speaking. How's your morning, Mrs. Midoriya?" he said, and she smiled. It sounded like he was already on his way, by car based on background noise. "Is Izuku doing well?" "I'm well, and Izuku is getting ready as we speak. It sounds like you're on your way here." "I'm about a block down the road. The weather's a bit cold. We should probably ask them to check if she feels temperatures. I don't think I've seen her wear a sweater." Inko giggled a bit. This coming from the man wearing a no shirt and a vest he can't close. "Hand of Harmony help. Mrs. Midoriya just sassed me," he said in a fake hurt tone, and she found herself blushing as she heard someone burst at laughter in the background. "You think should we blame Boombox?" "You know what, I'm blaming Boombox. See you soon, Mrs. Midoriya." The phone hung up and Inko put her phone down before putting her head in her hands to fight down her embarrassment. After a bit, she managed to calm down and started to finish off her breakfast. She heard the shower turn on and picked up her plate, heading to the sink to clean the dishes. Inko smiled at the lack of blood in the kitchen. At least her daughter wasn't using her quirk indoors anymore. She hummed to herself as she started to go through the process of cleaning up from breakfast. Her life was hardly normal anymore, but her daughter was happy and getting the support she needed to follow her dreams. Inko didn't like what it took for things to change, but they were changing in a way that made her daughter happy. Now she just needed to keep her safe. As she finished putting the dishes in the rack, the doorbell rang. She wiped her hands and made her way to the door. She looked through the peephole to confirm it was Gunhead. She undid the door chain, unlocked the door, and opened the door to find there was someone with Gunhead. "Good morning, Gunhead. And you are?" His skin was a deep tan, wearing an ikedogi with black hakama, and was 5 foot 7 inches tall. His head was shaved clean, though he kept his eyebrows and eyelashes. His face was mostly smooth with the exception of a few wrinkles near his eyes. Said eyes were closed and he was grinning serenely. "I am the patient hero, Hand of Harmony. He's one of the heroes in my agency, a veteran," Gunhead said as the two slipped off their shoes and put on slippers. Inko headed over to the couch and sat down, Gunhead following suit while Hand of Harmony turned one of the dining chairs and sat in it. "Since we're heading out a bit further than my dojo, I brought him along. We also have a few heroes watching over the intersections between here and the clinic." Hand of Harmony nodded. "There's been a minor increase in criminal activity in the area. That giant mount lady stole from Kamui Woods, that slime-quirked man who nearly killed young Izuku's friend," he said, getting a grim nod from Gunhead. "Not to mention there's been a rash of people disappearing and reappearing, only to disappear again with someone else. My agency has some of our best on that one, in case it's a recruiter trying to make a path to Izuku," Gunhead said, getting a frown from Inko. When Izuku was monitored, she was told criminals might try to recruit her. The public quirk register might not have Izuku's quirk listed to keep people from attempting to see if they had a similarly triggered quirk, but that it wasn't there could entice villains to seek her out. Hand of Harmony is in charge of our efforts on the case and has details on the most recent victims, so he's coming along. He also has a useful quirk if someone starts a fight trying to make a name for themselves. "Once someone hits me, I know what they're going to do 5 seconds following the strike," Hand of Harmony said, bowing his head slightly. "It's not as powerful as other precognition quirks, so I supplement it with heavy martial training, something Gunhead is very skilled at providing." Gunhead gave a thumbs up and Inko smiled. It was good to know they took her protection seriously. She relaxed and the three made small talk as they waited for Izuku to finish getting ready. Hand of Harmony was in the middle of a story about the time Gunhead had thrown him straight at a group of thugs when Izuku came out of the bathroom. She was wearing a green polyester shirt and a pair of black sports shorts that went down to her knees. Gunhead turned and waved over to her, and she smiled and waved back before noticing Hand of Harmony. Gunhead wished he had popcorn as she sped over to the man with her hands clasped together, eyes twinkling and grin from ear to ear. "Your pro-hero Hand of Harmony. One of the best martial arts heroes currently active, ranked higher in close-quarters combat than even super-strength heroes like Southern Sun and Backhand," she said, then ran off to her room as Inko held a hand over her mouth to prevent herself from laughing while Gunhead just stared with his fingers over his mask, looking thoroughly amused. Hand of Harmony, on the other hand, was a bit surprised that she was aware of who he was as well as his high position in the CQC ranking. Most people only were aware of the official rankings where he didn't rank very high, his quirk's nature making him best suited for supporting heroes by preventing reinforcements or one-on-one fights. Izuku ran back in and handed him a notebook and a pen. Leafing through it, he noticed a large number of signatures from Gunhead's agency and signed his name on a blank page. "Surprised you know about the CQC rankings?" Izuku squealed with delight as he handed the book back, and Hand of Harmony couldn't help the pride rising in his chest. "I know all the sub-ranking types: CQC, Rescue, Collateral Conscious, Long-Range Combat, Close-Range Combat, Team, Disaster Relief, Mass Takedown, and Investigation," she said, beaming with joy. "Are you going to be teaching me close-quarters combat today?" "Not today, but Gunhead, my dear friend, why haven't you introduced me to her yet? Are you hogging her to yourself? 'Cause if so, I suppose can't really blame you, she's adorable," he said, getting a bright red blush from Izuku as her mother finally broke out laughing, with Gunhead nodding jokingly. "Of course, she's that one person you can't help but shelter from the world even though you know the world needs to meet and learn from her," Gunhead said, making Izuku cover her face in embarrassment. Gunhead decided to take pity on her at that point. "He's here because we're heading out a bit further than we usually do. And with the recent bump in crime lately, I wanted a little extra protection for you and your mother." Izuku's blush died down and she looked up, so Gunhead continued. "Your quirk came late, and it's caused some massive changes in your life, eating habits, mentality, and physical abilities," Gunhead said and watched as Izuku calmed down and paid close attention to his words. "That's why we've decided to take you to a clinic specializing in quirk assessment exams. They put you through a set of physical and mental tests while monitoring your body to see what exactly your quirk is capable of." Izuku nodded and Hand of Harmony jumped into the explanation. Once complete, if the doctors find your quirk to be of sufficient power, they will give you an exam certificate that, along with a recommendation from a hero, would get you into UA without having to take the entrance exam, he said, getting Izuku to look over at him once more. Getting into UA by recommendation would be a guaranteed one-way ticket to heroics, and shows other pro heroes that even before you were publicized by the sports festival, heroes were taking notice of you. Izuku looked between the two heroes, before looking to her mother, who smiled and nodded at her. Izuku grinned and raced for the door. "Come on, let's go," she said, getting a small laugh from all three adults in the room as they got up to follow her. Inko smiled as her daughter excitedly asked Gunhead and Hand of Harmony what sort of test she might go through. She was so animated, so happy. It hurt that it took dying for Izuku to be so happy every day, but Inko couldn't deny that she was happy for her daughter. Katsuki laid back in his bed, reading over one of the many textbooks he'd gotten to study for the UA mock exam. Izuku would be with her monitor for the next few days according to his mother. She didn't say why, just that Izuku would excitedly regale him with the details. He didn't doubt that. While she couldn't exactly teach him everything she learned from Gunhead due to simply not being skilled enough yet, she did tell him what she'd done with the pro hero. He dropped a fist on the top of her head when she told him she'd decided to surprise the hero by letting him stab her and disarmed him from there. She'd responded by looking up at him with a pout and teary eyes that had made for an awkward dream that night. He heard a knock on his door and was about to let whoever was knocking it was open when it flew open. A cartoon-faced blonde claiming to be from UA at the beach burst in. "Hello, my junior. It's me, Mirio. Come to assist in your training to become a student of UA," Mirio said in full hero attire, cape somehow billowing behind him, one hand on his chest just under the number 1,000,000, the other outstretched to a baffled Katsuki, though his befuddlement was quickly turning into anger. "I have brought my best friends and fellow top-scoring students of UA's second year, Nejire and Tamaki, with me to bring out the best in you. They're waiting outside. I came through the flow." "Get away from my boy," Mitsuki said before attempting to bash the back of Mirio's head with a cast-iron pan. Mirio, however, had used his quirk to fall through the floor when he heard a scream behind him, causing her to hit nothing but air. "The hell, you saw him too, right?" "Unfortunately," Katsuki said, sitting up and putting his book down and looking up at the clock. It was nearly noon. He stood up from the bed and walked over to his mother, who backed out of his room to let him pass. "The whole met Izuku and me at the beach yesterday. Gunhead caught him with us and decided to question him. I guess he must have gotten Gunhead's approval. Still don't like him." Mitsuki shook her head as her son went over to the front door and opened it. The first person he noticed was a few inches shorter than him, a bright, blue-eyed girl in a simple blue dress with 3 buttons at the neckline, midnight blue leggings, and a pair of black shoes. She was pale but not nearly as bad as Izuku, and her long wavy hair was a light shade of blue. It also suddenly curled at her waistline. Slung over her shoulder was a navy blue purse. Next to her was a boy a couple inches taller than him who seemed to be trying to look anywhere but at the apartment. He had messy dark hair and pointed ears, wearing a white shirt, black jacket, black pants, and black shoes. "Hi, I'm Nejire and this is Tamaki. Look, if you all think you can help me better protect Izuku, fine. Gunhead didn't run your blonde friend and so I guess his story checks out," Katsuki said, holding a hand up and interrupting Nejire. "That said, next time that cartoon character warps into the middle of my home and busts open my door screaming one of those old comic-style introductions, I'm blowing him up and coming for you too." Mirio wasn't kidding. "He's like an angry puppy," Nejire said, causing Katsuki to growl while Mitsuki burst into laughter, putting an arm against the wall to keep herself from falling over. She made her way to the door and put a hand on Katsuki's head, pretending to scratch him and redirecting his anger. She then pointed her cast-iron pan at Nejire, making her jump and look at the pan uneasily. "Girl, I like you. Why don't you two come inside and we can talk?" she said, dragging Katsuki out of the way so they could come in. They both removed their shoes and Nejire pulled 3 pairs of slippers from her purse, slipping on a pair before handing the 2 larger pairs to Tamaki before walking in. Tamaki dropped his slippers and put them on, looking uncomfortable at the idea of walking into the apartment as Mirio came up behind him. Tamaki handed him the slippers and made his way inside. Mirio moved to put on the slippers onto to have a cast-iron pan suddenly appear right in front of his nose. He blinked and looked past it, seeing an angry Mitsuki and paling slightly. "Not you, you can wait here," she said, then pulled her pan back and slammed the door, leaving Mirio standing just outside of it with slippers in hand. Mitsuki sat down on one side of the couch, Masuro on the other side, and Katsuki in the middle. Nejire and Tamaki sat across from them on a different couch, Tamaki trying very hard not to look at anyone while Nejire looked straight into Mitsuki's eyes. Katsuki was twitching. He wanted to jump across the small living room table between them and fight, but Mitsuki had a hand on his shoulder, holding him in place. "So, you want to mentor my son? Why?" Mitsuki said, her face stoic. She knew what her son, he wasn't the nicest person. Years of shallow praise and having an admittedly powerful quirk had given him a lot of bad habits. She also knew he was trying to fix that, mostly through Izuku. For 3 students at UA to suddenly appear was fishy to her, even if that pro-hero looking over Izuku had cleared them as non-villains. Funny comment or not, I doubt you just stumbled on him and decided to help. Nejair nodded. We didn't. Mirio did and got the idea of helping him out and brought us into it. Mirio said he was rather protective of someone, a girl named Izuku. He compared her to a green ball of sunshine and everything a hero should want to be. And he wanted to help your son protect her, Nejair said, getting a smile from Masuro and a small laugh from Mitsuki. The 3 of us didn't do great our first year in UA, and we were put down quite a bit as a result. Despite all of us being the hero course, we barely made it to the second round of the sports festival. After the festival was over, we stopped to look at ourselves. We were the outcasts of our year, but our teacher saw potential in us. Said teacher also has a reputation for expelling people as soon as the first day if he doesn't see any potential, Nejair said. That made Katsuki stop shaking, his annoyance dying down. We decided to team up, train together every day, spend our rest days brainstorming ideas, and then this year the 3 of us dominated our year in the sports festival. When Mirio saw your son interacting with his friend, he also saw something like what we have and wanted to help make sure that even with Izuku having caught the eye of pro heroes like Gunhead, he'd be able to continue walking beside her, Tamaki said, looking a bit less uncomfortable but still out of his element. Nejair nodded and Mitsuku stared at the 2 before turning to Masuro, who shrugged. The girl seemed honest at the least. Katsuki, on the other hand, was thinking about what Nejair said about the teacher. No potential would mean getting expelled. And if what she said about the sports festival is true, then raw power what the man was considering when he looked for potential. It made sense, he guessed. While look for power in UA students, getting accepted proved their power. The trick was how they used it and how they acted. Katsuki was hardly uninventive with his explosions. But what if he could do more? The more he thought about it, the more he realized, yes, he'd probably need to put more work in. Sure, he was the best in this part of town. And in his school, outside of Izuku, everyone's quirks either hindered their combat or straight up just sucked. Of course, his quirk and the bag of tricks he had looked good from here. His classmates could barely manage to find an effective use for their quirks, let alone come up with multiple uses. He did, in fact, need an edge. What exactly do you have in mind? Katsuki said. And Nejair smiled at him. Izuku held her arms out as a nurse and hairnet stuck sensors on her. Next to her, a boy with messy indigo hair and tired eyes was having sensors stuck to him by another nurse. Hi, I'm Izuku. What's your name? Hitoshi, he said, his eyes flickering over to her. The nurses froze and looked between the 2 of them, making Hitoshi scoff. Did they really think he was going to mind control some random person in the middle of a clinic? It's nice to meet you. Are you excited too? She said, grinning from ear to ear, hopeful that she might make a new friend. The nurse placing sensors on her seemed to realize Hitoshi wasn't about to cause an issue and started placing sensors on her again. My quirk was dormant till recently. I've only had it for a few weeks. Hitoshi nodded. He wondered what she was blessed with for a moment. She was so ready to brag about it after all. What is it? Super strength, speed? I'm a zombie. That made the nurses and Hitoshi freeze up. A zombie? She had to be joking. No, really, Hitoshi said, turning his head to get a good look at the girl he was speaking with and noticed she was very pale, more than he was. She also had a set of stitches on her head, as if it had been split open once. No, really, I'm a zombie, Izuku said. She pouted at him as if he was bullying her for not believing her the first time. He scoffed and the nurse putting sensors on him turned his head forward, placing sensors on his face and neck. It scared my mom and my friend and his family at first, but they got used to it and try to keep me from scaring other people. What's your quirk? Brainwashing. When someone responds to me, I can take control of them, he said, waiting for her reaction. She was cheerful. Her quirk was accepted by her family and friends. He felt sad for a moment. He'd thought maybe she could understand him, but no such luck. He ready to retort for when she'd call his quirk villainous. That's so cool, she said, and Hitoshi waited. Any moment now he'd start hearing ways he could use it for villainy. You could convince people not to commit suicide, force villains to release hostages and turn them in, or divulge information about their operations. You're amazing. Hitoshi needed a moment to process what she said. That was not what he expected. She thought his quirk was cool, but she didn't list a bunch of villainous acts. She listed heroics. Yeah, I guess I could, he said, not believing his luck. He waited for part 2, for the villainy he could do. Do you live near Dagaba Beach? She said, and Hitoshi thought about it for a bit, then clicked his tongue. No, he didn't. He wondered why she asked. She seemed like the sort who would explain why if he was quiet long enough. My friend and I trained there. We could prepare for UAS heroics department together. She hadn't even thought of villainy, had she? Instead, she saw someone with a strong quirk and offered to train with him. He smiled, then frowned. If she was close to Dagaba Beach, she wasn't close. He finds a friend and she's too far away to work with. He wondered if his quirk gave him bad luck as well. No, I don't. Too bad, huh? Do you have a cell phone? Maybe we can call each other, encourage workout ideas and brainstorm tricks, Izuku said. She really didn't want to lose out on the chance to have another friend, and his quirk was really cool. Oh, I know. Pro-hero gunhead check-in offices all around town that double as dojos. Maybe you could sign up for classes. The nurses stepped back and give the two a once-over before giving them a thumbs up. Hitoshi stood still while Izuku took a few steps towards the door to the room they were supposed to go to. Then she turned around and noticed him staring. Come on, let's go, she said, and Hitoshi kept staring. She was covered in white sensor dots. Her green hair tied up in a spiky bun, with green eyes shining like emeralds. She was wearing a sleeveless polyester shirt and shorts that reached her knees, and the light shining from the window in the door behind her was giving her a halo. Hitoshi nodded and started walking. He'd gone and found an undead angel apparently. He knew how cruel the world could be when dealing with things that didn't fit the norm, and she definitely didn't fit the norm. Guess he'd have to get stronger, master his quirk in the act of getting someone so pissed they have to speak. Otherwise, there'd be no one there to keep the world from tearing her apart. Izuku went to open the door just for Hitoshi to step in front of her and open it for her, gesturing for her to go first. She nodded in thanks and they found themselves with 8 other kids. He looked around and saw a woman with bright golden eyes, ink-eye black skin, and short red hair. She wearing a coaching outfit as well as an earpiece. Standing what looked like a mirror and guessed it was a one-way mirror. There was also a number of yoga balls and barbells. Finally, on the opposite side of the room was a green door and a blue door. Hello everyone, my name is Kaku. We'll be doing a few routines to push you to your limits and get a good full body workout, the woman said and pulled a whistle from her pocket. Each of you, go pick a yoga ball and line up. 3 meters space between you all. Don't worry about the barbells. When it's time to use them, I'll get them. Izuku immediately picked out a green one, getting a bit of a chuckle from Hitoshi. She was so enthusiastic. He wasn't sure what was coming over him. Maybe her friendly personality was dragging him in. He wanted to be her friend. He went and grabbed a light brown ball. The color reminded him of the stray cat he'd been giving food to recently. Soon everyone was lined up with Kaku standing before them. All right, each of you will start with 10 push-ups, followed by 10 squats. Following that, you'll be doing 10 burpees. For those unaware of what that is, squat and reach for the floor. Then kick your legs out, lower yourself, push up, bring legs under you, then bring yourself back up into a squat and jump up. Following that, you will do 10 pike rollouts. This is done with that yoga ball you just picked out. Put your legs on the ball while your hands are on the floor in a push-up position, then raise your hips into the air and bring them back down, Kaku said, and Hitoshi paled slightly. Just how much exercise were they doing? She expected them to get through this. Finally, I will bring you the barbells. You will do 10 deadlifts followed by 5 clean and jerks. For a deadlift, you will hold the barbell against your thighs and lower it to the ground while keeping your back straight. For the clean and jerk, you will squat and hold the barbell while it is on the ground. Then lift it by standing up and bending your elbows to bring it to your chest, and then you will lift it over your head before doing the entire process in reverse. If you cannot complete a full set, please head through the green door. If you can complete a set, you will be going through the blue door. If you are not tired by the end of the first set, which I have yet to see, you will do the set again with double the amount of repetitions and a barbell half again heavier. Any questions? Kaku said, and Izuku lifted her hand. Go ahead, Ms. Broccoli. Hitoshi decided he was so stealing that when Izuku lowered her hand. What if your quirk prevents you from getting tired? She said, and Hitoshi turned towards her. She can't get tired. That is so unfair. He's always tired. You keep going until it's not exhaustion but lack of strength that stops you. Any further questions? Kaku said. Then when no one asked anything else, she held the whistle out. And, begin. She whistled and Hitoshi watched Izuku fall forward to the floor and start as he brought himself down slower. He shook his head and focused on himself. No time to stare at her. He'll get self-conscious. Meanwhile, Izuku was throwing herself into the push-ups as hard as she could, pushing up hard enough for her hands to leave the ground. Then she'd clap and reach back down. Once her hands hit the ground and her momentum stopped, she'd lower herself to the ground. On the 10th push-up, she pushed hard enough to lift herself back up onto her feet and started doing the squats. Kaku, on the other hand, watched with a very aggressive grin, deciding to put Izuku's weights at a naturally high setting from the show she was giving. A couple of the other examinees had frozen up watching her go, and Kaku blew her whistle. Keep moving. Don't focus on what your fellow examinees are doing. Focus on what you're doing, she said, jolting the two back to work. Hitoshi was just finishing his push-ups when the woman whistled. He picked himself up and started to go through the squats. He got to about 3 before he heard Izuku's hands hit the floor again as she started on the burpees. She said she worked out at Dagaba Beach. Maybe after this, he could convince his parents to take him there every other day or so. If her workout routine let her do this well, it would be worth the gas. As he started on his burpees, Izuku was nearly done with her pike rollouts. He also felt good for a moment as the boy next to him with dark purple hair shaped like balls on his head hit the floor and had to head out after his final burpee. At least he wasn't the first to go out. As he heard a barbell hit the ground next to Izuku, he decided he'd at the very least finish a full set. He wanted to stay beside her, the one person who didn't think him a villain in the making. As Izuku began her deadlifts, she giggled, getting Kaku to look at her. "What's so funny, Ms. Broccoli? I'm a zombie doing deadlifts," she said, saying each word as she lifted the barbell, the sentence getting a bark of laughter from Kaku. She had a new friend. She was learning a great workout routine, and she was going to learn her quirk's potential over the next few days. She couldn't help but feel excited, nervous, happy, and maybe a bit scared, if only because she wondered how Hitoshi would react to her body's reaction to wounds. Soon the deadlifts were done, and she noticed that out 8 who had started only 5 were left. Kaku looked disappointed, but then shrugged and looked at Izuku. She might be her favorite examinee of the year. Sure, her form a tiny bit off, but not enough to get negative results, especially not from someone who didn't have to worry about stamina. Izuku dropped her barbell as she finished the clean and jerks and dropped to the floor for push-ups. She was the one to keep an eye on. That was for certain. Hitoshi was suddenly regretting his mental pledge to at least get 1 set completed as he did his 3rd deadlift. When he'd heard Izuku finish her deadlifts, he snuck a glance to see what a clean and jerk looked like. He was pretty sure he was going to die attempting that, but at the same time, she made it look so easy. He made a note to never challenge the girl to an arm wrestling contest. On the other side of Izuku, a boy with thick gray hair was trying to keep up with her, managing to get to his set and dropped to start his push-ups as Izuku finished hers. He had thick eyebrows and his sharp teeth were grinding with the effort it was taking to attempt matching her pace. He heard the other examinees drop, unable to finish all 5 clean and jerks save for the boy with indigo hair, who pushed himself to the last one before bringing the barbell down and nearly toppling over. He himself was getting to his limit. Getting to his 10th push-up, fell forward. Gasping for air, he turned his head and the green-haired girl was moving, doing her 2nd set of squats. Picking himself up, he went to the blue door and sat next to the boy with indigo hair, and held a thumb up. "Names, Tetsu. Ew," he said before noticing hand towels on the table in front of him, grabbing one to wipe the sweat from his face. Hitoshi had already been wiping his face off and tossed the towel into the nearby basket, the effort toppling him sideways in the couch. "Hitoshi, Shinsu, nice to meet you. 500 pounds, go," Kaku said as used her quirk to lift new weights onto the barbell in Izuku's hands, and she started her 2nd set of deadlift. Izuku noticed it was becoming difficult to lift the weight. She was getting close to her limit. Keeping that in mind, she did the rest of the deadlifts and started on the clean and jerks, nearly stumbling on the last one. Kaku nodded and jerked her thumb at the blue door. Izuku nodded and made her way through the door, where both Hitoshi and the other boy who completed a set were breathing for dear life. She walked over to the boy and held her hand out. "Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya. What's your name?" she said. Tetsu looked up at her and groaned. She didn't look remotely tired. She wasn't kidding. "Are you okay? You sound sick. You didn't overdo it, did you? That could set your training back really far." "I'm okay. I just need to eat plenty of iron later," Tetsu said before bringing his hand up to hers and shaking it. "Name's Tetsu. Next time, I'm going to win." Izuku tilted her head and Tetsu felt the word cute pierce his mind like an arrow. "Win? What do you mean?" she said. Was the workout supposed to be a competition? She should probably not mention that to Katsuki. He'd get mad that she entered a competition without him. "I thought we were just exercising." "Everything is a competition. If you don't work towards being the best at all you do, then you get complacent and happy with where you are, when you should work at being better." "I need some fried liver. I could use a chocolate bar," Hitoshi said, then saw Izuku was in the room. "Oh, hey Izuku, you finished?" Izuku nodded, suddenly wishing she had some pork when a group of people came out with various serving platters and pitchers. They revealed various vegetables, fruit, assorted juices, and water, a whole pig, a few stacks of steaks, and a roast chicken, before placing them all on a table in the center of the room a good 3 meters away from them. The 3 stared at the food and before Izuku practically flew across the room, grabbing one of the pig's hind legs and forcibly tearing it from the pig before she started eating it, the thrashing of her head from each bite undoing her hair's spiked bun. Hitoshi's eyes widened alongside Tetsu's as they watched the lean but very well-defined girl rip off the pig leg effortlessly and bite through it like it half-melted butter. Her eyes had gone white as she just kept biting, and the meat on the leg started disappearing. He shook his head and looked through the food, and picked out a few steaks for himself before pouring himself a cup of orange juice. Tetsu, on the other hand, had found a serving plate full of liver and onions, shoveling it into his mouth. Hitoshi stole a glance back at Izuku and saw she had climbed onto the roast pork and started ripping large strips of flesh off the bones with her teeth, looking much like the zombie she claimed to be. He decided to keep her in his peripheral in case she decided she wanted some long pig too. Meanwhile, in the viewing room where they watched the students and monitored the data sent by the sensors, Enko had her head in her hands while Gunhead, Hand of Harmony, and Kaku all started pumping their fists chanting go. Go, go, go. Izuku eventually moved off of the pig and found numerous cups of blueberry parfaits and apples. She grabbed the apples and started eating them, cores and all, occasionally stopping and pouring a parfait in her mouth. Once the parfaits were gone, she grabbed a chicken by one of its legs and bit into the torso of the bird, her jaws easily crushing bone and grinding it. After another few minutes of her feeding frenzy, she was full and she snapped out of it, looking confused in the middle of the table with a quarter of a chicken in one hand and an empty pitcher of mixed berry juice. Hitoshi and Tetsu were staring at her in terror while she looked between them, wondering when she got on the table. After a moment, she slowly brought the chicken over to her mouth and took another bite. Gunhead grabbed one of the scientist's shoulders. Please tell me we can get a recording of that. That was both totally awesome and absolutely terrifying, he said as Kaku excused herself to lead the children to the next test area before they succumbed to food comas. Gunhead grinned under his mask and went over to Enko, who was still covering her face with her hands. At least she has a healthy appetite. Enko sparred a hand to slap his arm before using it to cover her face again, with Gunhead laughing uproariously. With Izuku, she was apologizing for her bad manners while Hitoshi tried to explain it was fine. Tetsu, on the other hand, took it as a challenge and was trying to eat more, but found himself slowing down as his stomach couldn't take any more food. Kaku made her way into the room and laughed a bit as she looked at the mess Izuku had torn across the table in her food frenzy. I get the feeling I'm going to miss you at the end of our 3 days together, she said, inciting an embarrassed blush from the young girl. Hitoshi moved to stand to Izuku's right, Tetsu following suit and standing to her left. Kaku had to keep herself from laughing. With Hitoshi standing a good 4 inches taller than Izuku and Tetsu 3 inches taller, it was like she was being flanked by 2 older brothers. Kaku imagined the adorable little zombie girl would manage to get a lot of older brothers in life. Putting it out of her mind and focusing on her work, she led the boys to the next part of the facility, where they rejoined the other examinees. This part of the building was white. The floors, the walls, the ceiling, all pristine and white. The only bit of color was the off-white curtains and beds, all near individual doors. Soon various doctors were coming over to them with pads of paper and pens. Hitoshi Shinsu, my name is Hatsujin. If you'd follow me, I have a few questions for you, he said, and Hitoshi followed him while Izuku waved, a doctor taking her to a different part of the room as well. The doctor pulled the curtain around them and gestured for Izuku to sit on the examination bed, which she did. All right, so, let's begin. Let me know if we have information wrong. Your name is Izuku Midoriya, born on July 15th, and you have a mutation quirk, the doctor said, and Izuku nodded. The doctor smiled that he had the right information and moved down the sheet to the questions. So, first question, what do you know your quirk can do? Izuku grinned and pulled up her loose hair, showing the man the sutures across her head. It keeps me from dying even though my heart's no longer beaten and I technically don't need to breathe aside from getting air to speak with. My muscles stitch me back when I get cut or dismembered, and I benefit from exercise quickly enough that I don't need rest days provided I give my body the materials it needs to grow, she said, and the doctor wrote it down without thinking about what she said until after he'd finished writing. He looked up at the smiling girl, who seemed way too innocent for the idea that she just said she'd died. Oh, and when I dismember parts of myself and throw them, I get control of them when the muscle stitching makes contact, letting me grab distant objects, and I don't feel pain from it, just an odd peeling sensation, like when you pull off dried glue from your fingertips. The doctor waited for the punchline before his earpiece buzzed. She's telling the truth, write it down. One of the doctors in the viewing room let him know, so he continued, his skin notably more pale. Izuku waited for the next set of questions, her legs swinging underneath her. All right, I have it that you named this quirk Patchwork Zombie, fairly straightforward and currently not taken, so there are no issues there. When you say you're getting results from training at a quicker pace as a result of your quirk, what exactly did you mean? Prior to activation of my quirk 3 weeks ago, I could run at about 10 miles an hour if I went as quickly as I could. Now when I try, I clock in at 30 miles an hour, she said, then held out her arm with her wrist facing the ceiling and clenched her fist. In the exam, I did 2,500-pound deadlifts with only slight difficulty. Prior to my quirk, I struggled with 30-pound rice bags. The man nodded and wrote the stats down, and gestured for her to lie down on the exam table. Once she did, he opened the door closest to them and wheeled her into the room. It contained an MRI scanner. She was transferred onto the scanning bed and they headed out of the room. Once the door closed, the MRI machine started up, and she closed her eyes. In the main viewing room, Inko was watching the doctor in charge of monitoring her daughter's scans intently. If anything went wrong, if he showed any sort of fear, she would act. Instead, though the man seemed heavily interested in the readings, not scared in the slightest, just deeply interested. What does it say? The doctor closed his hands in front of his face and grinned. Her internals have been completely rewired in almost every system. This is perhaps the most extreme case of a mutant quirk I've ever seen, he said, bringing his hands away from his face and tapping the keys on his computer in rapid succession. Organs and muscles she doesn't need are no longer connected to her neural network. New nerves have formed to allow her body to act despite the lack of those organs. Her body has even repurposed the unused tissue to advance other parts of her body. Once he was done, another scan came up, and the doctor brought the two side by side. While quirkless people might be the minority, there's still a good baseline to show how a quirk affects someone, and hers has changed her dramatically, he said. And Inko paled as she realized there already a large number of differences she could spot as it was. The doctor, however, just seemed all the more excited to explain the changes he was finding. For example, she doesn't have a pulse because her heart no longer exists, or more accurately, she has dozens of much smaller hearts, all working in sequence to create a constant, smooth flow. It also creates a much lower pressure which her lungs couldn't support. She'd be breathing too rapidly. Normally this would be a problem, especially since our cells need oxygen to function. Muscles specifically use oxygen as a form of lubricant to prevent overheating from friction, and the brain uses it to keep from short-circuiting. So her body needed to get oxygen from somewhere that worked better than her lungs. Find a replacement, or reduce the need for it, he said, then pointed out Izuku's new vascular system. It decided on a mix of the first and third, starting with took an idea or two from amphibians. Her skin, or at least the layers she shares with us, is actually thinner than the average humans. But then there's a new layer in it. Inko looked in a mix of horror and amazement as the doctor navigated the scan, showing her what her daughter's quirk had done. Her skin absorbs oxygen and stores it within the new layer of her skin, which her new system uses to get a constant influx of oxygen at a slower pace but throughout a much larger area of her vascular system. However, it didn't remove the alveoli in her lungs. She can breathe through them, but it's not ideal, he said. On top of that, it brought her body's core temperature down, so it would take more effort to bring her to a state of overheating. Finally, her hair. Her hair is much more rooted to her than a normal human because it acts as very large gills. If she were submerged, it would be used as a set of external gills, taking over when submerged. And yes, all body hair is included. And that's not even getting into the changes in her neural network to enable all of the changes in her various systems to function and give her body the commands it needs to stitch itself back together, the doctor said, his hands on his head as he stared in unbridled excitement at the scans. Inko took a few steps back, the doctor starting to creep her out and the explanation leaving her head spinning. Just how much of her daughter had changed in a single instant, a single step. So, what? Her body is hyper-adapted to survive in any environment, Gunhead said after a bit, looking at the scan. Does she have a weak point anymore? None. With an absolute kill I can find. Freezing her solid might shut her down, but once she's out, it's wholly possible her body will restart as it did when she first died. Take a moment to recover, then pop her awake again, he said, assuming her body shuts down in the first place. Can we not talk about how to kill my daughter, please? Izuku heard the machine shut down and the bed she was on pulled out of the MRI. A doctor helped her off of the bed and led out to the previous room. Hitoshi and Tetsu were looking around, quickly locking onto her before walking over, Hitoshi waving slightly. Izuku made her way to the two, ready to ask all sorts of questions about what the doctors had asked them. Tetsu, Hitoshi, tell me everything. Did your doctor ask you to brainwash him to see how the receiving end experiences it? I think out of all the registered hypnosis quirks, they've gone both ways. And Tetsu, was is your quirk? What did the doctors want to know about it? Calm down, Izuku. Has anyone ever mentioned you're like a hyper-energetic kitten? Hitoshi said, getting a laugh from Tetsu and a blush from Izuku. And no, they were too afraid to let themselves be brainwashed. Though that question brings up a good point. As for the questions for me, my quirk is steel. I can turn my body into a nigh invulnerable metal but still move fairly well, Tetsu said, turning his arm to metal and waving it around. Though I am a lot stiffer like that, so fluid movement is hard. Izuku's eye shined as she looked between them, then focused on Hitoshi. Brainwash me? I'm sorry, what did you just say? Hitoshi said, blinking at Izuku. She did realize people usually don't ask things like that, right? Right. Izuku grinned up at him and he realized she was actually being serious. He had the feeling she was about to give him a bunch of reason why he should brainwash her. This wasn't a kink, was it? Did Izuku know what kinks were? She seemed fairly innocent. Because it sounded like you want me to use my brainwashing quirk that I can use to make you do a lot of stuff you might not be comfortable with on you. Do it for the sake of men everywhere. She's a literal monster girl. Make it happen and make the dreams of all hot-blooded men come true. the boy with purple ball hair said, giving Hitoshi some serious goosebumps while Izuku looked between them in confusion. Oh god, she really is that innocent. She must be protected. He turned to his now fully metallic friend. Tetsu. On it, Tetsu said, reaching over to Izuku and turning her away from the perverse boy before lunging at him. The boy screamed in terror as Tetsu barreled into him and sent examination beds in every direction. Izuku, don't turn around, he said, getting his quirk ready to prevent her from witnessing what was about to happen. Itoshi wa, she said, and he let his quirk take effect over her. He looked over her shoulder and waited for a sign from Tetsu. Eventually, the dust settled and Tetsu gave a thumbs up. That's when he let go of her mind. That was awesome. It was like a haze. I could see, but it was like my eyes were made of foggy glass. I wonder what a command would sound and feel like. Itoshi sighed in relief when her tone of voice screamed an intellectual curiosity, not a filthy one. What a waste. Your turn, Tetsu said as he took Izuku's hand and led her to where the doctor was waiting at an open door. Itoshi nodded and turned towards the rather scuffed-up-looking boy with ball-shaped hair. Right, grape face. Wah, punch yourself right in the gut where my friend landed that beautiful haymaker, would you kindly? He said, using a line from an old game his father had mentioned becoming a big cultural thing based on pre-quirk data. He might keep using that line, it felt really good to use. He shrugged as the boy flipped out and made his way into the next room, or rather, hallway. Girls to the left rooms, boys to the right, one of the doctors said, handing him a number. It felt early to sleep, but at the same time, he could probably use a nap. So he took the number and went to the corresponding room. He saw as Izuku enter her room and was relieved to note Tetsu was in the room across from her. Izuku looked at what was in front of her. The room wasn't very big, but it was the first room she'd seen with a clock. It showed it was 7 in the evening. And Izuku remembered how long it took to do the paperwork compared with everything else. Izuku searched the room to see what exactly she was given and found a bed, a change of clothes, a security camera, and a bamboo divider in the corner. She turned to the camera and bowed her head in thanks before grabbing the change of clothes and hiding behind the divider to change. She wasn't sure what tomorrow had in store, but if it was anything like today, she was sure it would be a lot of fun. Toshinori stumbled out of Sorahiko's home, landing on his hands and knees and letting out a painful cough. He was covered in bruises and after taking a hit that threw him into a table, had a thin line of blood going down his face from a small cut on his forehead and joining the blood from his mouth as it dripped from his chin. He'd taken the time to talk with Sir Night-Eye about his conundrum, as well as Naomasa, and once that was done had gone to see Sorahiko, his old mentor, about the problem. He hadn't taken the news of Toshinori's mistake well, to say the least. You were quirkless when she found you, dreaming of heroics and giving it your all, have you forgotten? Fighting for a world where we can smile and laugh together while you destroy a girl's dreams as she bears her heart to you, is that world you want, Toshinori? She taught you better than this, fool boy. Once he'd stopped his assault, Toshinori barely being able to defend himself without activating One for All as it would only further enrage the man, Sorahiko spoke. I've long since learned that no one is perfect, but a part of me could never find what part of Nana Shimura wasn't perfect. I didn't know if I didn't want to or if she was the exception to the rule. I see now what her flaw was. She was tricked by people's false bravado, your false bravado. She thought you'd not only become a better hero but also have a spirit stronger than hers so that One for All would live on in a person who wouldn't let the pains of being a hero break them. You've broken Toshinori, and now when people depend on you, you keep breaking, letting people fall into the abyss and shatter. You want my opinion? Fine, I'll go and meet with Sir Night-Eye and Gunhead, learn about the two of them and let you know who I think would be best for it. In the meantime, keep faking the hero shtick. Even a broken symbol is better than none, I guess. Toshinori climbed into his car and sighed. He wasn't sure what he'd expected from the old man, but at the same time, he wasn't surprised by his anger. Sorahiko wasn't wrong either. How could he have forgotten he was once in the same place as her, dreaming of being a hero with no quirk and making the world safer, better? Toshinori felt tears run down his cheeks. Nana Shimura had told him to remember his origin, his dream, all of it, and he just forgot it due to one hard fight after years of simple ones. He put his forehead against his steering wheel. And the tears fall. Sorahiko was right. Just what had he become? Sorahiko shook his head as finished changing from his hero costume to his nightwear. He couldn't believe what he'd just been told. Toshinori of all people driving a girl to suicide. All because she had the same origin as he did. Well, he supposed that wasn't quite true. She did have a quirk but had been living without it because of the cruelest activation condition he'd ever heard of. A mutation on death that creates a living zombie with no pulse. A small part of him doubted the story, at least the part where the girl came back to life. Not that he didn't want her to be alive, but he'd heard of people getting stranger ideas to try and cope with mental and emotional traumas. He was an old hero, technically retired. In a world where people were born with superpowers, he dealt with his share of crazies. He looked out his window to see Toshinori crying into his steering wheel. At least the man was remorseful. If he wasn't, he'd probably drag the man to the local station and have him arrested. Heroics be damned. Tashinori, you damn fool. Izuku yawned and sat up in her bed, rubbing the sleep from her eyes and looking around. She was in the clinic, the day before she'd met 2 new friends, Hitoshi and Tetsu, and now she was on day 2 of her quirk examination. She hoped she'd get to train again with Kaku. She was quick to find her limit, which meant she could break past them further. She climbed out of the bed and then straightened up the sheets, pillow, and blankets. She then tucked the blankets into the bed and looked around. She didn't see a new change of clothes, just her old clothes hanging from the bamboo divider. A look to the clock showed it was 8 in the morning. And as if by magic, a nurse came into her room with a folded hospital gown, stopping once she saw that the girl was awake. "Hello, my name is Tsukunoma. Please give me a moment and we'll be making our way to the washroom," she said as she walked over to the bed and put the change of clothes on it. Izuku nodded, waiting as the nurse looked over the room and noted the state of it, then took her dirty clothes. The nurse stepped back and looked for anything she might have missed before nodding. "All right, we'll get these laundered while the first exam for the day is being taken care of. Please take the gown and follow me. We'll be heading to the washroom so you can clean up with the soap provided, in order to facilitate today's initial scan." "Okay, thank you," Izuku said, stepping over to the bed and picking up the gown before walking a few steps behind Tsukunoma. The washrooms were at the end of the hall, and there were 2 other girls. One of them was a slightly pale girl with most of her black hair tied into a spiky ponytail, leaving only the right side of her bangs to hang loose. Her onyx-colored eyes flickered over to Izuku and she waved, already dressed in one of the provided hospital gowns. Next to her was a girl with long black hair reaching down to her elbows, save for her bangs, which were just long enough to cover her nose. Her skin was electric blue and she seemed to have rushed behind the first girl and was peeking around her. From what Izuku could see, she was also in a gown. "Hello, I don't think we met during the testing. I'm Momoye Yurazu, and this is Asur Dendo," the girl with the ponytail said. And the girl behind her waved as her name was said. Izuku smiled and waved back. "What's your name?" "I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you," Izuku said, then looked around and, spotting the showers and rushing over to them. "I'll be right back." Momo nodded and turned slightly to look at the girl behind her. Asur was rather small, a good foot shorter than her. "Hey, it's okay. She seems nice," Momo said. The girl had gotten scared by something between the post-workout meal and the end of the scans, latching to her for some reason. "Maybe the 3 of us could be friends." Asur nodded and slowly stepped out from behind Momo, who used her quirk to make a pair of simple hair clips. The girl took them and clipped her bangs out of her face, showing a pair of pitch black eyes with crimson eyeshadow. Asur smiled up at Momo, who patted her shoulder as Izuku came out from the showers, the hospital gown on and ready for whatever tests would come. Seeing the 2 girls were still there, she waved and went over to the sink. There was her dark green toothbrush and hairbrush, which her mother had remembered to grab for her when they left, some simple toothpaste, and her hairband, which she thought she lost in her feeding frenzy. She started to brush her teeth and Momo and Asur made their way over to her, arriving just as Izuku started rinsing her mouth. She spat into the sink, wiped her mouth with a paper towel, and looked at the reflection of the 2 in the mirror. "Sorry, I wanted to be clean before anything," Izuku said, getting a nod from Momo and Asur. The 2 understood. Both of them had felt somewhat dirty when they woke up, realizing they hadn't cleaned up after the workout. Izuku started to brush her hair. "What's your quirks?" "Mine is Patchwork Zombie." Momo raised an eyebrow at the name of her quirk but mentally shrugged, deciding not to read too much into it. "Mine is Creation. I can configure the lipids in my body into various elements and designs, then pull them from my body. From what Asur was able to gesture to me, she can enter any electronic that is either equal in size or bigger than," she said, Asur nodding a confirmation while Momo looked at Izuku's blue lips. Momo then held out a hand. From her palm, a stick of pale beige lipstick. Izuku watched in awe, then froze up and Momo held it out for her. "Try this. I think it'd look nice. Those 2 boys that seemed to gravitate to you after the scans would enjoy seeing it too." Izuku took the lipstick, then looked at Momo. "What do I do with it?" she said, then jumped as shadows seemed to form around Momo's face, save for 2 glowing yellow eyes and a cat-like grin. Suddenly it all disappeared, her eyes now twinkling and her grin bright as she took Izuku's hand, dragging the girl in front of her. She made sure to have Izuku face the mirror and Asur moved to Izuku's left side. "Hey, don't worry, we're just going to help you out a bit. Didn't your mother show you how to do makeup?" Momo said as she put Izuku in front of the mirror and formed a small case of pale pink blush. Asur nodded from the side, pointing at her eyeshadow. Izuku shook her head. "Mom did my face once when I was 8. Then a girl got mad at me for being near Kaken and they put my head in a toilet," Izuku said, getting a loud gasp from Momo and a silent one from Asur, who then glared adorably and started jumping up and down to stamp her feet. Momo looked at Asur and nodded. "You're right, Asur. Bullies are intolerable, Momo said, then looked at Izuku's reflection as she turned the lipstick. Well, that won't happen here, and when we're done you'll have those two doing whatever you so desire. Like what? Izuku said before Asur's hand went up to her left cheek and Momo's went to her right cheek, pushing slightly to force her lips into an O shape. All kinds of things, Momo said, Asur nodding rapidly. Now, hold still. Izuku felt a spark of fear as the lipstick came towards her lips. Hitoshi pulled the towel from his hair, then quickly combed through it to get rid of any tangles and nothing else. It was naturally messy and any attempts to make it otherwise ended in failure. Standing next to him, Tetsu was brushing his teeth with a specialized brush that had bristles tough enough not to get cut by his sharp teeth. All of the boys were dressed, most of them making small talk. From what he could overhear, the boy they'd attempted to teach a lesson to was Minoru about which girls they liked best. His attempts including comparing their bodies in various ways, saying the zombie girl had the best stomach and legs, the tall one had just the right thickness, and the blue girl was a total supernatural loli. He could see Tetsu brush moving quicker and angrier with each comment. Seemed he wasn't big of openly perverse stuff. Neither was he, admittedly, but he was holding it back for now. He'd wait until the right moment to embarrass the boy. The other two's names were Roy Kestrel and Tsubame Banton, both of which were trying to ignore Minoru but couldn't help blushing. Said blush apparently egging Minoru on because he was still going. Roy's quirk that turned the hair on his head into a long set of brown feathers, black and white stripes just before the ends, as well as a mouth that pointed outwards like a very shallow beak with a flat nose. He also had a bit more space between his eyes than normal. He was heavily tanned as if he spent all the time he could outside in the sun. Aside from that, he didn't see anything odd about the boy, just his head resembling a cross between a human and a bird. He was also rather small, Minoru himself being only a half a foot shorter than him. Tsubame was much larger in comparison, having a good 2 inches on Hitoshi. Tsubame had a very strange body shape. His belly and waist were like one large ball, easily a good 4 feet wide at the widest point, with his hips and rather average-looking legs sticking out from the bottom. He had a chest that was similar in width to Tetsu's but was tube-like and sticking out of the top of the ball-like belly, his arms sticking out of the sides where they'd be on a normal torso, resting on the sides of said belly. The next odd part about him was his neck, or rather lack of one. Sticking out of the top of his torso was a half-capsule-shaped head with a mouth that stretched halfway around it. His skin was the same color as a medium-rare steak while his buzz-cut hair looked like the searing on the steak. The man also had beady eyes that were blue of all things. Despite the odd look, he spoke in a more sophisticated tone, which he hadn't expected from the shape. He snorted to himself. Look at him, judging people by the appearance of their quirks. You'd think he'd know better. So, it'll be your turn next time. Any ideas? Hitoshi said as Tetsu rinsed out his mouth and spat into the sink. The man wiped his lips and made a thinking pose, rubbing this thumb against his chin. He's small, I'll scream villain. Fastball special, grab him and throw him at something. Say I saw it move and figured a villain was scouting us. I used my quirk on him yesterday, so I probably shouldn't today. Maybe I'll stumble and whatever I'm holding with fly into him faster than would be expected, Hitoshi said as they made their way out of the washroom and into the hallway. Tetsu's eyes widened as if he'd had an epiphany. Oh, a fake accident. Yeah, I should do that too, less trouble that way. Tetsu said, his words trailing off as he opened the door and slowly froze. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow and looked over his shoulder. His eyes widened as he saw what caused his new friend to freeze up. Standing between the other two girls in their examination group was Izuku. Her hair tied into 2 side ponytails held up by red ribbons that stuck up into the air like rabbit ears. Her once blue lips were now a pale beige, just a few shades darker than her pale skin, and her cheeks were dusted with the slightest shade of pink. Her eyelashes looked a tad longer and a shade darker than the day before, accenting her eyes just a smidgen more. She also was looking in amazement at herself using a small handheld mirror that the taller of the girls was holding. It's so pretty, Izuku said, seemingly in shock at the effects the makeup had on her visage, the small blue girl nodding so fast Hitoshi wouldn't be surprised if she turned dizzy and fell when she stopped. Izuku then turned and hugged the taller girl. Thank you. Anytime, Izuku, the taller one said before Izuku let go of her, saw the two of them, and started waving. The 2 other girls looked at Hitoshi and Tetsu, and then grinned slyly while Izuku just looked excited to see them. Damn it, what do we do? Tetsu said through a clenched jaw. And Hitoshi just shook his head, patting Tetsu on the back. The 2 started moving again, coming out of the men's washroom while Izuku made her way over to them. She's really cute right now. Not sure I can take it. Play it cool, she's getting close, Hitoshi said as Izuku stepped up to them. Hey, Izuku, you look nice. Izuku's eyes sparkled and Hitoshi wasn't sure what had more in it, his face or his heart. Thank you, Hitoshi, you look nice too, so do you, Tetsu, she said, and he was pretty sure he saw Tetsu tense up even more. Tetsu's body started taking a metallic sheen as his quirk started to activate from how tense he was. Did you both sleep well? Sure did. Izuku, Hitoshi said while Tetsu just made a sound resembling an attempt to talk, but was too tense to move anything in his mouth. Hitoshi moved to bail his friend out. He put an arm around Tetsu's shoulder and shrugged. Don't mind Tetsu. He's just nervous as to what we'll be doing today, after the rough workout yesterday. He grabbed Tetsu's shoulder and squeezed, whispering in his ear. Get it together, man, Hitoshi said. And Tetsu nodded, doing a few breathing exercises to calm himself down and then grinned at Izuku. Sorry about that. Still sore from yesterday, and some of the mindless chat in the washroom involved what we might do today got me anxious, he said, his skin returning to normal while the two other girls giggled, one of them silently. The two boys gave the two girls a quick glare just long enough not to be noticed as Izuku blinked. So, why the makeup? Not trying to sound mean, it looks really good, but I didn't see any on you yesterday. Izuku was about to respond when the taller girl did for her. I made her some lipstick with my quirk and, realizing she didn't know how to put it on, helped apply it along with some blush and eyeliner, she said as she walked up to them, patting Izuku on the head softly while Asur skipped over to Izuku's left side. My name's Momoye Yurazu, and this is Asur Dendo, you are, Hitoshi Shinsu. And this is Tetsu, Hitoshi said, looking between the girls. Of course Izuku would turn out to be a friend magnet while he's trained to be antisocial thanks to his quirk. Maybe that would work actually. Usually does regardless if he wants it to or not. You said you used your quirk to create the makeup. Sounds useful. My quirk's brainwashing. Momo blinked at him and nodded with a smile. That should make for a very useful quirk in heroics, provided you use it right. The one time he wants it to scare people off, he gets more people like Izuku who see the use of it. Yeah, I suppose it will. Can you make other stuff with your quirk? He said. Well, if you can't scare them off, get friendly with them because Izuku's going to keep them around anyway. Momo nodded. So long as I understand how it's made, I can make it. Nice, perfect for a first response hero, Hitoshi said, Izuku beaming in joy between the four of them. Her new friends were all being nice to each other and she was shown the basics of how to do her own makeup. She could barely contain her squeal of joy. My quirk steel, it lets me turn my body into organic metal. I'm nigh invulnerable when I activate it, Tetsu said, flexing an arm and activating his quirk in said arm to turn it to metal, though it can be hard to move smoothly. Asur gestured, miming a box in front of her, then stepping into it and shaking like she was electrocuted. Hitoshi hummed for a moment, and when Izuku opened her mouth he spoke before she could. You can enter electronics, he said. Asur nodded, and then mimed a small box, then mimed stepping and stomping on it in frustration. But not if it's smaller than you. Does that include wires? Asur shrugged and Hitoshi nodded. Haven't tried. Fair enough, probably safer to test it here than at home, he said, and the five started walking down the hall, making small talk and brainstorming what they might be doing. There was a nurse at the end of the hall where they'd come from the night before, and as they got closer, she opened the door for them to re-enter that room. Kaku was in the viewing room, security cameras watching as five entered the medical area. She smirked at the fact the two boys had fallen into flanking positions behind the girls while Izuku animatedly spoke with Momo and Asur. Nurses came up to them all and led them to different parts of the room, pulling curtains to separate the areas. While the kids had been asleep, they had moved a number of ultrasound scanners into the room, set up for musculoskeletal scans. Soon the other boys had entered the room and were led to their own areas, and the nurses got to work. The soaps used in the showers were a body wash gel that left a thin residue. Coined pre-scan cleanser by most clinics, it had invented years ago by a gymnophobic radiologist who didn't want to deal with applying the gel himself. Selfish reasons aside, it had been very useful in quirk examinations processes like the one they were currently in the middle of. Soon the ultrasound transducers were ready, and the supervising doctor in the room used his quirk to form a set of air walls. It wasn't a powerful quirk. All it did was allow the doctor to soundproof areas. The walls could be walked through without effort. Helpful when having multiple sound-based devices going off at once though, preventing them from screwing up each other's results. The doctor looked up to the security camera to nod confirmation the walls were up, and the doctors around her gave the nurses the green light to start scanning. Kaku laughed quietly to herself, remembering the time a rather paranoid man had tried to get the clinic in trouble for quirk usage. At the time she was certain she wasn't allowed to use her quirk, but soon learned that the quirk regulation bylaws were much more extensive than licensed heroes only. When the clinic got off scot-free and a fellow employee told her the clinic was licensed, she looked into the laws further. Originally, there was only one kind of quirk license, that being the hero license. However, after a while, a politician who realized heroes were slowly becoming the only job worth getting began a campaign to create a more complex and wide-reaching set of quirk licenses. Thus, two sets of license came into play, called work licenses and security licenses. The first was the one that came into play before and was fairly straightforward. A work license was applied to a business or employer first. Then its workers could apply to get a sublicense that was active so long as they worked for that business. Said license and sublicense could be revoked if its employees were found guilty of using their quirks for vigilantism or just straight misusage. Security licenses were essentially the same thing but specific to security workers and only certain kinds of workplaces, such as a bank guard, hospital security, or military. It allowed people like her who didn't really feel the drive to be a hero, or people like the doctor whose quirk was stupidly situational, to still use their quirks for the good of society, rather than leave the potential resource at the wayside. Screens lit up as the ultrasound scans started coming in, each of them being pursed for damage, seeing if any of the children were still recovering or if any of them had torn anything. Kaku, you said patient Midoriya did the most during the workout section of the exam, correct? One of the doctors said, and she turned to him. She wasn't sure what the scan said, and it wasn't the first time she'd been asked that question. What made her pause was the doctor's tone. It was different from the usual way the question was posed. Kaku, right, sorry, yes, she was able to complete the first set, which I had her start at 4 times the weight of the others when she started the workout with extreme ease, Kaku said, smiling a bit at the memory of the girl's energy. She also ate nearly 3 times the amount of the other boys who completed the first set. Why? She's recovered fully. The muscular system shows signs similar to post-workout scans following 2 consecutive rest days, he said, blowing up the scan to only show her bicep. Kaku whistled. Sure, she couldn't read scans for each detail like the doctors, but with the close-up there was one thing even she could notice. The girl had a lot of muscle in a small space. She was dense in a way that mirrored heroes with muscle-specific mutants and powers. I'm not sure if it's regenerative or if it's considered adaptive. Twice now Kaku was given pause in the viewing room of all places. Regenerative was one thing. Adaptive, however, would probably increase her monitor requirements a step. Regeneration could be countered. It just took a lot of energy or copious amounts of damage. Endeavor was good at anti-regenerator work. When villains with the capacity showed up, he was quick to take them out, his fire slowing the process enough for a good hit to finish the job. All Might was also good at it. His attacks able to cause so much damage in a single moment that regeneration couldn't keep up. Adaptive was different. While adaptive quirks didn't have the same defensive capacity as a regenerator at the start of a fight, all they had to do was survive to outdo a regenerator later. Cut a regenerator and they'll fix the wound and a cut will still work. Cut an adaptive and let them heal, the knife will bounce or break next time. She'd likely need 24/7 monitoring until she got to a hero school, then a dorm at the school so they could take over monitoring duties until she was considered safe. Kaku wasn't sure what it'd take to consider a zombie safe. She looked at the doctor and nodded. Call the mother and offer upper-level regeneration tests. If she agrees and Midoriya turns out adaptive, call Gunhead. He's her monitor and can make the call whether or not to petition to increase her risk potential. The doctor nodded and went back to the scans, pressing a button on his headset to let the nurse know to offer the test. As Kaku looked around, she noted the man in charge of watching the security cameras tap his headset. Camera flicker in the washrooms. Send a team to investigate. Izuku looked at the nurse as she tilted her head to the side, nodded, and smiled at her. The doctors are going over your scans and noticed something. There is a possibility of additional tests, but we need permission from your guardian, the nurse said before she helped Izuku up from the examination table. While we call them, please follow your fellow examinees to the girls' washroom and use the new soap in the showers to rinse. Then get dressed in the clothing provided in the locker corresponding to your room number. Izuku nodded and headed out of the curtain room, where Momo and Aso were waiting for her. Hitoshi and Tetsu were just getting out of their exam areas and waved when they saw her before heading towards the hall to the men's washroom. She walked over to Momo and Asor. How'd the testing go? She said as the 3 began to make their way to the girls' washroom. They didn't give me any exacts, but they said there were some tests that opened up for me to take that they needed my mom to okay. Asor held up 4 fingers, then made a fist, followed by making a circle with her fingers, a flat palm, another circle, and then a thumbs up. She's 40% recovered. I'm a 45%, probably due to me eating a bit more and having a fairly normal workout routine once my parents discovered my quirk, Momo said, smiling as they came up to the door to the washroom. Before they could open the door through, a security guard opened it and left along with 2 other guards. Is everything okay? Maybe they were just doing a routine check. Pro Hero Gunhead told me there's been an increase in crime lately, Izuku said, getting odd looks from the 2 girls before they shrugged and the 3 of them entered the room. The lockers were easy enough to find, and they found the clinic had laundered the clothes they came in. They had their clothes. They made their way to the showers. Katsuki was waiting at a park where Mirio told him to the day before, sipping a can of soda. The idea was simple. Mirio, Nejire, and Tamaki would help him brainstorm ideas for his quirk using their experiences as heroes. What sort of stuff was needed out there? What could his quirk do about it? That sort of thing. Then he could head to the junkyard on Dagaba Beach with Izuku and try out the ideas, see if they worked. It wasn't direct training, but that he could get with Izuku. This would give him an edge to keep up with her until they were in UA. Once there, they'd get near exclusive training with various pro heroes. He checked in on Izuku's apartment in the morning. She was still at the clinic while her mother and Ko awaited results. He figured his mother would probably be going with her this time. Moral support. He decided it would be best to give his mother as little reason to worry about him as possible and just kept out of the way. "Hello, young Katsuki, we have arrived," Mirio said, and Katsuki sighed and threw back the rest of his soda before crushing the can. "You're doing this for Izuku." "It's for Izuku," Katsuki said under his breath before looking around for Mirio and his friends, spotting them a good 10 meters away. Mirio was in a blue t-shirt with a yellow dollar sign on it, along with rust-red cargo pants and shoes. Flanking him was Nejire, who was wearing a blue tie-dye shirt with a pair of plain blue jeans and brown sandals, and Tamaki in a black and white hoodie with black pants and boots. Mirio was grinning so widely Katsuki was sure it was going to hurt his face later, and Nejire was just smiling. They waved him over and made way towards a picnic bench, and Katsuki sighed once more before heading to them. "So, where should we begin? How does your quirk work?" "When we met, all I remember is you throwing your hands at me and then an explosion," Mirio said, having pulled a pad of paper and pen from somewhere. Katsuki didn't want to know. It was rather spectacular but straightforward. Katsuki scoffed. "My hands sweat nitroglycerin, which I can ignite it to create explosions. The blasts don't hurt my hands normally, but the heat does make me sweat more. Too much and controlling it becomes difficult. If I create it big enough, it's possible to mess up my arms from the recoil." "Can you decide how much of your hand you use?" Tamaki said, getting looks from all three of them. If he only used a small amount, there'd still be sweat on his hands, rather than having to wait for more to form. With some way to direct the blasts, he could create a low-powered, rapid-fire option. "Ah, that's perfect," Mirio said, and Nejire nodded. Katsuki looked at his hand and thought about the mess he'd on that day, because all he'd had was indiscriminate explosions. Why hadn't he already thought about this? He'd barely started getting into his quirk and they pointed that out. Katsuki glared at his hand, annoyed at himself. Mirio had been right. He needed another viewpoint. An experienced viewpoint just like Izuku was getting from Gunhead. "Any ideas on how you'd do it?" "I think so. Maybe use one hand to make a barrel, shape the blast area. I also had an idea about a set of gauntlets to store up my sweat for later use. With this idea I could go even further with them." "Ha, look at that Tamaki. One little push and he's already going strong. Told you he'd make a good student." This would work. He could do this, for Izuku's sake. He wondered how she was doing. Izuku sneezed, sending a cloud of blush at the mirror in front of her. After they'd showered, Momo decided to reapply Izuku's makeup. Izuku wasn't exactly sure why Momo was so excited to be teaching her how, but it felt nice, so she didn't say anything. "Don't worry, I'll make another one. As I was saying, you're really pale, so it's not hard to accidentally make it look too heavy, and since you don't wear makeup often, if you start wearing heavy makeup won't look right," she said, and Izuku held herself back from nodding since Momo was dusting her cheeks again. "Plus, you have a bit of a cute charm to you rather than a seductive, so just a little makeup works best." Asor nodded next to her, wearing a white sleeveless shirt and matching shorts. Izuku herself was in her green shirt and black shorts she'd come in wearing, and Momo was in a black shirt and shorts. Asor then gestured to her eyes, then brought her fingertips close together, and finally made a pair of fists before splaying her fingers out. "Asor's right. You just want to give your eyes a little pop. Not enough to draw attention to them or make them stand out, but enough to make them harder to ignore when you get expressive with them. Like a pitfall trap covered in leaves. You don't notice the change, but then you fall in and it's all you think about." "Oh, sure, that works," Momo said, looking over at Asor, who just shrugged at Izuku's comparison. Izuku beamed at having figured it out, but then frowned and looked confused. Momo took note and tilted her head. "Is something wrong?" "But, isn't it bad to trap friends? You said it's for Hitoshi, Tetsu, and my friend Katsuki back at home. What if they get mad?" Momo couldn't help the small awe that came out of her mouth before she patted Izuku on the head. "Don't worry too much about it. They won't get mad. Imagine the trap as a fun one, like a surprise party," she said, then went to start applying the eyeliner. Izuku closed one eye while Momo continued. "When it comes down to it, they like stuff like this." "I don't like this," Tetsu said, wearing a silver shirt with gunmetal gray shorts. Hitoshi sighed, his hands already at his temples to stave off the headache about to form. Both of them were waiting in the hallway between the rooms, washrooms, and the medical room. "I don't like this at all." Hitoshi was in a simple gray shirt with a multitude of purple horizontal lines across his chest and dark purple shorts. "Neither do I, but she seemed happy with it and it does look nice," Hitoshi said, rubbing the back of his neck. Roy and Tsubame were still talking with Minoru, though they seemed a bit scared of something he was saying. He kept his eye on them just in case something needed to be done. He didn't like the boys' open perversion and wasn't sure why the other two put up with it. Maybe they were scared of the two of them or something. Considering they were the only two aside from Izuku to complete a set, it was possible. Anyway, getting away from that before that guy tries to drag us into his conversation. You hoping to get into UA? Tetsu nodded. Definitely, I'm going to be on top, and that means going to the top school, Tetsu said, bringing a hand up and thumping his chest. Hitoshi could respect that. He was hoping for UA himself. He nodded to Tetsu and brought a fist up. Tetsu looked at it and grinned, bumping it with his own fist. To becoming the best graduates UAS ever had. I'll be happy if I make it in. But yeah, to being the best, Hitoshi said as the door to the girls' washroom opened up. Izuku, Momo, and Asura walking out in the workout clothing they'd wore the day before. Izuku's makeup was still on. Hitoshi guessed it had been replaced after they washed up. So, good results so far. Momo nodded. We're recovering well, though Izuku might have recovered at too quick a pace to not check for more, she said, Izuku looking eager next to her while Asura held a hand up. Izuku quickly high-fived her. Asura then held her stinging hand from how hard Izuku had high-fived her in her excitement. They're calling her mom for permission to do additional tests. I'm sorry, Izuku said, Asura shaking her head looking more amused than anything. Hitoshi shook his head in amusement. Then heard the door leading to the medical area open. He turned to see two nurses walk in. The first stopped to speak with Minoru, Roy, and Tsubame, while the other made a beeline for Izuku. Hitoshi started cataloging the nurse's appearance. Her scrubs were white, as was the face mask covering her lower face. She had dark hair from what he could tell of the few locks sticking out of her hairnet, which looked hastily put on. Finally, her eyes made him uneasy. A set of pale white irises made her pupils look like small pins. He found himself preparing to move between her and Izuku when she reached their group. Hello, your mother has given us permission to offer you a secondary set of tests as a result of your quirk recovery, the nurse said, making Izuku start bouncing on the balls of her feet with barely contained excitement. Please follow me so we can explain the tests. And if you want to go through them, begin. Izuku nodded and they made their way down the hall, back into the medical room. They went to the back of the room and the nurse looked at her. That makeup looks well done, dear. I'm afraid I'm no good with it, she said, and Izuku looked up at the nurse, not sure what brought it up. Thanks, my new friend helped me with it. But you don't need makeup to be pretty. I bet you're still pretty, Izuku said, trying to be nice. The woman smiled if the shifting of her face mask was anything to go by, so Izuku called it a win. A large metal door with a keypad above the handle and some sort of box with room for her to place her hands inside. The woman entered a few numbers and Izuku could hear metal grinding before the door went silent again. She opened the door and gestured for Izuku to enter before stepping to the box and sticking her hands in it. Izuku nodded slowly and made her way inside. She could smell a hint of bleach in the room. It was like the medical room white, but rather than curtains and examination tables there was shelves from corner to corner, a blood-drawing chair, and a glass wall with a door that led to a room with a table, microscope, centrifuge, and refrigerator with a biohazard label. Each shelf was lined with drawers, and each drawer had a code on it, starting with a letter then 3 numbers. The nurse breathed in deeply and sighed, then looked at Izuku. This is the regeneration and adaptation testing room. We get to do this testing because we have a medical quirk on staff, she said, pulling open one of the drawers and getting a set of gloves with folded cuffs. She took one and pinched it where it was folded and pulled it onto her left hand. Then she reached into the cuff of the other glove and pulled it over her right. She looked at the gloves before smiling, shutting the drawer before moving to the next, this time pulling out a scalpel. If you agree, we will be testing your body's ability to heal from various wounds, as well as test your immune system against various known dangers. The tests will consist of minor to major traumas due to what the initial scans show concerning your ability to heal. Your mother has agreed to us offering the exam under the condition that if you agree, one of our mental quirk users keeps you unconscious throughout, as she does not want you getting ideas, as she put it. Do you agree to do these tests? Izuku nodded, and suddenly found herself in a field of flowers. Meanwhile, the nurse caught the girl and moved her to the chair, setting her arm on the enlarged armrest. Now to begin, the woman said as she went back to the shelves and pulled out a single-eyed set of goggles with a dial around the lens. The nurse put on the lens and held the scalpel in her hand, heading back to the chair and turning Izuku's left arm over so the palm of her hand was facing the ceiling. First test, blade wound, scalpel cut 3 inches long across the heel of the palm, she said as she dragged the scalpel over Izuku's palm. Sutures of muscle formed from the wound and the woman turned the dial on the lens. Result, sutures immediately closed wound. Blood oozed into the wound prior to sealing was pushed out as the sutures brought her flesh back together before the sutures released a clear fluid. Based on blood congealing, clear liquid may be platelets. Rather than rough, the scab formed is very smooth. Moving to the next test. She looked at Izuku's forearm. Second test. Blade wound, scalpel slash across the forearm, she said, placing the edge of the scalpel against Izuku's forearm. She breathed in and then exhaled and swung her arm. The scalpel slid smoothly, separating flesh and leaving a large cut across Izuku's arm. Just as before, the sutures formed, blood slowly oozing out of the wound as it was pulled shut and a smooth scab formed. The nurse looked at the scab and nodded. Result, same as before. Her body seems to be responding to cuts to minimize blood loss. Returning to initial cut. She looked at Izuku's palm. The scab was missing, with only a thin scar with the sutures still over it. Wound has already healed fully. However, sutures remain over a healing scar, possible reminder of previous wounds, she said before heading back to the shelves and reaching into the same drawer, finding a combat knife before heading back to Izuku. Third test. Blade wound, major trauma, combat knife cut to left bicep to the bone. She turned the dial on the lens before she lifted Izuku's arm by her wrist and swung the knife. It cut into her arm and scraped against Izuku's humerus. She saw a flash of white and the muscles twitching, the lens showing them tightening around blood veins to control how much blood entered the wound. This time enough that when the sutures came and closed the wound, there was blood dripping down her arm. End result same as before. However, due to the size and depth of the wound, once the sutures closed the wound, blood did spill from the wound. When watching the wound, visible blood veins were partially clamped by her muscular system to ensure only a certain amount of blood entered the wound. Fourth test. Blade wound. Stab wound by medical scissors to left shoulder. Will not remove blade for 5 seconds to see if body attempts to eject, after which, if no attempt, it will be removed. Pulling a pair of scissors from her scrubs, she put Izuku's arm down on the armrest before jabbing down, burying the scissors in Izuku's shoulder. Blood pooled around the handle, and the nurse counted down. 5 1,000, 4 1,000, 3 1,000, 2 1,000, 1 1,000. No attempt by the body to remove the obstruction, she said, then pulled out the scissors. Blood dripped from the blades and the sutures formed, closing the wound. Blood soaked the obstruction. Muscles may not be able to fully stop her bleeding. Once removed, sutures formed and sealed wound immediately. Moving on to blunt force testing. The nurse smiled under her mask, heading back to the shelves, wondering when the real fun would start. We have another flicker in the washroom cameras. Send an engineer. Kaku heard Security Chief Haishi say into his headset, and she moved over to flank him. After the camera had flickered the first time he'd been called to join them in the viewing room, help keep an eye on things. She rather liked him. He didn't do nonsense and was good at his job. That's 3 times today. Guess that's we get for using outdated tech. Kaku watched the camera feed showing the girls' washroom. Only one camera having a problem was an issue that she didn't like the sound of. They had good security, and effectively everyone had a license allowing quirk usage either as a security measure or as part of their jobs. Said jobs also included protection of patients as part of the job description to leave them a loophole, but they weren't heroes. The engineer showed up on the camera and then looked up at it. He tilted his head before making his way over to it, his body filling camera's view. The camera went dark. The engineer must have unplugged it to look over the damage. Kaku narrowed her eyes when the camera didn't turn back on after a few moments. How long are they left dark? Don't we have another camera angle? Not in the washrooms. The showers are open and there aren't any angles that protect the modesty of our visitors aside from the one this camera is set up at, he said, and she huffed. Seemed like a minor issue compared to ensuring security. The camera still wasn't active and the man tapped his headset. Shibito, can we get a confirmation? We can't keep the cameras dark. Shibito, confirm issue please. Security team B, please head to the girls' washroom and confirm Shibito is alright. We're non-responsive. Kaku felt a pit in her stomach and tapped the security chief's shoulder. Maybe move some people to the test area, just in case, she said, and he nodded. While he did that, she made her way over to leave the room and check on the kids as well. The door opened before she got to it and a man came in with a phone. Who's on the line? No one. I just got off the phone with Mrs. Midoriya. She's thankful we called her first, but she doesn't want to go through with the regeneration tests. She says when Izuku gets into a hero school, she'll face plenty of injuries and training that'll set a good benchmark, he said, and Kaku's eyes widened before she snarled and looked to the chief. Bow, Chief Haishi, we've got a possible villain posing as a nurse in the regeneration testing room. Put this building on lockdown and get Yoreshi out of Izuku's head, Kaku said, getting a nod from the chief as she pushed past the man, grabbing the phone as she did and dialing the primary hero response line. She brought it up to her ear and listened to the phone ring. One ring and she had an operator. Hero Emergency Services, what is your emergency? This is Kaku with Assessment Clinic 455,355, calling in a possible villain breach mid-testing. We have a monitored case who seems to have been singled out, she said as she made her way to the gymnasium, grabbing one of the 200-pound barbell weights with her free hand. We've notified nearby agencies of the situation. Who is in charge of the monitored case so we can send them a direct message? Kaku pushed the door to the main medical area and saw a security team rushing to the washroom. Careful, cameras went dark in there and we've got confirmation things are going wrong, she said, getting a nod from the team while she moved to the metal door. Sorry, warning security, Gunhead is her monitor. Understood, we'll let him know, stay safe. The line hung up and she tossed the phone. Stay safe, sure, just as soon as I wreck this sadistic shit, she said, entering the door code. Izuku blinked as her attempt at making a flower chain turned into the nurse standing over her with a ball-peen hammer, about to swing down. She also noticed there was an alarm ringing, so she did what she thought was best. She threw herself out of the chair and rolled to her feet. There's an alarm going on. Why are you still testing? The woman laughed and Izuku took up a fighting stance as the woman reached to her face mask. Pretty things like you, so lucky. A zombification quirk and yet you practically look normal. Tell me, zombie girl, she said, then pulled her mask off to reveal a mouth that stretched all the way to her ears. Her lips looked chewed off, revealing all of her teeth. Am I still pretty? I'm not sure why that matters right now. Izuku said she heard metal scraping on metal behind her. The woman threw the hammer at her and she ducked, only for the woman to pull out a pair of scissors and lunge at her. She was about to start using her training with Gunhead, treating the scissors like a knife when the door flew open and a barbell weight flew in like a frisbee. The woman stopped in her lunge but the barbell weight followed her. Izuku watched in a mix of fascination and guarded wariness as the weight caught up with the woman, slammed into the back of her knees, and then flew over her and just fell. The woman caught it, but having already dropped to her knees, her arms still collapsed from the sudden hard weight hitting them and flattened her onto her back. Then the weight seemed to press down on her. Cool. With a quirk like yours, I'm surprised you like it. Though really, the ability to levitate only one thing at a time, within 10 feet, and only if you can carry it without assistance isn't the best telekinetic quirk in the world, Kaku said as she walked in, pressing the weight down with her telekinesis. Are you all right, kid? Izuku prepared to answer only for the woman to throw the weight off her, despite Kaku's power holding it down. Kaku grimaced as the weight left her quirk's range and the woman stood up. Damn, you're ugly. Could you put the mask back on? The woman snarled and rushed straight at Kaku, who fell into a boxing stance. Gunhead could honestly say he wasn't angry often. Being a hero generally meant punting the anger out the door so you could act logically and mercifully. Killing villains, while okay under certain circumstances, was frowned upon, and with a gun-based power, keeping casualties low wasn't always easy. Hand of Harmony had helped with that if he was honest. The guy was patient as they came. Guess he had to be with a quirk that didn't help until 5 seconds into a fight. Gunhead prided himself in his patience and his tactical outlook in most situations. However, now was one of those rare occasions a few of his sidekicks would see him angry, and he hoped he imparted a certain piece of wisdom with said anger. Boys and girls, as of 10 minutes ago, a lockdown was called at the clinic. Izuku is getting examined. They called emergency response and gave our name. They're counting on us. When a hero is angry, they must follow 3 rules. The 5 of us are moving in to clear the place out. Get Izuku and the other kids home and see those villains either behind bars or in a padded cell, Gunhead said, and the sidekicks nodded. First, a hero's anger must not burn everything it touches. It must make all in its path freeze at the mere sight. Hand of Harmony. You're to get to the security office with calculator and whisper, take command and use the clinic's security to map out the objective, he said, the 3 thumping their chests. Second rule, a hero's anger does not spread untamed, wild, and without reason. It must be focused, directed, with no one able to doubt its purpose. Hummingbird, you're with me. First objective is the safety of the kids and clinic personnel. If so much as one person goes missing, the entire agency is working overtime until they're found, Gunhead said, each sidekick nodding then moving to get their gear. Third rule, a hero's anger is not a toxic cloud that blinds and kills them as much as it does everyone else. It is an executioner's axe, coming down on the deserving and bringing everything to a close. Let's move, people. Izuku watched as Kaku dodged and weaved between the woman's attacks, observing and waiting for her chance to help. She technically shouldn't, but at the same time she couldn't just leave someone behind. Therefore she had to help. Kaku, on the other hand, was wondering why Izuku wouldn't get out of the room already. The villain had done her homework and was keeping her from getting back within 10 feet of the barbell weight, which left it out of her quirk's range. She could pull on the weapons in the drawers, but she couldn't be sure they'd have the right metals in them, and a distraction with no result would be too dangerous. That's when Izuku did the one thing Kaku was really hoping she wouldn't, and tackled the woman into the drawers, throwing their contents everywhere. Damned brat, Kaku said before running to the barbell, grabbing it with her quirk and turning back around to find the woman had pinned Izuku to the ground and was attempting to get the scissors into Izuku's mouth. Kaku felt anger burning in her and lined up the barbell weight. Hey, Butterface. The woman turned just in time for the weight to strike her in the side. letting Kaku enjoy her face contorting in pain as she was flung off of Izuku and slammed into the shelves again. Kid, that was the stupidest damn thing I think I've seen someone do. Thanks, Kaku said as Izuku got up and patted herself down for injuries. She walked over to the woman who'd impersonated and possibly killed a nurse, one of her co-workers. So, Beach, who the hell are you? I am Hohomu. Remember it because it's the last name you will ever. Kaku stomped on her face, making Izuku squeak at the crunching noise that emanated from Hohomu's face. Great, thanks, Beach, Kaku said before taking a step back. The woman grabbed her face, screaming from her crushed nose. All right, Izuku. I need you to stay with me. We're evacuating the clinic and your monitor is on his way. The woman started to laugh and Kaku glared at her before kicking her over so she was facing up and planting a foot against her chest. What's so funny? Kaku said, using her quirk once more to pick up the barbell and have it hover over the woman's arm. The woman just kept laughing despite the broken nose, so Kaku decided to let the weight fall, the metal disc immediately snapping Hohomu's face and making her scream. I said, what's so funny? That, you think any of you are getting out? Hohomu said. She had no lips, but Izuku saw her cheeks turn up like she was attempting to smile and grin despite those parts missing from her face. You think it's just me, that you're safe? The lights went out and the alarm turned off, making Kaku curse. None of you are getting out. In the girls' washroom, a guard was looking around in a panic. His coworkers were all dead and he wasn't sure what had killed them. The engineer had been found torn to pieces, and when they tried to leave, the door had slammed behind them and something blocked it. After that, they seemed to get picked off one by one. All he'd seen was a flash of white before his friends were being flung around, arms ripped off, legs were torn from under them, and chests pulled open. He spun when he heard a footstep just for a little girl to grab his arm and pull. She grabbed his uniform and he prepared to strike her with his baton, only for her to throw him at the bathroom mirror, sharps flying in every direction as he bounced off the wall and hit the ground. Then he felt feet on his back and his legs being pulled. It hurt worse than hitting the wall. He wasn't sure when he started screaming, but the moment he stopped feeling her weight on his back and only his hips hurt, he tried to stand, only he couldn't. He just flopped forward. Something turned him over and he saw her again. Blood all over her arms, face, and chest. She was wearing a very simple white dress, her hair black and dripping with blood as she stared down at him expressionlessly. Hikasaku, do let him go, he heard a beautiful voice say. And he looked to his side to see a woman crawling out of a large shard of glass on the ground. She had red hair tied up in an elaborate bun in a pure white Victorian dress. He looked at the girl as she walked off of him and saw his legs were missing. The pain was starting to fade away, and so were the colors. The woman stepped up to him and lifted him up. She was choking him as blood spilled from where his legs used to be. After all, a handsome man should see a beautiful face as he dies. She smiled serenely at him as if she wasn't strangling him, as if the world wasn't fading away, as if he wasn't getting so cold. Hohomu laughed as Kaku bound her wrists with the rope Izuku found in the baskets. They mocked us, called us circus freaks, but she found us, saved us, and now we'll give them the circus they said we were destined for. Hi, she screamed in the viewing room as the man on his back tore another chunk of his flesh off of his spine with his hook-like fingers. After Kaku bumped into him and taken the phone, he'd closed the door and started tearing into people before he could react. His baton hadn't helped. Neither had his quirk. The ability to turn his arms into ribbons didn't do much against a man who could tear apart flesh. Akao Ranbin, I must say I didn't take you for a red paper man, but once I saw that quirk I knew you were one, he said, continuing to strip the dying man of flesh. Soon, everyone will fear Bloody Mary and our circus of horrors, you hear me? Hohomu said from the blood-drawing chair she was tied to, Kaku closing the large metal door and smashing the keypad, causing the door to lock itself with no way to unlock it. Despite Izuku could still hear her laughing as Kaku grabbed her arm and started dragging her across the medical room. Izuku gripped the knife in her hand tightly and hoped she was ready. Hitoshi clenched his fist as he and the other examinees followed the nurse who had been overseeing their IQ exams as she tried to take them through the various halls and rooms without being noticed by the villains that had invaded the facility. Please be okay, Izuku. Hitoshi wasn't one who got scared easily. He'd dealt with his share of bullies trying to scare him but learned quickly how to deal with them. They'd talk, he'd backmouth them. They'd get pissed and fall into his quirk, and next thing they knew they'd be humping a wall or professing their love for bathing and all things belonging in a toilet. He'd probably have gotten in trouble for the last one if the idiot hadn't been bragging before that he could break from Hitoshi's mind control, and didn't want to admit he couldn't. That said, his natural tendency to find something to insult and act on it shorted out when the nurse leading them opened a door, and in the middle of the room was an old woman with more wrinkles than a Shar-Pei and hair so thin it looked someone had dropped a few spider webs on her head. She was dragging the corpse of one of the clinic workers onto a table and preparing to cut it open. That's when he saw the back of the woman's head open up to show a mess of sharp fangs, and Hitoshi felt his stomach fall. The nurse tried to close the door, but the hinge squeaked, resulting in the woman spinning around and seeing them. There was no mouth on the woman's face, but he saw the skin around her eyes crinkle with excitement before she rushed at the nurse with a knife in hand. Tetsu moved before he did, grabbing the nurse and turning his skin to metal. The knife scraped against his forearm as someone screamed move. Hitoshi moved by throwing a fist out the woman's nose while Tetsu grabbed her arm to keep her from attempting to slash anyone else. He felt her nose break and she started to scream, the back of her head opening up and her hair flying away from the voice. As he pulled his hand back, a staff came down on the woman's head and the old hag crumbled to the ground. Hitoshi took a step back and realized it hadn't been somebody, but his mind screaming at him to move after he'd frozen up. A quick turn of his head showed that it was Momo who'd formed and attacked with the staff, while Minoru's mouth was being covered by Tsubame. Roy and Asur were behind them with the nurse, who must have tripped while back up as it seemed she hit her head on the ground and was out cold. Hitoshi took a deep breath. Now the one person who knew the evacuation routes and exits wasn't able to help, and they didn't know what else was lurking. They needed a plan, a way to find Izuku, get out, and not die to whatever group of villains thought themselves good enough to attack a clinic of this size in broad daylight when All Might had been spotted in town. Hitoshi looked in the room and saw there was no one else. It looked like some sort of break room for the staff, complete with 2 televisions and a coffee machine. Tsubame, Tetsu, move the bodies to the wall, respectfully, and see if there's anything to cover them. Asur, you said your quirk works with electronics. See if you can do anything using those televisions. Roy, Momo, see if you can't find any supplies we can use to defend ourselves. Then see if anyone here brought a packed lunch. We'll have a better shot with full stomachs. Minoru, keep an eye out and let us know if anyone's coming this way while we're getting ourselves together. Hitoshi said, getting looks from everyone before they all nodded. He took the nurse over to the couch and set her down to rest and hopefully wake up before they had to do something stupid. He then noticed Minoru stick the old hag's arms behind her back by plucking the balls off his head. He kept note of that. They might need to trap the doors. He might not know what to do, but that wouldn't stop him from trying. Not with what was at stake. Asur was a shy person. She was afraid of water after an incident as a child, and being unable to speak or call for help made scary situations all the worse because if she was alone, no help would ever come. Momo had taken her being unable to talk in stride and helped her get the food she wanted when the 3 boys who couldn't manage a set seemed to focus on themselves. And Izuku didn't even seem to realize she hadn't said anything. Asur felt it had been a good day, only for everything to spiral downhill. Then Momo took her hand and helped her when she started to slow down. She wasn't used to all this running. The nurse helped her stay calm even though her silence made it so she was the last person who they needed to worry about screaming. Now Hitoshi was taking control to try and figure something out since the nurse was unconscious. She looked at one of the televisions and dragged a table to it so she could reach it. If what her mother had her read about electronics and wiring was true, it was possible this television would lead to a fuse box, which would lead to other televisions and screens. She could get to the security room and find a way out and find Izuku. All she had to do was push herself through the wires. She didn't know if she could do that. She'd never tried. Her mother never let her try for fear she would get stuck. Fear had always ruled her life. If it was raining, she stayed inside. If she didn't know what would happen, she didn't act. But now it was Izuku, her friend that was alone and was in danger. Izuku who just saw her as another person to smile with, to do makeup with even though Izuku didn't know how, who had lived with bullies yet still had her arms open for anyone to grab onto her. Asur put her hand into the television, a white ring of electricity forming as it always did when she entered or left a device, and she slipped in. She might be afraid of what might happen, but that wouldn't stop her from trying. Not with her friends at stake. Gunhead was standing outside the clinic. Police forces had already mobilized to solidify the perimeter around the clinic. That said more than most people thought. His agency trained in tactical and strategic heroics. Minimize risk, maximize results. As such, they worked with the police more often than most realized. The police might not always have combat-effective quirks, but they were trained to take down threats. Each officer was trained in martial arts. Each officer was trained in kendo. And each officer was trained with a hand. Each man and woman surrounding the clinic was fully capable of dropping a villain if the situation called for it. It was just less risky for a hero to do it thanks to insurance policies and the higher percentage of combat-capable quirks to counter whatever quirks villains had. He'd take police backup over some agencies he worked with. What have we learned since I got the call from emergency response? Gunhead said as he walked up to one of the officers in the back of the perimeter. high-collar ballistic vest with a tassette in the front and back, armbands, bracers, shin guards, and a helmet with a ballistic visor. Same gear as each and every one of his coworkers, with the only difference being a sergeant on his back left shoulder in small print. From what we can get, this is a pretty big assault. When we called the security office, no one answered, so we can assume the entire building is compromised, the officer said, and Gunhead turned to Whisper, who nodded and went to call in additional help. He focused back on the officer. The good news is that whoever they are, they aren't barricading the doors or trying to keep people out. The bad news is that means they want people to come in despite knowing they're there. They're confident enough to take on heroes, which means they either know who's coming or they have something they feel is strong enough not to need counter strategies. Not a lot of villains who can pull that solo. We're probably dealing with an organization, Gunhead said, getting a nod from the officer. We called in more people to help in securing the perimeter. Once they get here, my team is going to breach and see about securing the main security room and the survivors. Who do you have with experience in hero support you can spare? The officer nodded and pulled his radio from his belt and started checking with various teams. As he did, Gunhead took a look around to see if any heroes had already arrived, and was glad to note a few of them. Kamui Woods was using his quirk to help create barriers for the police to use as cover, while Mount Lady and Airjet were helping them get to areas they could use as sniper nests without having to climb flights of stairs. Death Arms and Fatgum were talking back and forth, possibly planning a breach of their own. He motioned for Hand of Harmony to make contact and see if they're willing to do a team-up. Sir, when you're ready, we have 10 officers with experience joining heroes in situations of this nature who have volunteered to assist you. Their squads are sending them over now. Good. Keep up the good work, Gunhead said as Death Arms and Fatgum made their way over with Hand of Harmony. A defensive quirk, as well as a straight strength quirk, would make breaching a lot safer on everyone. All right, let's get to planning this out. Death Arms, you go first. Any ideas? Toshinori let out a deep breath as he sat in his couch with a glass of water in hand. Still recovering from the beating Sorahiko dropped on him. He hadn't done any heroics yet today. He didn't want to push on the wounds and make things worse than they had to be. With that in mind, he knew he'd have to make an appearance. If the symbol of peace took days off, villains might get cocky. He winced a bit as his side complained about his lifting his arm to point the remote at the television and turn it on. Petty crime work would be simple, but the time to find it might take its toll. So he decided to turn on the news and see if anything was happening. Maybe a good police chase. Smet Clinic has been attacked by an unknown villain organization, who has made no demands but is effectively holding the clinic hostage. According to law enforcement, the villains seem to be using the hostages as bait in hopes of killing heroes. Well, damn, that was a bit bigger than a high-speed chase. The screen changed to an officer in full gear in front of a microphone and he grimaced. That meant it was a high-level threat. The villains do not seem to be guarding the building or preventing any teams from getting in. Historically, that means they want heroes to try and save the hostages so they can kill a few and make a name for themselves. The officer on the screen said that this is also a quirk assessment clinic means they're possibly after the quirks being tested and plan to escape after those kills with the kids in tow. Toshinori clenched the glass in his hand. Situations like that are hard to fix successfully. Even before his injuries, he'd have to be careful. The screen moved back to the original reporter and he put his water down. Part of him told him if he went to drink it, it'd be flying across the room. While we aren't able to get a list of the hostages, we do know that one of the children being examined has a monitor due to her unusual quirk, with said monitor preparing to lead the charge to rescue her and the other hostages. I for one expect these criminals will be brought in quickly with pro-hero Gunhead on the case. Toshinori dropped his glass. Monitored case, Gunhead. Izuku. He stood up and ran out of his apartment, ignoring his wounds and getting to a nearby alley before unleashing one for all, turning into All Might and jumping to the rooftops. Kaku grabbed a barbell and one of the weights, using some of the rope Izuku had found in the drawers. She wondered why that had been in there. One end had been tied into a knot, so she figured to test blunt trauma. With a weight on her shoulder like a purse and a large metal rod in hand, she looked at Izuku, who was carrying a combat knife they'd found in the testing room. She was looking at her with a bit of fear of what was to come and readiness to follow her orders. All right, kid, listen up. We don't know how many people are in this circus of horrors, but to get in and shut down security as hard as they did, we can assume enough to be very dangerous, she said, getting a nod from Izuku. She had to admit of all the students she was glad it was the little zombie. She was strong and as worried as she was for the girl. Gunhead had explained the girl was rather resilient. Heroes are on their way, which means we need to get somewhere safe or get ourselves out of here, and I bet they've got people to ensure that doesn't happen. Kaku put a hand on Izuku's head. So, we're going to head to the secondary security room. I have the override to get us in despite the lockdown. We'll be able to use the cameras to lead anyone else who's still alive to safe zones and support the heroes when they break in. Izuku opened her mouth to respond, but Kaku shook her head. No, I know you want to look for your friends, so do I, but we're doing it safely. That means from the security room on the basement floor, Kaku said, not missing the irony of the fact that they were going into a basement to escape people trying to style themselves as old ghost stories. Follow me, keep an eye out, and let's go. Kaku grabbed Izuku's arm and headed through the green door. There was thankfully no mess there. No one had been in the room during the attack. She went over to the side door and opened it, revealing a stairway heading down. Izuku followed after Kaku as she made her way down the stairs, her knife in hand. She was worried about Hitoshi, Tetsu, Momo, Asor, and the other 3 examinees. She wanted to help them, but Kaku was telling her the best way was to go to another room. What if they were in danger now? What if they needed help now? Izuku contemplated running off, but that would mean leaving Kaku alone too. And Katsuki had shown her enough horror movies when they were kids to know that's a bad idea. She wasn't sure what to do, so she followed Kaku for now until she had a plan. First, she needed to understand the villains. Once you know your obstacle, you can plan against it. There was the nurse who lied about contacting her mother, who seemed to have a quirk based around her mouth. She was out of commission as far as they knew, but she mentioned a Bloody Mary and a circus of horrors. That they'd all been called freaks and belonged in a circus, so they would probably have quirks that affected their bodies in scary ways. She didn't want to know what sort of mutation earned the name Bloody Mary. Once they were at the bottom of the stairs, Izuku saw the first sign of just how aggressive the people attacking them were. Propped up against the wall was a corpse with its chest torn open and its internal organs ripped apart. There was no face to make out. The front of the corpse's head appeared to have been bitten off by a dog, with a cavity where the rest of the brain should be. Izuku dropped the knife and leaned forward, releasing only a bit of stomach acid and spit as they hadn't had breakfast yet, and Kaku gave her a moment. Once Izuku had stopped, Kaku grabbed her by the wrist once more and opened the door leading out of the stairway. "Kid, close your eyes," she said. Izuku could already see the blood and did as Kaku said, letting the woman lead her by her wrist through the room, Izuku just having enough time to grab the knife again. She heard a door open, then the sound of something heavy flying through the air. Izuku opened her eyes to see the weight Kaku had grabbed from the gym flying towards a man covered in black fur, 2 curved horns sprouting above his ears, and a dog-like snout. The weight hit him, but rather than topple him over, he just flinched and bent forward, as if he'd merely been punched in the gut. There was a snarl, and Izuku's feet moved before she could come up with a plan. She heard Kaku shout and saw the weight rising up to strike the wolfman again. The villain instead slammed it out of the way and dropped to all fours. Her mind went to what Gunhead had told her about people with animal quirks after going over knife combat. Sometimes people have animalistic quirks, and they're bound to use them. When they do focus on the immediate threat, which will most likely be either their fangs or their claws. She kept running forward as the wolfman leaped forward and brought his clawed hands to grab or slash her. She didn't know. She moved to the side and dropped the knife, grabbing the villain's left arm instead, then anchoring her feet to spin. Once you know what the immediate threat is, disable it. For example, if it's their fangs, shove something in their mouth like a stick or rod. If it's their claws, grab an arm. She spun herself and took the villain with her, a surprised bark coming from his mouth as she used the momentum to move his arm over her shoulder. She shouted and continued moving, shoulder tossing the villain over her head and slamming him into the ground. A loud yipe of pain as his back bounced off the ground. Once you have the stick in their mouth or their arm in your hand, bring them to the ground hard and disorientate them so you can tie them up or knock them unconscious if you have no method to capture. While the villain groaned, Izuku turned and swung the villain before letting him go, sending the wolfman across the room through a number of tables and chairs. It crossed Izuku's mind they were probably in a cafeteria where they would have had breakfast following the first tests of the day. Realizing what sort of objects she might have, she grabbed one of the chairs. Before she could continue, the weight Kaku was using flew in front of her and then towards her, pressing against her belly and pulling her back to Kaku, who pulled the chair from her hands. "Relax, kid, he's down," Kaku said, who wasn't quite sure what she'd just seen. Izuku breathed heavily, her mind still racing and telling her to make sure the villain was down. Kaku picked the girl up by wrapping her arms around her stomach. "You got him." Izuku found herself calming down. She didn't hear any noise from the villain and relaxed. Kaku put the Izuku down and looked over at the villain. First a woman with a slit open and then chewed off mouth, now a wolfman. Neither of them seemed to be any good. The first one was too focused on Izuku for some reason, and the second had telegraphed himself enough that Izuku was able to counter him. As far as Gunhead had told her, she was getting biweekly lessons from the man, so she was hardly an expert, just clever. Kaku decided to think on it another time. "Come on, we need to keep moving. You just made a lot of noise," Kaku said, joking softly to try and keep Izuku from stressing out too much or having a panic attack. Izuku nodded and Kaku led her through the cafeteria. Hitoshi felt a bit bad as he bit into a simple ham and cheese sandwich. The fridge in the break room had been rather full of lunch bags. That meant there was a lot of people, but despite the nurse having led them here before she was taken out of commission, no one else had arrived. They were most likely dead. Minoru turned out to be more than just a pervert, which he was thankful for. He'd used his quirk to pop off multiple sticky spheres from his head and restrain the old hag of a villain with them. He was also rather quick to panic, but seemed to be controlling himself better now than he had when everything started. Asor hadn't come out of the television yet, but she had made a few words on the screen to state she was mapping out the wiring of the building. She explained it felt weird moving through wires, but she wasn't feeling any pain yet. He took that as a plus. Maybe she could let the heroes know where they were once the heroes made their way in. Momo had used her quirk to make a metal board and jam it under the handle so it wouldn't open, then made each of them a simple knife just in case. She was smart, and once a basic plan of hiding in the room until the heroes arrived formed, she took control. She was good at it, and Hitoshi let her without trying to start a fight. Tetsu was eating a Tupperware container full of rice, beans, and cubes of steak, getting as much iron in his system as he could. If someone broke through that door, his quirk was best suited to stand at the front, and he wanted as much as he could get. It wasn't warm, they hadn't bothered with the microwaves, but it was better than nothing, and he was thankful. He also worried about Izuku. According to Asor, she hadn't seen her yet, but she hadn't seen any corpses that looked like her yet either. Tetsu knew she was strong, but she was also just a teenager. They were all just teenagers, but at least he wasn't alone. He clenched the fist around the plastic spoon he was using, thinking about it. Minoru was expecting a smooth, simple set of exams when he arrived, wanting to prove to them his quirk was strong enough for the hero course, just as he knew it was. He knew he'd gone a bit overboard on day one when the zombie girl asked the guy with purple hair, Hitoshi, to brainwash her. He knew what he wanted, and he wasn't always the best at keeping it contained. He knew all of that. Roy and Tsubeum weren't half bad. They spoke with him during dinner and didn't ignore him after his comment. Then came the first test of the day, an IQ test to see how they did after having time to wake up but no food, see if they would be able to handle being hungry in the events of an emergency, only for there to be a real emergency. He thought he'd be ignored, but instead when it came down to it, when he had ideas, they listened. Tetsu had helped him put the woman who attacked them on the ceiling, and Momo put him in charge of setting up traps in the room for them to fall back behind. She even rolling up her shirt right in front of him, showing him her beautiful stomach, to make a few of the things he needed like duct tape and an airsoft gun. They even smiled at him when he came up with the idea of setting up a line of his balls just an inch beyond where the door swings so people would get stuck at the doorway and block off other villains from getting in. He'd even started to have a panic attack when Hitoshi took a moment to talk with him and help him calm down. Despite the bad interaction at first, Minoru clenched his fist, then pointed at the ceiling. Okay, Tsubeam, help me get up there. Roy grabbed the table, some of the rope Momo made, and a rod. We're making a pendulum trap. Gunhead and his team had a plan. Death Arms, Hand of Harmony, and Fatgum would do the initial breach with 4 of the officers covering them. Gunhead, Whisper, Calculator, and Hummingbird would come in with the other 6 officers. Once they secured the waiting room, they'd split into 2 groups. Hand of Harmony, Fatgum, Whisper, and Calculator would take 4 officers to the security room, while he took Death Arms and Hummingbird to start working through the rooms trying to find survivors with the remaining officers. With that in mind, Gunhead readied his quirk and Death Arms ripped the front doors from their hinges. Fatgum moved after him but blinked when no attacks came or traps were set off. The team moved further in and found the waiting room empty. Death Arms snorted. Well, at least they're making it easy, he said, and Gunhead glared at the doors in front of them. He had a point. It shouldn't be this easy. Still, deviating from the plan now wouldn't be helpful. Team A, get to security and take control. I want to know how many we're dealing with and just what sort of aggression we're dealing with. Until we've gotten a read, everyone is to open with non-lethal to warn. Then lethal if aggression continues. Gunhead said, Hand of Harmony, Fatgum, Whisper, and Calculator nodding before they went through the main doors. Gunhead followed after them, separating and heading towards the gymnasium. Soon he felt Whisper's quirk brush his mind. Link operational. Everyone check in, Whisper said through his quirk. It was a form of telepathy. It allowed people to talk to Whisper and for Whisper to talk to them, making him a good alternative to radios. The only problem, even if he connected to multiple people, you could only hear and talk to Whisper. Gunhead here, he said, and heard Death Arms and Hummingbird voice their connection as well. All links check out. Tima is making a beeline towards security. We'll let you know before we enter. Stay sharp, Gunhead said as Death Arms moved to the gymnasium door. The man gave the door a tug and then opened it normally. Gunhead found himself getting annoyed and anxious. The facility shouldn't be this easy to enter. It should be on lockdown. That's when he heard footsteps, small ones. Death Arms got his arms up in a general boxing stance while Hummingbird started to bend his knees and lower his center of gravity. They moved into the room and Gunhead felt the guns in his arms and hands tense, ready to let loose a hail of bullets. Someone here, Gunhead said, but there wasn't a verbal response, just more footsteps, then air rushing around something. Move, his mind screamed, and he leaped to the left, rolling away as something hit the ground. He could hear Death Arms' Kai shout, but not his fist hitting flesh. Gunhead righted himself and saw cracks on the ground in front of where he was before he'd move. Anyone see what did that? Gunhead said, only to hear wind whistling again. He spun and held a hand out to grab whatever it was. He made out black hair and a white dress before something hit his arm from underneath. He grit his teeth. Whatever her quirk was, she hit hard. She kept bringing her arm up and with it exposing his shoulder. He saw her cock back her other fist to strike. She was training. She wanted his shoulder out of commission and then he'd be screwed. Death Arms was on her before she could swing. And he watched her disengage from him and jump away from the man's punch. Full body strength enhancement, Death Arms said. And Hummingbird shook his head. No, more than that. Where'd she? Hummingbird said, only to be interrupted when the girl landed behind him. Gunhead saw her eyes for a moment before her hair fell back down and she planted a kidney shot on Hummingbird, throwing him across the gym in the process. She then curled as if to run before she disappeared and landed on top of him, grabbing his arm and twisting it behind him. He could hear the bones crack from across the room. He aimed his fist at her and activated his quirk, keratin bullets flying. He noticed she started to move the moment he did and grimaced as pieces clicked in his head. The bullets flew, but she was already moving. Out of the 4 rounds fired from his hand, only one found purchase, hitting her arm. He froze as she screamed, the sound echoing off the walls. Then the green door on the other side of the gymnasium was flung open and he noticed a trail, few drops of blood between Hummingbird and the door. Okay, the hell was that? Death Arms said quietly as the officers moved to check on Hummingbird. Gunhead brought his arm up and looked at what she'd countered his initial attack. Bruise already starting to form, possible fracture from the force of the blow. A very well-trained blind girl who could hear me move my arm across the room, and possibly the muscles in my arm preparing to fire, Gunhead said, clenching his hand a couple times. The pain was ignorable, but he'd need to be careful not to let it get hit like, or his left radial would probably snap. Hits like a truck too, either by body enhancement or some sort of shockwave quirk. Damn, you all right? Not yet. I will be when we've got the kids out of here, Gunhead said as Hummingbird stood back up and walked over to them. Gunhead had to give him credit. Kidney shot across the room and arm twisted until the bone snapped and the pain doesn't stop him from moving yet. Hummingbird, head outside and let the officers know what sort of power we're dealing with. Then call the agency and tell them to bring in the heavyweights. Dropping the formalities, Death Arms said as Hummingbird thumped his chest with his good arm and headed out. Something like that, Gunhead said as the team headed to the green door to follow after the villain. Don't worry, Izuku, I'm on my way. My, such beautiful men come to our circus, dear. They don't seem to like your act though. Oh great, we're dealing with one of those villains. Couldn't these types just go work for the local theater or something? Gunhead thought to himself as a woman in a white Victorian dress looked at the wound his quirk left on the girl. He felt bad for a moment. He didn't like hurting young villains. That said, it was hardly the first time he'd ever done it. Her skin was glossy as if she'd put on a heavy amount of makeup. Her entire face shined like porcelain. Her hair shined as well, and he wondered how long it took to get her outfit together plus makeup and hair products to get that shiny. I take it you're in charge then. The woman spun towards him, her face serene as if she didn't care she was facing off against 2 pro heroes and 6 officers armed to the teeth. She took a few steps back onto a shard of glass. No, a mirror shard. Such handsome men. No wonder you could not handle them alone. You're just a girl. I will join you in this dance, Hikasaku. Gunhead brought his right arm up to fire his quirk, only for the woman to fall into the mirror shard and Hikasaku to lunge forward with one arm forward to guard her face, the other cocked back to strike. Death Arms got in her way, grabbing her and throwing her into the air. As Gunhead's eyes followed her, he noticed something else. There were mirror shards all over the room, some hung up on strings, caught in the curtains, seemingly glued to the walls and ceiling. A set of arms caught Hikasaku and dragged her into one of the mirror shards. Then she reappeared through a shard directly in front of them, nearly catching Death Arms with a palm strike to the nose if the man hadn't caught the small hand in his own and thrown her away from them. A slice by a gurgle and shouts of anger. Gunhead turned and saw the woman in the dress in the middle of the officers, a mirror shard in her hand as she pulled it from an officer's neck. She disappeared into the shard in her hand and it fell to the ground. He growled and put his back against Death Arms. So, super strength and a warp quirk. Thoughts? Death Arms said, and Gunhead scowled under his mask. Watch your everything. Counter where you can. Hope for the best. Gunhead said as the police moved to the entrance of the room so they could keep an eye on every shard. Hold on, Izuku. The girl jumped out of a shard towards him, and he moved to catch her arm. Asar navigated the wires as she felt herself pulled through them and was slowly getting a feel for it. It felt weird, like she was all over, bent and turned and spun in a corkscrew, as if she was every single wire all at once. She felt where the wires were faulty but they didn't hurt. She'd found a second security room and, from there, saw Izuku and Kaku were okay. She wanted to go to them but the security cameras were too small. The wiring in the building gave her enough room to move but to leave the wires she needed to leave into an object with enough room for her. It frustrated her, but at least they were safe. She continued to scout the building, eventually finding a screen to look through. She was in the main security room and saw corpses all over, torn apart and strangled. She also saw heroes looking over the room, with one looking at a screen. They weren't looking up though, and a villain was making their way towards one from the ceiling. She only saw him because the screens were tilted up. She moved to the screen the hero was looking at and started forming letters in the pixels. Hand of Harmony was confused. Every hallway on the upper floor was empty. As far as he could tell, the security room had been massacred, and they moved on. The screens showed a fight in the medical room. Gunhead and Death Arms were in trouble. He prepared to move in to assist when the screen went black, save for 2 words of white pixels. Above you. He didn't question it. He just moved and thanked whatever program was in the computers as a villain crashed down from above him. The man seemed annoyed as he'd moved as Fatgum lunged over the computers to strike the man. He spun and he watched as hooks dug into Fatgum's fist and the man slammed him into the computers. "You're not supposed to move. You're supposed to be still and let me help you," the man said as he lifted his other arm. Hand of Harmony moved to stop him, grabbing his arm and letting his quirk activate. He saw the man on the going to slash at his face. The computer was behind him with the words "closer" on it. The man headbutted him and his quirk showed him another scene. The screen said now, and he was about to slam his palm into the man's chest, but he seemed to have his left eye closed. "I'll dress you all in the finest cloaks of red." He released his quirk from showing him further visions and stepped back as Fatgum freed himself from the man's hook-like fingers. The man spun on him, breathing heavily as Calculator sat at a computer, trying to enter the system and start locking down rooms the villains were in, divide them before they could harm whoever might be left. Whisper stayed on the opposite side of the room, keeping his quirk active in the event he had to let Gunhead know they'd failed. Hand of Harmony dodged to his right as the man took a swing at him, putting the villain between himself and the computer before countering by kicking at his legs. The villain jumped back and the words showed up, "closer." He looked back at his opponent and moved to guard against the man's strike. He was a moment slow though, and the man's claws dug into his face. The vision in his left eye went black and he lashed out with his palm, planting it in the man's chest as the word now showed up on the screen. The word was suddenly replaced with a white circle and 2 blue arms. A child's arms burst from the screen and grabbed the man. They pulled back into the screen and dragged the man backward in the process. Combined with his strike, the man lost his balance. The back of his head hit the screen and Fatgum took the chance to punch the villain in the gut, the villain vomiting from the force of the hit. Hand of Harmony grabbed the villain's head as Fatgum pulled his fist back and then swung his head into the opposite desk. The villain went limp at that point, and Hand of Harmony pulled a set of cuffs from his akidogi, snapping them over the man's wrists. Fatgum pulled a set of bandages from his jacket and started to wrap his hand. He looked at the screen, which stayed black, no arms sticking out of it. Then the arms showed up and grabbed the desk along with the white ring on the screen. Fatgum prepared to strike whatever came out when a girl of 15 pulled herself out. Blue skin, black hair to her elbows, and a set of white gym clothes. She looked scared but hopeful, and so he held his hand out, pulling her out from the screen. "Well, hello, are you one of the examinees?" he said. The girl nodded and he reached back into his belt, pulling out a package of animal crackers. She took them gently and nodded her thanks. "Do you know where the others are?" She nodded again and ran through the room before tapping a screen. Hand of Harmony walked over to her and looked at the screen. It said break room, basement level, and showed the examinees with an unconscious nurse, seemingly preparing for a fight with traps, spheres on the ground, and weapons he wasn't sure they would have known where to get. "Looks like most of the examinees are at the break room in the basement. Not sure why, but they have an unconscious nurse," he said, and Whisper nodded, already repeating the information. "What about Izuku?" Asur looked at the hero and then shrugged, then mimed taking a picture with a camera, then pointed at her eyes before holding up her left arm and making her right index and middle fingers run across it. "You saw her using the cameras running around," Hand of Harmony said, and Asur nodded. Whisper repeated this as well, and Asur pointed at herself, then the screen showing the basement break room. "Yes, go let your friends know we're coming." Whisper is relaying this information to the heroes outside. "They'll be coming to assist us soon." She grinned and climbed onto the desk, then moved into the computer and navigated the wires until she was back in the break room. Hitoshi spun as Asur stepped out of the television and onto the table. She looked happy and he walked up to her. "Asur, what's happening?" he said, and she started flexing, then punching the air, then started pointing down excitedly. "The fight, fighting, and happiness. The heroes are on their way here." She grinned and started jumping, and he grinned as the other examinees cheered. "We're going to be saved. We're going to be saved." He heard Minoru cheering. His voice sounded wet. He was crying. Hitoshi checked his cheeks and found he is crying too. "Wait, what about Izuku?" Tetsu said. "Did you see her too?" Kaku pushed herself to her knees, then back onto her feet just in time to watch the man between them in the hallway to the security room threw Izuku across the bloody and corpse-ridden dojo. Izuku hit the wall and dropped to the ground, groaning in pain, and the man started to move towards her. He had red skin, stood a good 8 feet tall, and was built like a tank, his hands easily large enough to wrap around her arm. Said arm was currently crushed, hanging limply at her side. Despite this, she raised the barbell weight with her quirk and flung it at the man to get him away from Izuku. They'd been stuck trying to get past the ogre of a man since they left the cafeteria and entered into this room, and nothing was working. When it started, she launched the weight, but he just hit it away with the metal club in his hands, the same club he'd discarded after he found he could just throw the weight back at her in her current condition. The weight struck the man's arms and he rubbed it, then looked at her and grinned, moving towards her as she got on her feet and prepared to meet him. She looked at Izuku, who was starting to get up, and hoped she would run. Then back at the villain and grabbed the barbell rod and swung it as best she could. The ogre grabbed the rod and pulled it from her, then slammed it across her face. Her world spun and she tasted a sudden rush of blood and bone in her mouth. Her jaw was in agony and she felt it hang loose, blood and teeth falling out of her open mouth and onto the floor. She turned her head up at the ogre and glared while he just grinned down at her and held the rod up to impale her. Then she looked in horror as Izuku jumped onto the ogre's back and bit into his neck, ripping flesh from his and coating her face and the man's shoulder in blood. The villain howled and reached over, pulling Izuku off his back and holding her by her neck, his fingers around her shoulders, chin, and mouth. She took advantage and kept biting, tearing into him as he tilted her sideways and grabbed her legs. She tried to stand up and strike him, only to slip on her own blood. His fingers tightened around her legs and she watched him trying to pull her in half. She could hear bones dislocating and Izuku screaming into the man's hand, forearms flailing in attempts to strike him. Taku's finally got herself up and onto her feet when she heard flesh tearing. Looking up just in time to see the poor girl ripped in half, blood spraying onto Kaku's face as her intestines dropped to the ground. He squeezed the two halves. Blood squirted from Izuku's torn stomach, hips, and mouth, soaking Kaku before the villain finally dropped her crushed and torn body. And Kaku saw red, screaming as she felt her quirk pick up something new to lift in her rage. She latched onto it and flung it at the ogre, not caring what it was. Her head felt like it was going to explode with the amount of pressure on the top of her head along with her ruined jaw, and the ogre's metal club flew from its place against the wall and slammed into the ogre's head, flinging him off of his feet. The pressure just kept getting worse, but she lifted the club into the air and brought it down again, and again, and again until the club came back up red. Suddenly she fell, her vision darkening as she watched Izuku's body seemingly inflate back to a normal shape as muscles slithered across the ground and back to her legs, pulling her back together. She tried to smile as Izuku's body was put back together, and then closed her eyes. Izuku blinked as vision returned to her, and lifted herself up to a sitting position, then back onto her feet to fight the ogre again, to keep him off of Kaku. Once she was on her feet, she saw the ogre groaning, preparing to get back up as Kaku laid her a pool of blood, her jaw nearly torn from her face. Her clothes were torn and soaked in blood, and Izuku went to her, trying to put her jaw back in place. She saw water drop onto the woman's cheek and wash away a bit of the blood. She brought a hand up and felt tears. Then she felt anger, rage, and took off her workout shirt, using a clean spot to wipe the blood off of Kaku's face. She stood up and looked around, finding the ogre's club. "It hurts, Mary, it hurts," he said as Izuku put both hands on the club. She felt her arms straining to lift it, but she was able to lift it, and she wasn't tired. "Mary." Izuku let the club hit the ground and turned around before lifting it over her head and swinging it down on the ogre's chest. He coughed and she dragged it off his chest before spinning herself to swing the club around, back over her head, and down. This time she hit his stomach and a mix of blood and flesh shot out from the ogre's mouth, spraying both of them. Izuku screamed and did it again, repeating the action as she screamed until her lungs were empty, her mouth forming wordless screams with no air to speak them with. She brought the club down over and over again. She wasn't sure when the ogre stopped moving, or when she started bringing pieces of bone, flesh, and internal organs with her when she dragged the club off of the ogre. Eventually, the muscles in her arm were so torn from the repeated motions that she couldn't lift the club anymore, and she fell to her knees. She pulled herself over the Kaku and held her corpse, crying in the dead woman's shoulder. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Gunhead grit his teeth as the girl appeared in front of him and buried a fist into his gut. The police officers had gotten the idea of shooting the fragments on the ceiling and walls, limit the movement of the woman and the child. It helped predict where the two were going to come from, and it was making the woman angry. Hikasaku didn't seem to notice, but the constant gunfire must be filling her senses as she was getting sloppy in her attempts to defend herself. He grabbed her arm before she could pull her arm back and retreat to a mirror shard. "Sorry about this, kid," he said before making a fist with his free hand and driving it into her jaw. The force snapped her head to the side and she went limp, unconscious from the blow. Death arms moved around him and grabbed her, grabbing her other arm as Gunhead let go of her, tossing her across the room so the officers could cuff her without risk of the mirror woman. who had eventually given her alias up as Bloody Mary. She left a mirror in an attempt to catch the girl, but Gunhead brought his right arm up and fired, putting 4 keratin bullets into the woman's side, who screamed and missed her chance to grab the girl, instead of diving into a different fragment. An officer caught the girl and put on a pair of quirk nullifying cuffs on her wrist. Gunhead straightened his posture a bit and put his left hand beside his mouth. "It's just you now, Bloody Mary. Come out and surrender yourself and we'll get you medical attention. There's no doubt in my mind those rounds hit vital organs," Gunhead said, and heard a pain-filled scream of rage echo from the mirror shards. He saw the police raise their guns and death arms reach over to him as the screams stopped coming from the mirrors but from behind him. He ducked to give the officers a clear shot and they opened fire. "Damn it, she went into another shard," Death Arms said. They waited for her to reappear but she didn't. And after a bit they started to use their feet to sweep the shards on the floor into one area. "All right, you guys keep an eye on those shards. We're heading into the basement to find the kids." The officers nodded, forming a perimeter around the shards with one of them watching their backs in case they missed a piece. Gunhead and Death Arms looked over their wounds as they walked. Both of them were littered with cuts and bruises, and Gunhead is fairly certain he'd accidentally broken his own left arm when he punched Hikasaku. "All right, according to Whisper, most of the kids are in the break room. Once we get downstairs, you take a left to get to that part of the building. I go right to head to the secondary security room." Calculator found some files stating that's the room they error to take examinees in the event of an attack, Gunhead said, and Death Arms nodded. They descended the stairs and Death Arms nearly puked at the sight of the main hall in the basement. It was set up like some sort of cannibal marketplace. Whisper said there was a lot of criminals, but Calculator had locked them up by setting the rooms they were in to lockdown. They also said that the camera to the dojo, the room between the security room and the cafeteria off the main hall, was broken. "Oncoming Izuku, I'm on my way. Inko must be going insane out there waiting for someone to bring her child out." The cafeteria was pretty torn up, and he saw a werewolf with horns starting to pick himself up. He grabbed a nearby chair and smashed it over the villain's head. He'd met that staff before he left. That wasn't one of them. His presence also meant Izuku had probably fought, and he quickly cuffed the man before heading to the next room. In the middle of a room filled with half-eaten corpses and the pulped remains of what he imagined was the villain who'd attacked them, was Izuku. She was covered head to toe in stitches and blood. Her shirt missing, revealing a once dark green sports bra, was holding the corpse of the woman who he'd watched put the examinees through their paces on the first day, crying into her shoulder. He bit back the need to vomit. He'd break down later. Izuku needed a rock to latch onto and cry on. She needed help first. She looked up at him, face stained with blood and crisscrossed with stitches, and he went over to her. "Let me, we'll get her out of here," Gunhead said as he scooped up the woman's body and cradled her as if she was still alive. He then kneeled down and Izuku climbed onto his back, her arms around his neck. "Come on, it's time to go home." He carried her to the main hall and to the stairway, where he caught up with Death Arms and the other kids. 3 of them cried out Izuku's name and nearly ran down the stairs, but Gunhead shook his head. "Not here, let's get out of this mess first," he said, and the kids all nodded. Hitoshi felt his stomach turn to lead when he saw Izuku, bathed in blood, on Gunhead's back. She had clear marks on her face where her tears had cleaned away the blood. Her hair was matted down with it and she seemed to just be staring into space. With Kaku in Gunhead's arms, he figured out what had happened. They had been alone, and instead of acting like the heroes they wanted to be, they hid away and waited for heroes to save them. He'd find a way to apologize. The first step to that would be getting into UA along with her. He wouldn't hide in the shadows again. Tetsu wanted to scream once he saw Izuku's face, soaked in blood and stitches. He should have gone looking for her, but instead he'd just hid away and waited to be saved. His jaw clenched and his knuckles popped with how tightly he held his fists. She had been all alone, her and the gym coach, and because they were alone, one of them didn't make it. "What kind of hero am I supposed to be if I let down a friend?" he thought to himself, and then punched the wall next to him. He would be a hero. He'd make up for this somehow. He'd never let something like this happen again. Momo held a hand under her shirt, using what little she had left to spar to form a cleaning cloth. She pulled it out and slowed her stride to walk next to Gunhead. He saw what she wanted to do and leaned slightly towards her, and Momo began to wipe the blood from Izuku's face. There was a wetness on her cheeks as well. Then she hiccuped, and then the dam broke and she started sobbing. Izuku looked so dead, her eyes staring at nothing, her face littered with stitches, her hair soaked in blood. Why didn't they go looking for her? Osor had said she saw them. They could have gone after her and taken them to the room they were hiding in, but they didn't. She didn't think to do it. Why didn't she think to go save her friend? She was afraid. She was so afraid for herself she forgot about her friend. She wiped her eyes to prevent herself from tripping as they walked. She promised herself she would not be afraid again. Next time her friends wouldn't be left alone because she couldn't act. Minoru wanted to be a hero because he thought it was cool, that he'd get to save lives and get lots of beautiful girls at the same time. Then the villains attacked and he panicked. He had to be led to safety, and once he was there he sat down and waited to be saved. All he did was plant a few traps that never got used and gave reasons to stay put and wait to be saved rather than look for other survivors and make sure they were safe too. He looked over at the zombie girl, no, Izuku, and the pretty coach who died because they'd run into danger they could have led them away from, and he didn't feel very cool. Asor silently cried as they made their way out of the clinic, and the police came in around them to get into the clinic and further secure the building. There was also camera flashes. She looked over at Izuku and felt her heart shatter. She'd found her friend. She knew where she was, and instead of doing something to point her to safety, she just assumed they'd be safe and kept exploring her powers. Yes, she'd helped the heroes, but that was after she'd found Izuku. She could have let her know where the others were. She should have. She heard the others talk about UA. She wasn't sure she belonged there, but they said it's where heroes were trained. She never wanted to fail her friends again. She wanted to save them so this never happened again. She wanted to be a hero. Toshinori stood across the street from the clinic, staring as Izuku and the others were brought out, along with the corpse of one of the staff. He'd failed to make it in time to stop her from getting hurt again. He heard as the girl's mother screamed and managed to force her way past the police and run to her daughter, who was riding on Gunhead's back. This couldn't keep happening. He couldn't just let One for All be wasted on him anymore. He needed a successor now. He pulled out his phone and dialed Sir Night-Eye. He couldn't ask her to succeed him after he hurt her and then failed to protect her. Bloody Mary walked out into the street, dressed in a set of dark gray sweatpants and a black hoodie. Her plan had failed, cost her everyone. She joined the crowd of onlookers and watched as they brought out a girl covered in stitches and soaked in blood, looking blankly ahead, emotionally exhausted. Next to her stood a blue-skinned girl with beautiful black hair and a wonderfully sad look on her face. She smiled and broke from the crowd. She needed to find a working television, listen to the news, put a pair of names on those pretty dolls just begging to be put to use. Gunhead was surprised when Inko Midoriya invited him in after he'd escorted them home. He'd half expected her to rage at him for taking her daughter to that facility. They both knew what the stitches meant. They realized how badly she'd been hurt. He clenched his fist as the memory of her crying in a room of butchered corpses surfaced. He'd been far too late. Maybe if he hadn't waited for the heroes at his agency to reinforce the perimeter before moving in, he could have arrived before they'd been torn apart. Inko put a hand on Gunhead's shoulder and led him to the table. He sat down and his face fell into his hands. She knew he'd tried to protect her, to help her find her limits and become stronger. He was a strong person, but given how Izuku looked and how badly beaten the body of her instructor at the clinic looked, she wasn't sure just being strong would be enough. She headed to the kitchenette and put a kettle of water on the stove, turning the heat up to get it boiling. Next to her on the counter was a handheld two-way radio. From it the two of them could hear a running shower. Izuku curled her knees to her chest, her arms limp at her side and water pouring down from the shower head. The water was warm, but it felt cold to her as it washed the blood from her body, streaks of red forming in the bottom of the tub and racing towards the drain. Her hair clung to her neck and face, covering her left eye but not her right, which started at the blood as it swirled down the drain. She choked back as she remembered wiping off Kaku's face only for more blood to spill from her eyes, nose, and ruined jaw. Next to the sink was the other handheld two-way radio. Inko took out a set of teacups and brought them to the kettle, waiting for a bit. Once the kettle started to whistle, she poured the hot water into the teacups to warm them up before putting the pot back on the stove. Gunhead looked up and saw Inko walk over to a small tea bush and start plucking leaves before going back to the kettle and dropping them into the boiling water. Inko then dumped out the water from the cups and brought the cups over to the table first, then went back and brought the kettle. Gunhead took off his mask and set it on the ground next to him as she held the kettle up and poured the freshly brewed tea into the 2 cups. He took one and just held it, feeling the warmth in his hands. He'd only known the Midoriyas for a couple of weeks and was pretty sure Inko had been trained religiously in how to make green tea. It just tasted right. He wasn't sure if he could stomach it all the same. As rude as it would be to say no, he also failed to keep her daughter safe. "I don't blame you," Inko said, and Gunhead looked up at her. "You should. I took her there. My agency investigated the clinic, going as far as to question the employees directly, and we still failed to see it was about to be compromised," he said, and Inko looked at him with pain-filled eyes. If he hadn't known better, he'd have gotten up and checked her for wounds. Her cheeks were stained with tear marks. Her eyes were bloodshot. "What happened wasn't your fault," Inko said, bringing a hand to her cheek and wiping away a fresh tear with her thumb. She brought her cup to her lips and took a sip of her tea. She didn't give any reasoning. She didn't explain further. The cup left her lips and she placed it back on the table, looking down at her reflection in the tea. Gunhead looked at his own tea and took a sip as well. "I had someone talk with UA. They might be a high school, but being the best, they have connections. They'll be reaching out to various heroes to create a nationwide manhunt for Bloody Mary," Gunhead said, and Inko nodded. Silence returned to the Midoriya apartment. only the sound of a shower running and the clicking of their cups against the table after they took a drink of the tea Inko had made. Gunhead sighed through his nose. With the attack having been as bad as it was, my agency has offered the other families professional help for their children, he said, and Inko turned from her cup to him. As Izuku is already my charge through the monitor system. Rather than an offer, it's something that's already in the agenda, so with your permission I'd like to increase the frequency of her checkups. I think she'd like that, Inko said before a sobbing sound came from the two-way radio. Inko stood up from the table as did Gunhead. He reached for his mask as she made her way to the bathroom. He listened to Izuku cry over the radio, Inko's voice soon trying to comfort her as the shower is turned off. Making a decision, he left the Midoriya residence and made his way onto the street. He needed information on this Bloody Mary as well as some stress relief. That meant it was time to hit the streets and start investigating, working with other heroes to bring Bloody Mary down. He brought his cell out. He didn't like the man he was about to call, but damn if he didn't get results. He entered the number and brought it to his ear. It rang 3 times before the man picked up. Endeavor speaking. It's Gunhead. Thought you'd like some info on a villain who managed to get herself a rather high head count. Big mess. Lots of PR possibilities for taking her down. There was silence, then the sound of paper and a pen click. I'm listening. Gunhead leaned up against his car. He would probably have to come back for it as he wasn't sure he could drive safely in this mental state. Calls herself Bloody Mary, warp quirk that involves mirrors. In her fight with Death Arms and I, she prepped the room she wanted to fight us in by putting mirror shards everywhere to make it harder for us to anticipate where she was attacking from. He said he could hear Endeavor writing the information down. Usually a good sign with him. Wore a Victorian dress and enough makeup to appear as glossy as an oiled-up porcelain doll. We captured her heavy hitters but don't know if she has other comrades she didn't bring. She escaped before we could cuff her by entering one of the mirror shards and leaving through a mirror across the street from the clinic, based on police confiscation of local security footage. Anything else of note? When she fights, she seems to have some very basic knife skills. Used one of the mirror shards to kill an officer we had supporting us and then warped into that mirror shard to dodge bullets. That said, she wasn't actively fighting, leaving that to a strength enhancement quirk user she was pulling in and pushing out of the mirror shards. Knows her quirk, focuses on prepping its use. I'll take it, nice working with you. Likewise, Gunhead said, not really meaning it. As the phone hung up, he cursed and slammed his fist against his car, nearly denting the door. He looked up at the Midoriya residence to see Mitsuki, Murasu, and Katsuki making their way in. Good, they'd be able to help them emotionally. Now he could focus on getting them some closure. He brought up a map on his cell and looked for a few alleys, mentally noting the routes to them before walking away from his car and down the street. Keeping his emotions bottled up would only hurt in the long run, but he was sure he could find someone to confide in. They might even give him some answers he was looking for. Wouldn't that be nice? Inko finished zipping up the back of her daughter's black dress when Mitsuki knocked on the bathroom door. We'll be out in just a minute, Inko said, and she looked at her daughter, who was looking up at her with sad eyes, stitches littering her face. Izuku was dressed in her morning dress, which reached 2 inches below her knees, thigh-high socks, and her black shoes. She kissed Izuku's forehead and the two walked out of the bathroom to see Katsuki with a grocery bag at the table while Mitsuki was upon the two of them, pulling Izuku into a tight hug. Murasu was close behind her, though he was much more gentle about the hug as Inko went over to Katsuki and he opened the bag for her to see. Brought what looked like a 1-foot-tall Gunhead plushie. He saved her. I thought she might like it. Help her feel safe, he said, and Inko pulled him into a hug. He froze up and realized it had been a long time since Inko had hugged him, probably stopped when he turned into a bully. Thank you, I'm sure she'll love it. He felt awkward about the hug, but Katsuki did return it after a moment. Soon he was released from the hug and Mitsuki and Murasu were leading Izuku to the couch. When he saw her face, his vision went red for a moment. He counted at least 30 different lines of stitching across her lower face and lips, as well as 5 or 6 more over the top of her head. Someone had seriously hurt her. He wanted to hurt them back, leave them in pieces, bury them broken but alive, let them suffocate both from their blood not being to take oxygen where it needed to go and there not being any more oxygen in the air available. He closed his eyes and breathed in deep, held it in, then exhaled. Now wasn't the time to get violent. Izuku had seen enough violence today. He was going to be calm, supportive, helpful. He walked over to her. He couldn't see her arms or legs, but he was certain he'd find more stitching. Hey, Izuku, I got you this, he said. She was looking at him with such a blank expression. It didn't look right on her. She was supposed to be smiling and happy. Katsuki fought with everything he had to keep himself from showing how much anger he had towards the villains that hurt her. She didn't need to see that sort of face right now. She reached and took the bag from his hands and pulled out the plushie, then hugged it to her chest. The adults looked like they needed to talk, so he sat down next to her and put an arm around her side. pulling her close and letting her head rest on his shoulder. Mitsuki nodded and gave him a thumbs up before Inko and her went to Inko's bedroom to talk privately. Murasu watched them, then looked at Katsuki, who had started brushing Izuku's hair with his hand. So, is she going to be getting therapy? Because I'm pretty sure she's going to need therapy, Mitsuki said as she sat on Inko's bed. She wasn't smiling, her face worried but stern. Inko nodded and sat next to her, quieter than she usually was around Mitsuki. Mitsuki put a hand on her knee and squeezed. Hey, you're both going to be all right. Inko brought her palm up and wiped her cheeks with the heel of her palm. Gunhead blames himself, wants to increase how often he visits to try and make up for it, Inko said, and Mitsuki looked to the side. Mitsuki wasn't exactly surprised. She'd only met the guy once when they'd come to invite Inko and Izuku for dinner as the man was preparing to leave. He seemed like he had a soft spot for kids, so it wasn't a surprise he was heartbroken over Izuku getting hurt. Inko let out a weak laugh and bit her lip. I wonder how he'll respond to Izuku cuddling a plushie version of him. He'll commission a plushie of each member of his agency and fill her room, probably make sure to put little security cameras in them, Mitsuki said, getting another laugh from Inko as she imagined Gunhead walking over to Izuku with a bag full of plushies and then dumping them on her until only her confused face was visible. They'd even have little turrets built in. BZZZT male detected. Bam bam bam. Mitsuki even made finger guns, pretending to shoot them. Inko had to cover her mouth to stifle her laughs, a few happy tears coming from her eyes. Mitsuki, stop, she said between laughs, and Mitsuki shrugged and put an arm around Inko's shoulders. See, you're both going to be okay. That big lug of a hero is going to get her some help. Izuku will start to perk up and become a great hero that stops things like this from happening. Inko nodded, a small cross between a laugh and a sob choking out of her. Mitsuki brought her other arm around her and held her, rocking softly. It's going to be okay, Inko. I promise you, Mitsuki said, closing her eyes and letting Inko fall apart in her arms. She started soft, but soon let it out, screaming into Mitsuki's arms with her own arms wrapped tight around her friend. Katsuki heard as Inko started to break down. Holding Izuku a bit tighter, he wasn't good at this sort of thing. He didn't have his mom's soft side or his dad's calm. What he had was a pair of arms and a penchant for punching and exploding things. You don't soothe a person with explosions, it doesn't work like that. Maybe he should call Mirio and his friends. They seemed good at being cheery and had experience as heroes, so they've probably dealt with traumatized victims, helped them feel better. He took his phone out with his free hand and brought up Mirio's phone number, briefly wondering what the hero in training would think of his contact name being Discount Tintin before sending him a quick text. Ground Zero. Hey, Izuku's in a bad place. Needs cheering up. Can you help? Discount Tintin. Sorry, Sir Night Eye called me in for something. Great. He put his phone away and looked at his father, who was on the phone with someone. You found them. Great. See if you can talk with the parents about setting up a get-together. I'm sure it would benefit them all to be able to see each other, Murasu said, then hung up his phone and put it away. He then looked at Katsuki and smiled at his look of confusion. She's not alone, son. He'd gotten someone to contact the other victims. Katsuki smiled and nodded at Murasu. Thanks, Dad, he said, getting a nod back from Murasu. He heard Izuku's breathing change and looked at her. She'd passed out. Great. Now what's he supposed to do? Oh, she's asleep. Honey, do you have a marker with you? No, Katsuki whispered, glaring at his smirking mother. His father looked between them before digging in his pocket, and for some dumb reason, he actually had a black washable marker. Don't you dare, you old hack. Inko looked between Katsuki and Mitsuki as the latter took the marker from her husband and used her thumb to flick the cap off. Mitsuki grinned as she walked up to her son with the marker in hand. Now, don't move. Wouldn't want to wake Izuku up now, would we? Mitsuki said as Inko brought her hands to her mouth. Katsuki grit his teeth, trying not to growl or make any noise as Izuku slept with her head on his shoulder. His eye twitched as the marker in his mother's hand started to go towards his chin. Murasu watched in amusement as Mitsuki doodled on Katsuki's face, knowing she was doing it in an attempt to get Izuku to laugh when she woke up. That it annoyed Katsuki was probably just a bonus for her. She stepped back and threw her arms out as if showing off a piece of art. He had to hold back a snort of amusement. She'd drawn a Fu Manchu mustache with a soul patch below his lower lip, a monocle around each eye, and connected his eyebrows. She walked away to get the cap to close the marker before handing it back to Murasu. Thank you, dear. Murasu nodded and put the marker back in his pocket, preparing himself for the fight that would be unleashed when they got home. He took another look at Katsuki's face and gave an apologetic smile to Inko. It's also possible he wouldn't wait that long. Inko sighed and went back to her kitchenette, taking the kettle off the table as she passed. Maybe some more tea would help calm things down. Katsuki contained his anger as best he could as Izuku slept, the feeling of the marks on his face not helping. She didn't seem to be stirring though, so he figured he must be doing a good job at it. Despite Mitsuki snickering. Click, his eyes snapped up to his mother, who had her phone out and had taken a picture of them. And, new background, Mitsuki said as Murasu sighed. Meanwhile, Inko came out of the kitchenette, pushed the coffee table and its contents from the middle of the room to the wall. He was starting to think he might be a bit predictable. He wasn't sure it was a bad thing. He took a few deep breaths, doing his best to keep calm as Murasu seemed to tell Mitsuki to cut Katsuki a bit of slack. She rolled her eyes and sat on her husband's lap while Inko went back to preparing a kettle of tea. Katsuki found himself relaxing a bit as he combed his fingers through Izuku's hair. She'd be okay. He knew that much. She'd get whatever help she needed and they'd both go to UA. They'd become heroes together, just like they promised to his kids. Wait, please. Nope. Himiko Toga sometimes wondered why it bothered people that she wanted to be them. Like the man underneath her with the knife in his throat. She'd been living with him for days now and he was rather nice. She liked him, wanted to be him, but he just got scared and forced her hand. She pulled the man's hands away from the knife and let them fall to his side. He was still twitching, gasping. "You look so handsome right now. We'll be one soon, okay," she said as she pulled the knife from his throat and clamped her lips over the gushing wound, drinking the blood squirting into her mouth as quickly as it came. She felt her quirk take over. She adjusted her position as she became taller and taller. She sucked at the wound as the blood stopped pumping into her mouth before pulling back from the stab wound. She pouted, seeing she'd gone too far again. Then shrugged. She'd see if she could play with one of his friends. For now, though she needed to stay inside and hide the body if she left now his neighbors might get suspicious. He wasn't someone who left home after work. So she dragged the body to his freezer and started emptying it out until she came across a tub of ice cream. "Jackpot," she said once she felt its weight, putting it on the counter to thaw out a bit before washing her hands and face. She walked over to the corpse with wet hands and squeezed her hands together, getting some of the water to drip off onto the man's lips before she dragged him over to the freezer and stuffed him inside. With that done, she grabbed a spoon, the tub of ice cream, and turned on the television. NT has begun to find the new villain Bloody Mary, who orchestrated the attack on the Musutafu Quirk Assessment Clinic. Pro heroes led by Gunhead were able to foil the plot and capture many of her associates, but the woman herself is still at large. Himiko stopped listening after a bit. He listened to the news after work and she'd only turned it on to keep the charade up. She pulled the lid from the tub of ice cream and scooping it into her mouth. She looked up at the screen for a moment after something red caught her eye. What she saw made her drop her spoon. Right there on the hero's back was a girl absolutely covered in blood, soaked in it, and she had all sorts of stitches in her skin and she'd been stuffed in a wood chipper. "Beautiful," Himiko said, putting her ice cream down and crawling to the television screen. "She's so beautiful. I need to meet her. I need to be her." All covered in blood and cut up. Our prayers go out to the staff workers who gave their lives in defense of the children in the clinic and their families, especially Kaku Segamaid, who according to reports died from overuse of her quirk. Thanks to her efforts, UndeadIzuku Midoriya was saved from the cannibalistic villain dubbed Rakshoni, a prolific B-rank villain. Izuku, we'll be the best of friends. We'll be together forever, right?" Himiko said, grinning as she pressed her face against the screen that showed a hero handing her to a pudgy woman with green hair. "You, me, and Mr. Staney will make the world so much easier to live in." Himiko stood up and ran around the room, looking for a phone book or computer of some sort. She had to find her, had to be her, so beautiful and bloody, she was perfect. Eventually, she found the man's computer. It needed a password and she entered the first thing that came to mind when she thought of the man she was now. The password worked and she rolled her eyes. Metalhead wasn't the best password in her opinion, but everyone had their flaws. She wondered what Izuku's flaw would be as she entered Musutafu Midoriya into the search engine. There was more than one Midoriya family, and she couldn't be sure which was the right one. She giggled, picked up the laptop, and smashed it against the edge of the desk. Who cares if there's more than one? She'll just go after each and every one of them until she found her. Himiko released her quirk, gray fluidly falling from her, revealing her naked form before she dressed herself in the school uniform of the man's daughter. She'd been wearing them for a while, having caught the girl on her way to school and taking her place. It was the usual sailor-style uniform with black knee-high socks and brown uniform loafers. Something was missing though. Then she smiled and went into the man's room, pulling one of his beige cardigans from the closet and pulling it over her head. It was perfect. They were both a part of her now. After all, she was them and they were her. Soon she would be Izuku too. She wondered what sort of clothing she liked. She took the man's phone from his pocket and put in the address of the nearest Midoriya family. She hoped it was the right one, but if it wasn't, that was fine too. She was still kind of thirsty anyway. Himiko walked out of the house and made her way to an alley, skipping as she thought of all the things she'd do with her new friend. They'd cover each other in blood. She'd get to cut her and break her and be her. She could hardly wait to be her. She skipped about, moving from alley to alley as she made her way to Musutafu. She already knew what sort of present she wanted to give Izuku to let her know she was a good friend. "Oh Bloody Mary, you hurt Midori, you hurt Midori," she said in a sing-song tone, her face flushed and grin wide as could be. Now you're deceased to be. Cause the only one who hurts her is M, who didn't love a head in a box. I'm coming, Izuku, your new best friend. We'll be together forever and ever. Izuku opened her eyes slowly and saw Inko, Murasu, and Mitsuki looking at her. Mitsuki was also holding her cell up, a green light flickering. She looked down and saw the gunhead plushie and realized she was tilted to the side. Her cheek pressed against something hard. She blinked and looked up, seeing Katsuki with his face covered in marker. She squeaked and squeezed the plushie tighter as Katsuki turned to her with a marker mustache, soul patch, monocles, and unibrow. Izuku stared for a bit before saying the first thing that came to mind. I don't think that's how you're supposed to put on makeup. Izuku, Inko said as Katsuki's mouth fell open, looking at her in utter shock as Mitsuki howled in laughter. Izuku blushed, realizing what she'd just said, and buried her face into her new plushie. She heard Mitsuki gasping for air between laughs, while Inko tried to look appalled but the corners of her mouth kept twitching up. Murasu shook his head, smiling softly while Katsuki just looked at her, little noises of confusion and horror coming from his open mouth. She just sassed him. Oh my god, she just sassed him. Oh god, did I get that? Please tell me I got that. Mitsuki said as she looked over her phone, then crowed with laughter. Mitsuki threw her free arm around Inko's shoulders and held her phone in her face. Izuku could hear it repeating the line she'd just said. I got it. Inko, I have a video of your girl finally giving my idiot son the sass he's had coming for years. The hell's that supposed to mean, you old hag? Katsuki said as Izuku tried to curl up into a tiny ball and disappear. Mitsuki just kept laughing, using Inko as support to keep herself from falling over. Eventually, Inko cracked and started laughing as well as Izuku started blushing bright red. Soon Katsuki couldn't take it anymore and let go of Izuku, leaping at his mother, who proceeded to judo flip him before jumping up and planting an elbow in his back. God damn it, get off, fat ass. Excuse you, Mitsuki said as Murasu palmed his face, Inko gasping at Katsuki's comment while Izuku lifted her head enough to peek over plushie Gunhead's head. She spun and put her legs over Katsuki's back. Soon she had him in a straight arm lock. She started twisting his arm and smirked down at him. My ass is amazing. Just ask your father. He loves to make it bounce. You sick old hag. I needed to hear 0% of that. Oh, just say uncle. Like hell. Izuku bit her lip and found herself trying to keep from giggling as Mitsuki kept Katsuki pinned, the two trading barbs while Murasu sighed. Inko saw Izuku's amusement and winked at her before popping her knuckles and, to Izuku's surprise, joining the fray with a battle cry. She watched in awe as her mother reached over and grabbed Mitsuki by reaching under and getting her hands around Mitsuki's midsection before flinging her up. As Mitsuki went into the air, Inko flipped back to a handstand and hooked her feet under Mitsuki's arms. Inko bent her hips and the result drove Mitsuki headfirst to the ground and planted her feet back on either side of Mitsuki. Katsuki, who'd Mitsuki had let go once she realized she was in the air, stared at Inko in shock. Since when could Auntie Inko do that? Inko smiled him before leaping into the air at him. Katsuki screamed as Inko's hands grabbed his shoulders and she did a handstand on his shoulders. He looked up to see while upside down she was facing the same way he was and was letting herself fall backward and behind him. As she fell, she extended one foot behind her, kicking Katsuki in the back and sending him face first into the ground in front of his mother, all the while landing in a picture-perfect arabesque pose. Izuku blinked, not sure when her mouth had fallen open or when she'd stopped curling up, just sitting with her arms around plushie Gunhead. Murasu was writing on a piece of paper with the marker he'd given his wife earlier, then turned it around to show a 10. Damn it, Inko, you ballerina. That's not fair, Mitsuki said with a pout, Katsuki mumbling into the ground. Stupid dancing hero teaching people how to dance fight. If Auntie Inko can do that, how am I still alive? Katsuki said as he decided he was going to just stay on the floor, getting an embarrassed laugh from Inko and a shrug from Murasu. Mitsuki rolled herself over and sat up, scratching a crick in her neck and looking at Katsuki with a deadpan face. If I know. Lord knows I told her she's allowed to whoop your ass. Mitsuki. Izuku couldn't take it anymore and burst into a fit of giggles, falling onto her side in the couch as Mitsuki started to laugh as well, Inko and Murasu joining in with them. Katsuki flipped himself over and smiled, though he didn't join in the laughter. Soon though the laughter tapered down and Izuku started curling into herself again, feeling tears forming in her eyes. Inko walked over and put a hand on her shoulder, getting her daughter's attention and smiling. Izuku looked from her mother to Mitsuki, who was sitting on the ground with her legs crossed, grinning and waving while Murasu smiled gently at her, nodding. Finally, she looked at Katsuki, who was on his back and looking up at her, smirking. She smiled back at them, a few tears spilling from her eyes. She opened her mouth to speak when someone knocked on the door. She spun her head towards it, wondering who would be knocking. Katsuki glared at the door and got aimed one palm at the door, forming a circle with the other hand like Mirio and his friends gave him the idea to try. Mitsuki stood up and started to walk to the door, grabbing a stun gun disguised as a tube of lipstick, her purse on the coat rack before she checked through the peephole in the door. She blinked and opened the door. "Who the hell are you?" Mitsuki said. She couldn't see much with how little Mitsuki had opened the door, but eventually she opened the door fully and Asor, dressed in a black dress and pants, rushed through the door. Izuku slipped from the couch and ran to meet her, Asor throwing her arms around Izuku and crying into her shoulder. "Izuku, Katsuki, why don't you three head to Izuku's room?" Katsuki looked at his mother and nodded while Izuku's arms went around Asor, her left hand still holding onto plushy gunhead. The three soon made their way into Izuku's bedroom while Mitsuki stepped back and let a man and a woman into the apartment. The woman had long black hair and smooth bronze skin, dressed in a shoulderless black dress, a black bolero jacket, black knee-high socks, and black shoes. Her eyes were a dark crimson that scanned the room, her sclera bloodshot from crying. Next to her was a man with pitch black eyes and blue skin, his head shaved bald. He stood calmly in a three-piece suit, all black just like his wife's clothes. "I am Ekitai Dendo, and this is my wife, Nagare Dendo," the man said, Nagare nodding beside him. Inko noted that while the man's eyes didn't show any signs of crying, due to their color, his cheeks showed signs of recent tears. She nodded to them and gestured for them to sit. "Thank you. Asor was insistent that she come see your daughter rather than stay home. We didn't want to intrude but thought that having someone who was there would be beneficial for both parties." "It's no intrusion. We all need to help each other get through this, for their sakes," Inko said as she attempted to make tea once more, which Katsuki not in the room with Mitsuki there hopefully wouldn't be any interruptions. She pulled out a cup for everyone, emptied the first patch of tea from the kettle, and refilled it. "Why is the table against the wall?" Nagare said. Her voice sounded electronic. Mitsuki laughed a bit. "Izuku passed out and I decided to help cheer her up by drawing some stuff on my brat of a son's face. When she woke up and sassed him about it, he tried to attack me. I wrestled him a bit before Inko decided to show us both up," Mitsuki said, jamming a thumb at Inko as she put a kettle on the stove. Inko blushed and looked away as Ekitai and Nagare looked at her. She might not look it, but she could probably flatten a room full of thugs and pirouette on their dazed heads. "I'm not that good. Honey, you're out of practice and still managed to kick my son halfway across the room by going into an arabesque behind him," Mitsuki said as she lounged on the couch. Inko's face turned beet red as the kettle started to whistle. "You're tough, sweetie. Heaven knows it wasn't Hisashi Izuku got her guts from." Inko sighed as Nagare and Ekitai looked between the two. "So, you want to get into UA too?" Katsuki said as Asor nodded tearfully, still holding on to Izuku while Izuku returned the hug. He looked at her. She didn't seem particularly strong, fit, sure. He didn't comment on it and looked at Izuku, who seemed happy that Asor had come to visit. "Well, Izuku and I are heading to UA. If you live nearby, maybe you could join us in our training sessions." Asor looked at him with teary eyes while Izuku nodded. "Yeah, we've been turning some of the trash in Dagaba Beach into workout equipment and an obstacle course. We could see if you could enter the televisions there," Izuku said, getting Asor's attention. Katsuki noticed she looked surprised and a little bit shocked. Granted, they only knew each other for a small amount of time, but any amount of time with Izuku tells people how much she craves being with other people. Something must have happened at the clinic then, something Izuku didn't realize, like hell he was opening that can of worms here. Izuku then let go of Asor, bringing plushy gunhead to her chest and slipped off the bed. Katsuki raised an eyebrow as Izuku went to her closet and started digging through stuff with her free hand. Soon he saw what she was looking for. He blinked, unaware she still had the stupid thing. Said thing being an All Might plushie he'd given to Mitsuki to give Izuku since he didn't want it linked directly to him. Izuku held the plushie out to Asor, who stared at it, then Izuku, and pointed at herself. When Izuku nodded, Asor took it from her gently and looked at it. "Aunt Mitsuki gave it to me when I was small, saying it was from Katsuki. It helped me feel safe when I was small and still waiting for my quirk to activate," she said, and Katsuki twitched and grit his teeth. Old hag wasn't supposed to tell her that. "It also reminded me to shoot for number 1 so I could make people feel safe too. I hope it'll do the same for you, if you want it." Asor snuggled the All Might plushie and nodded, getting a grin from Izuku. Katsuki took a deep breath at the fact she was handing off a gift from him, but realized she was probably as hurt as Izuku was in some ways. Of course Izuku would give it to her. That Izuku felt safe because of a gift from him and thought it would help her new friend in this kind of situation helped ease the fact she was giving it away. He rolled his shoulder and pulled out his cell as the two interacted. He couldn't call it talking since Asor didn't talk but gestured instead. He held it up, waiting for the right moment to take a picture. He soon had it as the two girls sat next to each other, squeezing their plushies and leaning against each other's side. Click. Izuku and Asor both looked at Katsuki as he sent the picture to Mitsuki and started counting down on his fingers with a smirk. 3, 2, 1. "Damn it, I missed seeing a golden moment," Mitsuki said from the other room, getting a wide payback as sweet grin from Katsuki while Izuku blushed red and Asor blushed purple. He grinned wider and took another picture before texting his mother. Ground Zero. Thanks for screaming, you old hag. I got an even better one as a result and I'm not sharing. Then he heard a squawk from his mother and started laughing as Izuku and Asor curled up, their faces behind their plushies. He might have lost to Aunt and Co, but at least he beat his mother. Katsuki looked at the two girls in front of him and thought about Mirio, Najire, and Tamaki, three friends who pushed and teased each other into greatness. He could live with that. He just hoped Izuku didn't pick up every stray extra she met. Inko poured a cup of tea for her newest guests, who had explained further why they had arrived. Izuku had made a good impression on Asor, becoming one of her very few friends only for the incident to happen. Asor blamed herself for Izuku's state as well as Kaku's death, as she'd seen them using her quirk but hadn't attempted to make contact and redirect them. Inko understood the guilt, though she couldn't bring herself to blame the girl. She was small and incapable of speech according to her parents. The idea of running around in a situation like that was something you couldn't ask of a child. Mitsuki understood as well, which prompted Masaru to talk about his plan to see about getting the kids together to help each other through what had happened. Then Katsuki started teasing his mother about cute pictures. I can't believe that twerp, keeping Izuku's cute moments to himself, Mitsuki said, looking ready to head into Izuku's room and steal her son's cell. She didn't though, settling for pouting at the moment. Masaru shook his head at his wife's antics while Inko put the coffee table back in the middle of the room and put her kettle on it. If there was one thing he was jealous of Hisashi for, it was his wife's tea. He soothed said jealousy by reminding herself the man didn't get to partake in it nearly as often as he did. His wife was good with tea as well, thanks to Inko showing her a few things. He looked over at Ekitai and Nagare. The two seemed to be surprised by how hospitable Inko was, slow to relax. They weren't looking for friends, just looking to help soothe their daughter's pain, which he could understand. Still, he'd learned a long time ago you don't step into Inko's home and come out with anything less than a friend in the woman. Once they had relaxed, Ekitai turned out to be the more expressive of the two, excited and complimentary. Nagare, on the other hand, seemed to watch, occasionally reeling her husband from going too far, gently keeping him on track rather than giving any sort of disapproval. This tea is amazing. Are you certain you've never thought about opening a tea shop? Ekitai said after he tried the tea. He'd gone for a sip and after tasting it nearly upended the cup. Nagare, however, having noticed the look in her husband's eye, reached out and put her hands around his, keeping him from drinking it too quickly. He could understand the man's actions. His wife had much the same reaction with her first sip. Nagare was calm as she drank her tea, and Masaru noticed as Ekitai's eyes twitched over to his wife. I'm afraid not. My husband took a job abroad to better care for Izuku and I. It's because of him we are able to live in this part of town, Inko said, getting a sad nod from Ekitai and Nagare. She supposed they must have been wondering where Izuku's father was with this sort of crisis at home. Ekitai took another drink from his cup and mimicked his wife's pace. It was strange to watch, but she also found it a bit endearing. Izuku's father had been ecstatic to hear his baby girl got a quirk, though she failed to mention how. She didn't want to stress him in a situation he couldn't do anything about. She supposed the news on Bloody Mary must not have reached him yet and checked the clock. 3:30 p.m. Not only had the mess caused her to forget lunch, but her husband was likely asleep now. An early dinner might be best for Izuku, with a light snack before bed so she had what she needed to recover physically. Inko looked at the host of people in her home. She smiled as a thought came to mind. After she'd been told she was quirkless, Izuku lost her friends and became starved for it, even continuing to follow Katsuki despite his treatment of her. Would you like to stay for dinner? I was thinking of having an early dinner tonight, so I'll be starting soon, she said, and Ekitai's eye shined. With the black pools his eyes already were, it was like looking into the night sky. That would be lovely. I'm sure Asor would love to stay longer, and we could arrange play dates for the two over supper, Ekitai said, with a smile of agreement from Nagare. It would be a perfect way to tease her and take her mind off the tragedy, Nagare said as Ekitai stood up and walked over to Inko. As sudden as he started moving, it was also smooth, like he had slid over the floor rather than walked. He reached and kissed the back of her hand, getting a whistle from Mitsuki as Inko turned red. Nagare just smiled and shook her head fondly. Gunhead twisted a thug's arm behind his back by his wrist with one hand and, placing his other hand on the thug's back, slammed him into the wall. His chest hit the wall first, along with the momentum forcing the thug to headbutt the wall. Once he did this as backup for the day, a veteran in his agency with the hero name Retribution came out of the shadows in the alley and started cuffing the thug's currently unconscious buddies. All right, so, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court, but it can also hurt you if you rely on information you failed to share, Gunhead said before twisting harder on the thug's arm, getting a shout of pain. And believe me, that last bit is both in regards to your defense in court and your well-being right now. He's being serious. Trust me, I wouldn't be here if he wasn't serious, Retribution said, his voice comparable to scraping gravel rocks together in your hands. He was one of those few people in the agency Gunhead didn't know outside of work, mostly because while he worked with his agency he was an underground agent. Underground heroes were more than just the graveyard shift heroes. They were brutal, efficient, the sort of hero that didn't bring light to dark times but blotted out the moon and left criminals shivering in the very dark they thought their friend. Retribution took his name because his quirk was terrible for patrolling and saving. But when Gunhead was tasked with bringing someone to justice after the fact, he grabbed Retribution. Oh yeah, right, like you're actually going to. Gunhead twisted the man's wrist with his thumb pressing against it right where the bones for the thumb and wrist meet. Soon there was a wet, muffled pop followed by the thug screaming, F, that was my wrist. But more than that, I just dislocated your right metacarpal and trapezoid, so your thumb is now free from your wrist and the bone in your wrist it connects to is floating, Gunhead said, twisting further. The man screamed and Gunhead saw Retribution finish cuffing the unconscious ones. Retribution took care not to come off as edgy like some underground heroes. Studded brown leather jacket, blue pants, white shirt, white driving gloves, a white balaclava with no eye holes, and a pair of brown leather boots that went halfway up his calf. His gear was designed to look like normal clothes, but they were made of proper materials for hero work. He's personally seen the shirt stop a knife from stabbing deep enough to be lethal. Now, as I understand, Hellram was one of your boys before you hired him out to Bloody Mary. You remember him right. Black fur, twin horns, more dog than ram, but hey, hardly as bad as the fact that he was apparently a cannibal and you gave him your victims to keep him in line. As you can imagine, at least I hope you're smart enough to be able to. Feeding cannibals doesn't go over well with the courts. As it is, Slit Mouth is on death row and she barely got the chance to do anything in the clinic, and despite him only being a new villain with barely a few crimes to his name, that clinic has Hellram looking at Tartarus. So I'm going to ask, really nice now, where the hell one finds Bloody Mary? Gunhead said as the thug squirmed and panicked in his grip. Retribution coming over and placing a pair of fingers on the man's neck to keep a feel on his pulse. I don't know, she came to us, came out of a mirror in our hideout with the cash and took Hellram, I swear. The thug said. He looked at Retribution, who shook his head, then reached to the thug's hand and wrapped his index finger around the thug's right pinky, his thumb pressed against the tip. Retribution applied a bit of pressure and dislocated the joint, making the thug howl in pain. I told you what I know. He has a hand on your wrist and I had a finger on your neck. We felt your pulse jump when you lied. Try again, and this time keep in mind lying is not going to look good for you at all, Retribution said, sliding his index finger down the man's pinky and putting a warning press on the next joint. The man tried to squirm out of my grip and away from him, but he didn't have much luck. Believe me, I'm keeping this limited to your hand for his sake. He can hand you over to me. Look away anytime he wants. By the end of our chat you'll be able to diagnose his broken bones and dislocated joints based on sound alone. The thug whimpered and Gunhead got an idea. Actually, come to think of it, I do need to call the parents of those kids that Hellram helped mess up, see if they're okay, Gunhead said, letting go of the thug to get his phone. Retribution grabbed the man's wrist and made sure to slam him back into the wall so his face was directed towards the entrance of the alleyway. The thug's whimpers got louder as Gunhead made a show of walking out with his cell at his ear. In reality, he was dialing Endeavor, having told the Ahole to expect a call. If you could get a statement from him, Retribution, that'd be great. Wait, please, I'll talk. Gunhead held his arms out and turned around, looking at the thug and tapping the button to put it on speaker. Then talk, nice and clear for us. Where did you meet Bloody Mary? There's a warehouse in the old industrial district. She turned the inside of it into an indoor circus and made her own personal house of mirrors. She had us meet her in front of the house of mirrors, the thug said as Retribution turned him fully towards Gunhead. The man was bleeding from the nose as well as a split in his upper lip. He wondered if it was his slam, Retribution's, or one from each. She had a feast set up for Hellram along with a tent that had a cave design and a bunch of emaciated weirdos to serve her and her other big shots. It was on 7th place. That's all I know, only our driver actually had the full address. Cuff him and let's get back to work, Gunhead said as he took the phone off speaker and brought it to his ear. I assume you heard everything clearly enough and you're sending someone to verify. I am, Endeavor said. Then he hung up. Gunhead could admire the efficiency to a degree. He'd probably make a decent underground if he wasn't vainglorious as all hell. He pocketed his cell and looked back at Retribution, who'd taken the moment Gunhead took verify. Endeavor heard the info to knock the thug they were questioning out. They each picked up 2 thugs by the cuffs on their wrists before bringing them out to the street. There were a few cars parked by the sidewalk. 2 of them suddenly turned on and drove up to them. Police climbed out of the cars. 2 took the thugs to the back seats while one held a clipboard up to Gunhead. He signed the papers and the officer left with his co-workers, thugs in tow. So, what now? Retribution said as the 2 started walking down the street to Retribution's bike. Gunhead looked at the next intersection signs. He was a good hour's walk from the Midoriya residence and he still needed to get his car. He looked at Retribution and contemplated bringing him along with him. Izuku and Katsuki weren't the sorts to do underground work, but he'd probably be able to give Katsuki some still relevant advice. Katsuki was with Izuku more often than he was her friend and her first line of defense. "Sir, I need to get my car from the apartment complex Midoriya lives in. It's about 3 miles and I want to check up on her anyway," he said. "She has a friend, vicious little kid, powerful combat quirk, terrible disposition for a hero but wants the spotlight. Since Izuku got her quirk, he's been really protective of her but is still terrible at actually handling her." Retribution pulled his helmet from the handle facing the sidewalk and pulled it on. Gunhead held his hair down and pressed a button on his mask, extensions coming out to fully cover his head. The two of them got onto the bike and Retribution started driving down the road. Gunhead realized he hadn't told the man the address, but he seemed to be going the right way. He decided not to ask. Retribution wasn't much for giving answers anyway, plus it could just be his quirk. They kept quiet as Retribution drove. It wasn't exactly a long drive, only 4 miles, and Retribution was rather good at being just 5 miles over the speed limit. Once they arrived, he tapped his mask again, letting the backplate retake and his hair fluff up to its usually backward spikes. Retribution got off the bike soon after he did and they made their way up to the apartment stairways. Coming up to the Midoriya residence, Gunhead knocked and waited for a moment. He heard movement behind the door before it opened up, revealing Masaru. "Hello, back already?" "Yeah, just wanted to make some headway on you know what. How's Izuku doing?" Gunhead said, then turned to jab a finger at Retribution. "Oh, and this is Retribution. Keep quiet about him, underground." Masaru nodded and stepped out of their way to let them in. "She's all right. One of the other victims came with her family, and Ko is just starting to prepare an early dinner," Masaru said as the two walked into the apartment. Gunhead saw Asura's parents and nodded to them, which prompted them both to bow deeply towards him. Retribution looked at the 3 kids who started to come out of what he imagined was a bedroom. He saw the All Might plushie in the blue girl's arms, and in the green-haired zombie's arms was a plushie of Gunhead. He looked at his boss and saw the man had frozen staring at the thing. He could already hear the gears in Gunhead's head spinning into overdrive. "Remind me to check the merchandise lists back at HQ," Gunhead said after a moment. And Ko smiled as her daughter blushed but looked happy at the hint that she might be getting more hero plushies. She looked at the man in the jacket and he held up a hand and shook his head. He wouldn't be staying. Gunhead walked over to the children and started rubbing Izuku and Asura's heads before pulling them into a quick hug. They returned it, then separated to go sit on the couch and watch some television before dinner. He held up a fist for Katsuki, who bumped it with his own before Gunhead leaned in and pointed to Retribution. "Katsuki, this is Retribution." "Retribution, Katsuki." Katsuki seemed to understand Gunhead wanted him to talk with Retribution, who flicked his head towards the door. Katsuki nodded and they headed out while Gunhead went over to Izuku to compare himself to the plushie. "So, Retribution," Katsuki said as he looked at the hero, who nodded and pulled his balaclava up enough to reveal his mouth. In the dark it was hard for Katsuki to make out if he had normal skin or quirk affected. Then he brought a cigarette up to his lips and pulled a lighter from his jacket. The flame showed his lips to be cracked and scarred, along with his cheeks, chin, and jawline. "Why that name? My quirk isn't good for being a comforting sight running around saving lives. It's made to bring people down fast and bring them down hard," Retribution said as he lit the cigarette, taking a long drag before blowing out the smoke. He looked down at Katsuki, who was now looking at his hands. With a sigh, Retribution walked over to the railing and punched it half-heartedly. At first, Katsuki thought it was a joke or a nervous habit, but then Retribution snapped his fingers. The metal twisted and bent with a loud screech. Retribution leaned against the wall again, taking another drag of his cigarette. "Imagine that was a person's arm." Katsuki cringed at the idea, pretty sure the person would stop having an arm. "My quirk is marked for destruction. I hit something with it active. It places an invisible mark on that person. I snap. The marks structurally ruin whatever they're placed on," he said, and Katsuki looked up at him. He shrugged. "I've hit people with it. Generally stronger people can endure it, or if they've got a hardening type quirk I might need more marks to unleash at once to do it. But it's not something I can really use in front of people and expect people to like me. My quirk is explosion. And I used to bully Izuku, not really grasping how bad I was hurting her," Katsuki said, realizing why Gunhead wanted him to talk to Retribution. He looked at his hands and breathed in deep from his nose, then out his mouth. "I decided to read up on quirk instability after she was diagnosed with an extreme case and realized I had a minor version myself with a bit of hindsight and testing. My body reacts differently to explosions than others. What I thought was only enough blast to make a first-degree burn at worst was enough to sear and blister flesh. Or my mind doesn't react to my explosions. Aside from hearing them, the loud pops and booms can seriously startle and frighten others. Your body and mind are built to think of explosions as minor things so you can use them without scaring or hurting yourself. Without that frame, however, you didn't realize just how painful they are. Retribution said, quirk instability was a major part of any person's life. It was why they had to be regulated, why heroes needed specialized training, licenses, and insurance to be able to work. Part of that training was understanding your quirk can kill despite how harmless it feels in your hand. Then you did something you couldn't take back. No, I just saw the result of something I couldn't take back. I've been doing stupid shit for over a decade now, Katsuki said, then looked at the closed door behind them. I hurt her. I hurt her so bad even though she can cut off a hand with a smile. She gets scared of my hands if I'm not slow. And the idea that my hand on her being comfortable for her is laughable. I can't help her through a situation like this. All I can do is give her stuff and hope it works. Retribution nodded. Trained behaviors like that would take a long time to get over. Tell me, do you think victims I managed to save get scared of me? He said, Katsuki turning back to him. The answer is yes, they do. My quirk, the fact that I'm an underground hero and not well known, they usually start off thinking I'm a villain who's attacking a rival at a bad time, he said as he pulled the cigarette butt from his mouth and flicked it away. Then I untie them. They realize I'm a hero. And they relax. They realize they're comforted not because I held them or spoke softly, but because they feel safe, that my quirk will strike down any threat. You say your hands are only good for hurting people. That's not a weakness. You might not be able to soothe her pain with a rub on the cheek or a hug, but you can make her feel safe in the fact that if anything comes to hurt her, you'll break it first. Katsuki looked up at him, then down at his hands. So, just start punching what makes her cry, he said, then nodded as he clenched his hands into fists. Yeah, I can do that. Let Bloody Mary come, I'll destroy her. I'll make one cry havoc and let slip the plushies of war. Katsuki wasn't sure what to expect after Gunhead took the plushie he'd given Izuku and promised to make it better. He also promised to get her a whole team of plushies. So when he went to meet up with Izuku and heard gunfire as he neared Dagaba Beach, he started to run. What he found was Izuku and Asor munching on sandwiches as a 5-foot-tall Gunhead plushie sitting on the ground with a black headband over its eyes, 2 bandoliers of bullets strapped to its chest, and twin LMGs opened fire on a bunch of old junk. What the F? The Gunhead plushie spun at the waist. Male detected. Oh shit. Freedom Gunhead no. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.